Chair.
All right, we have one closed session actually, items number 1A and B. This is a time for the public to comment on any items that are on a closed session agenda. See nobody in chambers and see nobody online. We will recess for the closed session agenda items. Now we will call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Madam Clerk, could we call the roll again?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lejo, Adams, Root, Askew, and Church appearing in person, and Supervisor Lopez appearing via video conference.
And again, any additions or corrections for closed session by County Council?
No changes, Chair.
Okay, on this agenda, we have items 1A and B. Is there any members of the public who'd like to comment on closed session? See nobody in chambers, nobody online. We will recess for closed session and we will reconvene this meeting at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
You're fast.
If that changed to the art club.
I have to do on additions and corrections.
Mic number two, mic number two. Mic number four, mic number four. Mic number five, mic number five. Mic number seven, mic number seven. Mic number eight, mic number eight. Mic number 10, mic number 10. Last mic on the dais, last mic on the dais. Staff mic one, staff mic one. Staff mic two, there are gorgeous orchids out here. Staff mic two. Hang on, I'm getting ready. Podium mic, podium mic. Two, wireless two. One, wireless one. Valerie's mic, Valerie's mic.
Good morning, everyone. We want to welcome you to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to reconvene our meeting, and we're going to ask our clerk to call the roll, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Okay, we're going to ask for an announcement from our Spanish interpreter by Maria Avila.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María, estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Okay, everyone, today is a special meeting. We're going to start today's meeting with a ceremony recognizing the 1-year anniversary of the invasion by the Russian Federation against the people and the nation of Ukraine. Our county was one of the first counties in the nation to pass a resolution just 4 days after that invasion, exactly 1 year ago today. And that resolution was to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and to condemn the invasion. And we also passed a resolution to raise these flags behind me, showing the United States flag in solidarity with the Ukrainian flag. To start our Pledge of Allegiance today, I'm going to ask our Deputy County Counsel, Marina Panchenko. She started with the county in August of 2019. Both her mom and dad are Ukrainian. Marina was raised with her 2 siblings in southern Russia. She immigrated here at the age of 10, and she has aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, and cousins currently living in Ukraine. So it is our honor to invite our staff, our county family, to do the pledge for us. If you could all rise, please, and then stay standing for the national anthems of the United States and Ukraine.
Thank you, Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. If you could remain standing for the Ukrainian national anthem. Thank you very much. You may be seated. All right, we're gonna go to additions or corrections by our clerk, please.
Yes, there is a correction to number 5 under the ceremonial resolution. A revised resolution was received, and there's a correction under number 38 under the consent calendar for the Health Department. A revised board report was received.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna go into approval of our ceremonial resolutions. These are resolutions 2 through, we have quite a few today, but not all going to be presented, 2 through 12. Do we have any comments on any of the resolutions?
Move approval.
Thank you. Any comments from the public on the resolutions? We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Supervisor Adams, motion by Supervisor Lopez. All those in favor, if you could please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against, motion carries unanimously. Everyone, this morning, as we just said, one of the resolutions we passed is recognizing the 1-year anniversary of solidarity with the people of Ukraine and condemning the continued Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine. On February 24th, 2022, the Russian Federation initiated its invasion of Ukraine involving ground and aerial attacks, which has resulted in the devastation of homes, businesses, and infrastructure in Ukraine, and in the estimated 40,000 deaths of Ukrainian civilians, adults, and children, and thousands more injured, according to General Mark Miley, the chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff. On February 25th, 2022, the United States and Albania drafted a resolution condemning the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine that was supported by 11 of 15 members of the United Nations Security Council, but was vetoed by the Russian Federation, with China, India, and United Arab Emirates abstaining. The resolution deplored in the strongest terms the Russian Federation's aggression in being in violation of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter of the United Nations, an obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The resolution called on the Russian Federation to immediately cease its use of force against Ukraine and withdraw all its military forces immediately, completely, and unconditionally from the country's territory. Exactly 1 year ago today, on February 28, 2022, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors became the first county in the nation to approve a resolution expressing its support for the people of Ukraine, condemning the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine, and raising the United States and Ukrainian flags together inside its meeting chamber and chamber entrance. So today, be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors and the County of Monterey, on behalf of our county and all our residents, continues to express its support for the people of Ukraine, continues to strongly condemn this Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine, and continues to urge the United States to provide support to the Ukrainian government in its defense. With that, we wanted to invite Marina Pacheco once more to say some words, and then I will present her with the resolution in front.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. A year ago, I stood before you to thank you for your swift action in recognizing the cruel and ruthless invasion on Ukraine by the Russian Federation. At the time, I was 5 months pregnant, and I'm here today with my daughter, my parents, and my husband to renew our gratitude for the recognition you have given to Ukraine. My extended family has tuned in as well from other parts of the country and Europe. Over the past year, thousands of innocent women and men and children have been killed in attacks across Ukraine. 12 million people have been displaced and may never get to see home again. As my uncle, Yuri Panchenko, says, the souls of an entire generation have been irreparably scarred by this war. Life for the Ukrainian people has been severed into two, before and after February 24th of 2022. While it would be impossible to adequately describe all that has happened over the course of a year, for me and my family, we will never forget the image of a lethally wounded pregnant woman carried out on a stretcher from a maternity ward in Mariupol. The body is lining the streets of Bucha, systematically executed by Russian soldiers in what were irrefutably acts of genocide. I will never forget the phone call from my cousin, a single mom, telling me that all of the last flights out of Kiev were canceled, that the city is under attack and she has nowhere to go with her 5-year-old son, my nephew. I will never forget the tears I saw on my parents' faces when they realized that their families and friends
would have to hide in basements and shelters to escape air missile attacks, and that life for the country they grew up in and loved would never be the same again. As I reflect on this past year, I'm reminded of all that I'm grateful for, to live in this wonderful country, which has given Ukraine a warm hand of support. To the friends, family, coworkers in the community for fundraising, donating, to countless nonprofits for meals, medical kits, and warm clothes. To the Monterey County families hosting Ukrainian refugees in their homes, sending teachers to teach English to Ukrainian children abroad. My daughter, who is here today, was named Nadia after my grandmother. Her name means hope. And that is what I will continue to have each and every day until this war comes to an end. I hope that the Ukrainian people will prevail and secure peace and democracy. If I know anything for sure, it is that the strength and resilience of the Ukrainian people will never be overcome and they will be victorious. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give a big round of applause, everyone? And I'll go to our colleagues if you'd like to make any comments on this resolution.
It just briefly, I think we all fully support and understand the situation and these kind of situations that happen sort of bring us all together, and that's an important thing to do. And I think we could all express that we are grieving for what Ukraine is going through. So thank you for your presentation very much. It was very heartwarming and
Thank you.
very deep.
I just want to thank you for being so strong for everyone back home, but also everybody here. I know I've reached out to you a couple times, and each time, Marina, you gave me great resources that we could direct people to make donations. And I'm just so thankful for you continuing to be an advocate here for Monterey County and for that generation that is scarred. Know that we'll continue to be supportive, and we hope that you'll continue to let us know how we can assist as we move forward. We know that the impacts aren't over, but we will continue to advocate and appreciate all that you and your parents and your family have done, as well as all your relatives who are still in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really support and appreciate the beautiful name that you've given your daughter. I think that that's really significant to all of us. And as she grows and your heart is filled with more and more love, my belief is that those are the two strongest elements that we can all each bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today and for sharing your beautiful daughter with us as well. For me, this is a moment to reflect on democracy, and that it's messy and complicated, and we don't always agree, but we sit here in public and we hash out the issues and we advocate to our legislators and we make our best case and we vote in our elections. And the gratitude that I feel and this opportunity to reflect on that gratitude. I have a son as a little older than your daughter, and the conversations that I've had with him about what actions we've taken here. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for bringing them forward to us. But the way in which we are all interconnected across this world, and as individuals, we have a duty to look out for one another. So I'm pleased to be supportive of this action as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So would you like to call Marina and your family? So we'd like to present this resolution now to you, and also recognizing and the courage, the leadership, the bravery of the Ukrainian people. Many thought that this was going to end very quickly, but here we are over a year later, and they are still defending their nation, despite all odds, despite a lot of the destruction, despite the war crimes. And I hope that the Ukrainian people will have justice for that. But on behalf of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey, we want to present you this resolution. Thank you for being here today. Give them a round of applause, please. Yeah. You want to help all this? You have a precious cargo there. And we could take a photo here. We could get centered. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to our next resolution. We have another very special ceremony. This resolution, I'll read it first from up here, and then we have some presentations to give to some of our county leaders. This resolution reads, proclaiming March 2023 as Women's History Month in Monterey County and celebrating March 8th as International Women's Day. Women play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of life, constituting a significant portion of the labor force, working both in and out of home, as well as courageously serving in our nation's armed forces. Women are leaders serving in the forefront of progressing social change movements, securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, and fighting for the rights of others to create a more just and equitable society for all. Despite these contributions, the role of women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in literature, teaching, and the study of American history, including the leadership of heroes such as Susan B. Anthony, Sojourner Truth, Lucy Stone, Lucretia Mott, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Harriet Tubman, Alice Paul, Wilma Mankiller, Emma Tenayuca, among many other women leaders who struggled for equality. The National Women's History Project has selected Celebrating Women Who Tell Our Stories as this year's annual theme to bring attention and to honor women for their unrelenting and inspirational persistence, demonstrating the power of voice, fighting against all forms of discrimination against women and girls, and shaping America's history and our future. Despite the advancement of women in Monterey County, and that female persons constitute 49% of our county's residents, much remains to be done to ensure that women realize their full potential as equal members of society. So today, the County of Monterey has significantly expanded its numbers of women in top leadership, county leadership roles, including 2 county supervisors, all 5 countywide elected officials, which include a total of 16 different department heads. And also all 5 chiefs of staff for the Board of Supervisors are also women and will be recognized today. So therefore, the Board of Supervisors proclaims the month of March 2023 as Women's History Month in Monterey County and celebrates March 8th as International Women's Day and urges all residents to observe, celebrate, and learn about the leadership and many notable contributions that women have made in Monterey County and beyond. So today we have a special presentation. Wanted to call up Lisa Smith, the chair of the Commission on the Status of Women, who will give us a presentation on the status of women in our county in leadership. And we did a similar report 5 years ago, so I'm glad the report was updated by our Commission on the Status of Women to give us a snapshot of how we're doing and progressing in leadership roles in our county.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors, for giving us this opportunity to be here. Let's go ahead and get into some of these. Oh, maybe I'll scoot a little closer. Is this better?
Yeah, much better.
It's like way better. I'm too. Okay. So let's get into some stats. You thankfully gave some already, and I apologize for the small print, but Monterey County residents, let me get to the right. Now my notes are out of order. Here we go. Okay, so Monterey County residents, 213,852 are women, which is 49%, like you mentioned. We have 1 out of 12 city council or city managers are women. The department heads, 52%. That's 15 women, 14 men. Mayors, 3 out of the 12 are women. Monterey County offices, all 5 of them are women, and that includes the assessor, county clerk recorder, auditor, controller, district attorney, sheriff, coroner, and treasurer. I just want to point out Tina Nieto. She's our own superhero without a cape. She was just elected the first woman sheriff in California. So we're happy to see her here. And then let's look at the city council members and what those stats look like. And so just real quickly, Carmel has 2 out of 6, Delray Oaks 1 out of 5. Can you hear me okay? 3 out of 7 for Gonzales, 2 out of 6 for Greenfield are women, 1 out of 6 in King City, 2 out of 6 in Marina, 1 out of 5 in Monterey. I believe they have an open seat. And then 2 out of 8 in Pacific Grove, 1 out of 7 in Salinas, 2 out of 6 in Sand City, 1 out of 5 in Seaside, 1 out of 5 in Soledad. And that brings the Monterey County total to 19 women and 53 men. So that's about 26% of city council members are women. Let's look at the county school districts. And again, the print is super small, but it's in alphabetical order. You'll see men on the left, women are the purple, and the white represents vacancies. I'll go through the numbers really, really quickly. Alisal has 2 women. Alisal Union School District has 2 women. Big Sur Unified School District has 2 women, 1 vacancy, 5 total. Bradley Union School District has 4 women, 1 vacancy. Carmel School District has 3 women. Chular Union School District has 2 women. Gonzales Unified School District has 3 women, 1 man, 1 vacancy. Graves School District has 1 woman. Greenfield Union School District, 2 women, 3 men. King City, 4 women, 1 gentleman. Lagunita School District, 1 woman, 2 men. Mission Union School District, 1 woman, 5 men. Monterey Unified School District, 5 women, 2 men. North Monterey County Unified School District, 4 women, 1 man. Pacific Grove Union School District, 3 women, 2 men. Pajaro Valley, 0 women, 1 man. Salinas City Elementary School District, 4 women, 1 gentleman. Oh, it's right behind it. Salinas Union High School, 3 women, 3 men, 1 vacancy. San Antonio Union School District, 4 women. San Ardo, I don't know if I said that right. Union School District, 3 women, 2 men. San Lucas, 3 women, 2 men. Santa Rita Union School District, 3 women, 2 gentlemen. Soledad Unified School District, 1 woman, 4 men. South Monterey County Joint Union High School District, 3 women, 2 men. Spreckles Union School District, 1 woman, 4 gentlemen. Washington School District, 3 women, 2 men. Hartnell Community College District, 5 women, 2 men. Monterey Peninsula Community College District, 4 women, 1 man. California State University of Monterey Bay, 5 women, 4 gentlemen. And that includes their newly elected president, Vanya. I'm not going to try to say her last name. She's a wonderful woman. And I learned she had a picture of a cow on her office. And I went and got a little cow because I wanted to be like her. It was a wonderful story at her investiture ceremony. So let's go on to the next slide. Monterey County Commissioners. And so there are actually several commissions, far more commissions than I realized even existed, truthfully. And so real quick, let's see, we don't have the total on the screen. Oh, the total's at the bottom. And I really want to point this out because we have 86 men, 92 women, 58 vacancies, and 236 seats total. So of the 236 seats, 39% of them, and that's just for all the commissions, are filled by women. So not quite half, but we also have several vacancies. Our commission on the status of women is one of them. We have 8 seats out of 15 filled, and we would like to encourage you all to find those community leaders that you think would fit any of these commissions. And if they're women or if they're men or whatever their gender base might be, we'd like to get those seats filled. But I do encourage you to understand the the demographics, right, where half the county is women, and we would look for equal representation among the commissions as well. So if there's anyone who's interested in knowing more about being a commissioner, whether it's on the Commission for the Status of Women or any of the other commissions, please feel free to reach out. You can give them my information. I'm willing to talk to them. I don't need to tell you all, serving our community is something wonderful. I'll go through some of these really quickly, just so that everyone can kind of understand. So we have the Planning Commission. Half of those are women. We have Parks Commission, 3 are women. Military Veteran Affairs Advisory Commission, 2 out of 12 are women. Mental Health Commission, 8 out of 17 are women. In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Advisory Committee, that's 4 out of 11 are women. Housing Advisory Committee, 2 out of 9. Historic Resources Review Board, 4 out of 7 are women. Historic Advisory Commission, 2 out of 10 are women. Fort Ord Veterans Cemetery Citizens Advisory Committee, 6 out of 14 are women. Fish and Game Advisory Commission, 1 out of 13 are women. Equal Opportunity Advisory Commission, 5 out of 17 are women. Domestic Violence Coordinating Council, 16 out of 22 are women. Community Action Commission, Section C, which is a representative of the private sector, 3 out of 5 are women. Community Action Commission, Section B, representative of the public sector, 4 out of 5 are women. Community Action Commission, Section A, representative of low income, 2 out of 5 are women. Commission on the Status of Women, I mentioned this already, 8 out of 15 are women. Commission on Disability, 6 out of 23 are women. There's 12 vacancies. Assessment Appeals Board, 0 out of 3 are women. Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council, 4 out of 8 are women. Animal Control Program Advisory Board, 3 out of 7 are women. Airport Land Use Commission, 2 out of 7 are women. Agricultural Advisory Committee, 2 out of 11 are women. So I just like to, again, encourage you to fill the vacancies. And I'd like to also thank you for your time. I did bring something for each of the supervisors. It's a wonderful little book. I wrote down some notes. This is from the Friends of California Archives. It's a fictional account of people and events through women's history in California. So feel free to take these home. If you'd like more, let me know. But share them. I encourage you to share them with the local youth of your districts. Get them involved.
Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause for her presentation today? Thank you, Elisa. It shows where we still have a lot of work to do in these roles. So thank you for giving us that snapshot. Before we go into our special recognitions, want to ask if any of my colleagues would like to make any comments on the presentation. No. We could do it at the end. Okay, very much. Very well. I will go and present the resolution to you, Elisa, in front.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Board of Supervisors, Elisa, thank you for your leadership, and we want to present you this resolution recognizing Women's History Month. Thank you very much for your leadership for Monterey County. And we will call you up in just a bit. Okay, everyone, today it's our honor to recognize these amazing women leaders in Monterey County, and we have so many other women leaders, and we wish we could recognize them all. But our county has over 5,400 employees. It would take a lot of time, but definitely those in our different departments that have risen to the very top, we thought it would be important to give them the recognition they deserve. We did a ceremony like this 5 years ago. We're doing this again today. And we were very honored that Matsui Farms or Nursery donated these beautiful orchid flowers for each of our recipients today. And we want to give a special recognition to Teresa Matsui. She did this for us 5 years ago. They're doing it again. She was very pleased to be able to provide these donations for our women leaders of the County of Monterey. So we're going to start, first of all, with historic 5, because this is the first time our 5 countywide leaders, elected leaders, are filled by women in our county. And we're going to start with seniority and go down. We're going to start with Mary Zeeb. Mary Zeeb has served Monterey County since 1987 and was elected as the first female Monterey County Treasurer Tax Collector in November 2010. Let's give her a big round of applause, everyone. Mary, and we ask everybody to stand up here because we're going to take a photo of everybody at the end here. Thank you very much.
Usually I'm last.
First today, we'll present her flower as well. And we can put it down. Next, we want to call up Janine Paccioni, was elected and became the first female district attorney in Monterey County in 2018. In 1990, she began her career as a prosecutor in Kern County before joining the best county, Monterey, in 1992. So give a round of applause as well. Thank you very much. Next, we have Rupa Shah, was elected Monterey County Auditor Controller in 2018 and holds a certified public accountant license. She has served Monterey County ever since. Congratulations. Thank you. Next, we're going to go to our recently elected Dynamic 2. We're going to start with Sheriff Tina Nieto. She began her career at the Los Angeles Police Department and later became Chief of Police for the City of Marina, served in the United States Army, and is the first woman, first person of color, first openly gay LGBT person to be elected sheriff in beautiful Monterey County. Congratulations, Sheriff. Last but not least, out of the 5, we have Marina Camacho, who lives in Salinas, started in the office at the entry-level role in 1989 and rose to the very top to take this leadership role, the first Latina in this position ever. She has worked for this office for 32 years, everyone. Congratulations. Thank you, Marina. Next, I got to go to our colleagues. Here, we're going to go with District 4 Supervisor. Actually, let me start with Mary because she's been here longer. Supervisor Mary Adams serves District 5 and represents Carmel, Carmel Valley, Big Sur, Pacific Grove, Pebble Beach, Monterey, Highway 68, and Las Palmas. Congratulations, Mary. Thank you for your service on the Board of Supervisors. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And next, we do have my other colleague, Supervisor Wendy Askew, serves District 4 and represents Sand City, Delray Oaks, Marina, East Garrison, CSUMB, parts of Salinas, and the awesome city of Seaside. Congratulations, Wendy. Thank you very much. Yes. Now we'll go to another historic first. First Latina CAO of Monterey County, the second woman ever to hold this position. Sonia De La Rosa was appointed as the Monterey County's new county administrative officer on December 13th. She is the first Latina CAO and raised in King City and has maintained her roots in this community. Her parents worked in the fields of the beautiful Salinas Valley. Congratulations, Sonia. Next, we're going to call our very own clerk of the board, Valerie Ralph, who provides support to the Board of Supervisors, facilitates access to information, transparency, and customer services, and manages many committees and commissions. Give it up for our clerk of the board. Thank you. Next with us today, we have Maria de la Fuente, the director of the University of California Cooperative Extension for Monterey County. Are you here with us? All right, maybe she's not in, but we'll give her recognition later. Next, we have Gina Martinez, has been with the Elections Office since 2007, was appointed by the Monterey County as the Monterey County Registrar of Voters in 2021, and is the first Latina to serve the county as the Registrar of Voters. Congratulations. We have a lot of firsts here. Okay, next, jumping to healthcare, we're going to go to Elsa Jimenez. Started her public service for the County of Monterey in 2001 as its health department director. As in the health department since 2016, has proudly served as the director of health services. Congratulations, Elsa. And first female health and person of color in our department. Another first right here. Thank you, Elsa, for pointing that out. It's important. Next, we're going to Irma Ramirez Bao, started her public service in 1999, and has been serving as HR director here in Monterey County since 2016. Thank you very much, Irma. Now going to books. Hillary Thayer grew up in Los Angeles and worked there for 2 decades. She has roots in the Monterey Bay Area. She attended UC Santa Cruz and met her husband there. Want to thank you, our Director of Library Services. Thank you. Now going to access to justice. Susan Chapman was appointed public defender in December 2016. She was a certified specialist in criminal law, practicing in our local courts for over 30 years. Thank you to our chief public defender. Congratulations. Thank you. Next, Lori Medina joined Monterey County in 2016 as their social services deputy director. In 2019, she was appointed as the Director of Social Services. Give it up for Lori Medina. Thank you very much, Lori. Okay. Okay, now going to our boards of supervisors. It's probably not the first time, but it's certainly the truth today that all 5 chiefs of staff for our board of supervisors are all women. We're going to start with Priscilla Barba, Chief of Staff for Supervisor Chris Lopez. Congratulations, Priscilla. And Priscilla actually started my assembly office many years ago. Okay, we're going to the newest chief of staff, Marilyn Vieira, joined Supervisor Church's staff on January 3rd, 2022, after a decades-long career as a secondary teacher. Most recently taught English language learners at North Salinas High School and then Rancho San Juan. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll make room here. Next, we're going to Sarah Hargrave. Started working with Supervisor Adams in January 2019. She has over 20 years of experience working on water resources management, land use issues for local government, engineering consulting, and nonprofit organizations. Give it up for Sarah Hargrave. Thank you very much. And with us, not with us today, but we wish they were, we want to recognize Yuri Anderson, the Chief of Staff for District 4, and also my Chief of Staff. She's in vacation in Mexico. Linda Gonzalez, District Chief of Staff for District 1. And also we have Leanne Majowski, who's also couldn't join us here today. Could we give it a big round of applause to all these amazing women county leaders? And I wanted to ask our Board of Supervisors, the rest of our colleagues, to join us for a big group photo. Oh, and last but not least, our chair of our Women Commission on the Status of Women, Lisa Smith. Thank you very much. And we got a flower for you too. Okay, we're gonna have to squeeze in here, everybody. All right, one more round of applause for all these amazing leaders. Thank you for being here today in person, everyone. And I did want to just make clear, Leanne Magoski is our Emergency Communications Director. We will make sure she gets her recognition as well. Any comments from any of our colleagues on this? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I know we still have colleagues returning to the dais, but I just want to thank everybody for taking their time out to come today so that we could recognize you and the impact you've had on Monterey County. Monterey County really attracts the best. I believe that. And what we had up here shows that an incredible force of women in Monterey County leading to make change and to make a difference. I want to give a special shout out to my chief of staff. Today, she's supposed to be off, but she's here as part of this. It is her last day of grad school. And
Oh,
so
wow.
her paper's going in today. Congratulations. I'm proud of you for continuing to improve yourself. And we know that that is all going to come back to people in Monterey County. So congrats, Pete.
All right. Supervisor Church.
Yes, thank you. I can remember back around the 60s and 70s when in the 1960s, women really didn't have a role in this government. And in the 70s, it started to change. And to see how far it has progressed over the years and where we're at now with all the elected officials, the 2 supervisors, and to see that, the various commissions are now, really there's a majority of women on there, and that's all very, very positive sign, but I know there's a lot more way to go, and congratulations to all of you for your role.
Thank you. We'll go to Supervisor Adams.
Just a couple of things. First, thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo, for organizing this. It is heartfelt and so very much appreciated by all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sincerely. And I just want to say that I would not be here were I not standing on the shoulders of people like Janice O'Brien and June Duran and Pat McDermott, Mary Schreck, and my own special person, Anna Lucille Burkle Adams, my mother, who I know would be so very proud of not just what I am doing sitting here, but for all of the women who have made the difficult struggles, the difficult challenges to be where we are today. So for all of those women, I just thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. And I think my comments are very similar, to recognize that, I'm 44 years old and my grandmother worked for Santa Clara County as a typist. And that was the career that allowed her to care for her family when there were very few other options available to her as a single mother. The fact that I'm now sitting here in this seat at a time when she was working for the county, there were no women in these positions. The fact that I'm only the 7th woman who's ever been elected to our county board of supervisors after hundreds of years of leadership. The reality that we've come a long way, but that way has been paved by so many women who've come before us. And when anyone is trying to pave a path that hasn't been paved before, there are barriers along the way. There are reasons why that path hasn't been paved. And I am grateful, so grateful to have mentors that I can look to that have been there and done this ahead of me. There aren't a lot though. As a mom with young children, there are barriers and there are reasons why structurally we have to continue taking policy actions that look to level the playing field, to allow opportunities for all people to engage in leadership at the county level, to serve on committees. And that looks like things like pay equality. It looks like discrimination, expectations around holding people accountable for discrimination. And sometimes those things are subtle and not overt, but they exist and they exist. And anyone who's here today being recognized, I think we can all recognize that we experience those subtle issues that continue to today. So my ask to all of you is to continue to lift each other up, lift those younger women in our county up, provide opportunities, let them see the work that you're doing so that they can see themselves taking those paths in the future. And to our Commission on the Status of Women, I just want to say, Elisa, thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's important that we call out and continue to monitor the status of women in all of these roles. Gender equality will only happen if we continue to shine those lights on these opportunities. And for anyone who was paying attention to the presentation, we talked about city council members and school board members and commission members. There are so many opportunities to get involved in leadership. And it was the Commission on the Community Action Commission that introduced me to the county government originally. And we have fire districts, we have water districts, we have parks districts, cemetery districts. There are so many places where you can put your foot in the door, learn about how decisions are made. But what we know and what I've experienced in the 2 years that I've been on this board is that if we're, the significance that one voice and can bring into a conversation, the significance that bringing experience that isn't typically around a table can change the whole conversation as it moves forward. So I am thankful to my colleagues for welcoming me into the space and giving me this opportunity to learn and grow. And I look forward to supporting women everywhere as we continue to pave our path forward for equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew, very much. Our CAO, would you like to say any words here? Since you're one of the historic first too.
I do want to thank you also, Chair, for recognizing the women in our workforce and really in our leadership positions. These are, as I looked out this morning and saw so many women here, many of them in support positions of all of us that receive these resolutions. I think it's important to recognize that our success is really due to so many people that are behind us, not just our families, but also those of you that are sitting in your offices and listening and working on our behalf and throughout our departments. These flowers are all for you. And looking out, I mean, there's flowers, and then there's flowers in terms of the work that you represent and as county employees and county coworkers. So I thank you wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much, our CAO, De La Rosa. I just want to say thank you for everybody for making today special. Special thanks again to Matsui Farms. This orchid is symbolic because there used to be a lot of nurseries throughout the Salinas and Pajaro valleys. Most of those are all gone. It's only a few nurseries that are left. And this orchid has been one of those symbols of resiliency among the nursing industry. They've been able to be successful here with this flower. So for me, it's a symbol of resilience and strength. And despite all odds, this flower is still growing and standing here in our beautiful Salinas Valley. I also wanted to thank our volunteers who helped my staff today. I want to give a shout out to Javier and Jasmine for really working hard, and then those who helped them as well. We thank you for volunteering. Lastly, I would say today is important, not only to recognize the history during the month of March and for International Women's Day, but it's important to show our young girls throughout Monterey County that we have women who have risen, who have overcome a lot of odds and obstacles and struggles in their own personal careers, but they have reached the highest levels and they are in leadership roles that I hope that it inspires them to one day also want to be a sheriff and a DA and a tax collector and an assessor and an auditor and a county CAO or a county supervisor, or even beyond that, and higher levels of government as well. So I think that today is important to inspire the next generations that we need them to see themselves one day also in our top leadership roles in the County of Monterey. With that, thank you very much. We're going to go to our next presentation. This is by Supervisor Lopez to Mercy Air and Fort Hunter Liggett. And then we will go to my friends at the New Arrivals Car Club. Yeah, public comments will be after this.
Can we have our representatives from Mercy Air join us up here? We're staying on topic today with strong women. I'm joined by Colonel Lisa Lamb for Fort Hunter Liggett and some incredible folks from Mercy Air. I'm going to share with you just a little bit about who they are, and then more importantly, what they represent for our community. Mercy Air was acquired in 1997 by Air Methods and has provided full service medical transport systems in California and Nevada for over 30 years. That means for our rural communities and at some of our major military installations, when we have a critical need, they show up. They arrive straight out of the heavens and drop down and provide critical medical care for members of our community. Now, we know about that because it's on what's on their website. What a lot of folks don't know is they have a direct line to Santa Claus. They have special equipment that lets them go to the North Pole and fly back to King City and bring Santa Claus into the community right before Christmas for kids who may not have that ability to travel to Salinas or to the nearest Santa Claus location to visit. And as they do that, they spread so much joy. And I can share that this year, my own son, now he got to sit there and watch as Mercy Air delivered Santa Claus to King City this December. Now every helicopter we see is Santa Claus. But truly, when we look at partners, it's about people with a heart, people who look out for every single person in our community. And that event would not be possible without Fort Hunter Liggett or Mercy Air willing to join us in spreading joy during a time when in our communities, it can be hard to make ends meet. The winter months can be extremely difficult for families in the Salinas Valley because that's when there is a lot less work. But you guys spread so much joy. I can tell you year round when I visit King City, for the kids, I'm not the supervisor. I'm the guy who knows Santa Claus. And is he coming again? Yes, he's going to come again. So I want to thank you for what you do every single day and also for what you do in those special moments for our rural communities who need access to critical services, but also access to Santa Claus. And with that, I want to hand it over to Colonel Lisa Lamb for a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. You stole all of my thunder, everything I was going to say. But no, this is an amazing team. And for those of you unaware, we pulled a little bit of data from the last few years. So from about 2015 to 2022, this team here had about 682 or so calls. And of that, performed about 282 transport missions for critical emergencies in our area. And so I'm just so grateful to have an opportunity to work with this team and all of the training missions. They do about 5 to 7 training missions a month. And then, of course, their most notable trek is to the North Pole once a year. But we're so appreciative and thank you so much for all that you do.
I'll just make a quick remark, ladies and gentlemen. Supervisor Lopez, thank you for recognizing us, and allowing us to be in the county. And as you say, to share the Christmas joy along with the important mission that Colonel Lamb and you have just shared with all of us here. And of course, thanks to Colonel Lamb and also Command Sergeant Major Rupp for allowing us to come out here and be with our community beside those times that our season needed the most, right? When the season is in their worst day, most of the time that is when they see, ladies and gentlemen in this flight suit coming like our clinical base lead here, Camera Hilger. But we was able to come out, on a joyous occasion and to spend time with the community. So we appreciate that. And lastly, much like what you share with the crowd on that day, Supervisor Lopez, we hope that our participation was able to build a lifelong, lasting memory for everyone that was there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Let's get a photo together. Okay. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Colonel Lamb, thank you for coming from Fort Hunter Liggett. We appreciate your leadership. Next, I want to call up our friends from the New Arrivals Car Club. This resolution is celebrating their 50th anniversary of the New Arrivals Car Club, the oldest car club in Salinas. And it's the first time in our county history where we are recognizing a lowrider car club. The New Arrivals Car Club was first established on February 18th, 1973 by the original members, Manuel Super Urzuya, Mike Ramirez, Joey Barra, Ruben Urzuya, Richard Ruiz, Rod Rosen, Rudy Mora, David Perez, Albert Ibarra, and a few other close friends who identified themselves as lowriders even before they owned their own cars. They created a special brotherhood of lowrider car enthusiasts who aspired to one day own and fix up their own lowrider cars. New Arrivals encouraged its members to focus its energy on customizing their lowrider cars instead of joining street gangs. The New Arrivals was one of the first car clubs registered as a nonprofit and had a registered service mark in the state of California. New Arrivals was one of the first car clubs to have a diverse group of members. And after 50 years, the New Arrivals Car Club is still very active in Salinas and throughout Monterey County and is involved in numerous community events, organizations, including car shows, the Como de Rodeo Parade, Cinco de Mayo Parade, the American Cancer Society Relay for Life, the Monterey County Food Bank, Sacred Heart Church, and most recently, the prayer vigil that was organized for fallen Salinas police officer Jorge David Alvarado. The current executive officers are with us, most of them here today. Ted V. Castillon, President, Benji Abad, Vice President, Richard Gonzalez, Treasurer Secretary, Raymond Caballos, Sergeant of Arms, Frank Perez, Alternate Sergeant of Arms, and Joe Ibarra, Past President. Whereas the lowrider culture and car enthusiasts are celebrated and loved in the Latino and other communities in Monterey County and throughout the state of California, the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our county and all our residents, congratulate the New Arrivals Car Club on their 50th anniversary for being the oldest car club in Salinas and express appreciation to its members for being positive role models in our community and for your ongoing celebration of lowrider vehicles and culture in our county. So with that, we want to ask them to come up and receive this resolution, and we have individual certificates for them as well. Can we give them a round of applause, everybody? And I ask my staff to help pass individual frames. Ted, we want to congratulate you and your car club on your great history here in Monterey County and all you do for our community. And wanted to ask, because your past history is in law enforcement, maybe because people think lowriders, they think you got people of all professions. So I thought you might share a little bit. And also, everyone, they had a great celebration just last Saturday night with all the local car clubs. It was a big hit. Thank you. And it was a big community celebration for you and all you do for Salinas and Monterey County.
Thank you once again, Chair Alejo and members of Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your time for recognizing our club. Yes, I am retired law enforcement, 25 years with the state of California. I met you there a few years back when you toured North Facility, and I met Sheriff Nieto. Congratulations, when she was at our Soledad car show a few years back, and she was campaigning at the time. So congratulations. Yes, we did vote for you. Thank you all for recognizing our club. 50 years has been quite some time. And like Chair Alejo said, we did have our celebration the other night. As you can tell, all of us are much older now. So we had to cut it early, and we're still recuperating from that event. So after we get back here, I'm going to go home and take a quick nap as my age is now showing with all of us here. But yes, our club's been around for 50 years, and we will continue to do and serve our beloved community of Salinas. And the positive outlook that we've had with our car club is going to be present again for 2023, and hopefully for many, many more years to come, so we could benefit and serve our beloved community of Salinas and Monterey County while we're still here. So on behalf again of all the Mr. Chair Alejo, Monterey County Board of Supervisors, many thanks, gracias, salamat, mahalo, for all your efforts in recognizing your club, and wish you all the very best. Safe travels on this weather today, and make sure you all get home safely. Thank you very much, and blessings to all.
Thank you very much. Salamat. And then we'll take a photo here. All right, congratulations. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for all you do. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We have one more, just comments by Supervisor Lopez, item number 12 or do you want to do it at the end? Okay, Thank you.
I'm gonna ask if Anna Foglia and her team will join me up front. This one's a lot more somber, but it's also on theme. It's about one of the strongest women that I've ever known from Monterey County, one of our own, Darlene D'Acosta. You know, in the last 5 years, a lot of folks have talked about access to services and equity. She lived it for so many years, fighting for South County and asking for really access equity for our communities. Dee recently passed away. She was an incredible leader in our communities. She was a city councilwoman in the community of Greenfield, a city councilwoman in the community of King City, and more importantly, her day job, which she said was God's work, was working to pull our kids out of the grips of addiction, and more importantly, going upstream and stopping them from ever even accessing drugs and alcohol. She was a powerful force in South County who worked in non-traditional ways. And I can tell you that because before key decisions, I knew about 6:30, my phone was going to ring and it was going to be Dee. And she wouldn't tell me what to do. She'd just say, I know you're going to make the right decision. Let me tell you what the right decision is, but I know you're going to make the right decision. When I chose to run for office, it was one of those scariest decisions you ever make because you're putting yourself out there. And I remember sitting at an event 2 days after we announced that we were going to put our name in the hat. And she came up to me and I told her, I was honest with her because I grew up with Dee like a grandma. Dee's grandkids and I were in school together. And so she was always there at our sports games. And I said, you know, I'm kind of an imposter syndrome. That's what I'm feeling and fearing. And she said, oh, Chris, that's the silliest thing I've ever heard. She said, it's your time and you're ready. And she gave me a big hug. And every time I saw her, she started with a hug. And I left with my emotional tank just a little fuller than when I started the conversation with her. Her family isn't here with us today because they're doing a private burial with her today. And so just want to thank them for giving me the okay to make this presentation and thank them for the time that they sacrificed because Dee was a public service member right up till the very end. She only stepped back from her role as city council less than a week before her passing. She was an incredible champion for South County, for our communities, just a girl from San Ardo who made it and made life better for every single person who lives in Monterey County. And with that, I'm wondering if Anna will share with us what she shared yesterday at Dee Services.
Thank you so much. I don't know what more I could really add. You said everything beautifully. Shannon and her 6 grandchildren and her 2 great-grandchildren wanted to be here today. Dee passed away very quickly, just over a few months. She's going to be with us forever. Her mission was all about helping kids have a fair chance at life, preventing alcohol and drug-related trauma in the community, trying to limit access and have adults support that so that kids could actually have an opportunity to grow their own minds and make their own choices. There is a youth center that we're in the middle of building down in King City. She was a big part of bringing state money into services all over Monterey County, but especially in King City. And we will be dedicating the center to her, and it will be the Darlene Acosta Youth Center when it opens, hopefully in June. And we'll invite everyone to come and celebrate her life and never forget her and all the work she's done. And these are her colleagues with me today. Thank you.
I just want to add today here we have Abra. She was also chair with Dee in our Parts Coalition, and she was a huge advocate for our Parts Coalition. She did a lot of work, advocacy to get policies in order, to advocate for the youth, for all the services that we're able to provide. She was 100% committed to Sun Street Centers. She did everything that she could till the last day, just as she retired from City Council. She retired practically the week before she passed with Sun Street Centers too. And today we have our new manager for South County that, had the pleasure of working alongside with Dee, and, she has some big shoes to fill, but she's doing an amazing job too. And I'm glad she was able to come here today. We also have another of her coworkers, manager from Selena's site. And so I'm just happy that we are able to recognize Dee, and we're definitely going to continue her legacy and continue the work that she started and left for us to continue working on, because she was a very strong advocate. Even when she was in the hospital, she reminded Anna and I, like, we have to continue this work. We can't forget this. We can't forget that. And we'll definitely continue that. So thank you so much for commemorating her this way.
Thank you all for giving us the space to memorialize an incredible woman and an advocate for Southern Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, we did have one more resolution to be presented. This is a resolution honoring the County of Monterey's employees for their steadfast commitment and dedication to public service, because it is Employee Appreciation Month. So I think we have to pass this to our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, and our HR Director, Irma Ramirez-Bao.
And Irma will join me at the podium. We are going to go ahead and do just a brief presentation and brief statements for our employees, our county employees. Let me begin by stating on March 3rd of 2023 will be National Employee Appreciation Day. And quite frankly, for all of our employees in the County of Monterey, we should do this every day. There should be celebrated every day for the work that they've done and that they continue to do on behalf of the County of Monterey. This is an opportunity for us to celebrate you and also thank you. And so, our employees are so unique because we get to be not only constituents, but also customers, clients, patients, service recipients, and also members of our military family. And we are committed, both Irma and I have discussed this quite a bit. We are committing to creating a culture of recognition and thank you to all of the folks that work for the County of Monterey. And this resolution is just one thank you of many that we hope to provide, and we hope that you receive. I do want to share that we see you. We see you as support staff. We see you as dispatchers. We see the officers. We see the correctional facility workers. We see all those attorneys that represent many of our constituents in criminal cases and also as dependency individuals, but also all of you analysts and finance workers that are throughout all the departments within the County of Monterey. We just want you to know that we do see you. And I know that there's so many more individuals, our road crews, and also our elections workers and all of our analysts. But just know that we are so appreciative for the work that you do and the representation that you do on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, but also on behalf of the County Administrative Office and every director that has the honor of working alongside you. And our departments, there's over 20 departments within the County of Monterey, and it's our administrative staff, our ag commissioner staff, assessor recorder, and also auditor controller, child support, civil rights, and so many more, county council, district attorney, our emergency service folks, our health department, social services, and housing employees that work on permits as well. Our human resources staff, our information technology folks, our military and veteran service officers, and also the Natividad Medical Center and our Office of Emergency Services and our Department of Emergency Management, probation, public defender, Public Works, Recorder, County Clerk, Sheriff's Office, and the Treasurer, Tax Collector. Please know that we do see you and we're so grateful for the work that you do. And this is I also want to encourage our directors to just take the time and thank your employees every day. It could be a card, it could be a snack, it could be a Girl Scout cookie. They're all over the place right now. But just something to let everybody know how much we appreciate them, because quite frankly, we wouldn't be able to do our jobs without them. And they're behind the scenes and going through family issues, and they come to work and they work alongside us. And many of them are experiencing things we have no idea about, but they still show up and they represent the best of us. So with that, I'd like Irma to please read the resolution. And again, my sincerest thank you to everybody in the County of Monterey.
Thank you so much, Sonia. So I also want to echo the fact that, our employees, our county employees are the backbone of the organization. Without the work that you all do, we wouldn't be providing the best service that we do to our community. So thank you all. So March 3rd does mark the day, which is this Friday, National Employee Appreciation Day. So I'm going to read the resolution, and I will have this displayed in the CAO's office. We will put it on our county website for all employees to be able to read and take a look at it. But this is what it says. Whereas the County of Monterey is proud to join employers around the nation in officially celebrating and proclaiming Friday, March 3rd, 2023 as National Employee Appreciation Day. Whereas the county, over 5,000 employees provide essential services to create healthy, safe, and vibrant community, to foster conditions for economic growth, and to improve residents' quality of life. And whereas the county employees work to maintain and strengthen the infrastructure to preserve the natural beauty of the county's environment. And whereas the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey expresses appreciation to all the county's diverse employees for their steadfast commitment and dedication in providing exemplary service to the county over 438,000 residents. And whereas March 3rd, 2023 is dedicated in recognizing and honoring the county employees for outstanding contributions that they make to enrich and enhance the quality of life of our diverse constituents and community at large. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims March 3rd, 2023 as National Employee Appreciation Day, and encourages all department heads to support National Employee Appreciation Day by recognizing the outstanding service of employees within their department.
Can we give a round of applause to all our employees? Thank you very much. And I know Irma's team and our communications team, we're going to be doing some things on social media and to really try to express our gratitude to all our dedicated county family. Okay, moving on. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the volunteers who helped us earlier. Their names from the CAO's office, Claudia, Mitzi, and Karina. Thank you. I didn't have your names earlier, but we want to thank you for helping us. Going to appointments, items number 13 through. We did already. Yeah. We did at the beginning. Appointments, items 13 through 16. Anybody want to pull any, speak on any public comments on appointments? Do I have a motion?
I'll move approval of the appointments.
Second.
Moved by Adams, seconded by Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Now going to consent calendar, item number 17 on the agenda, but these are consent items 32 through 53. Do any colleagues want to pull any?
I just want to make a quick comment.
Okay, on what number?
I don't have the number, but it's the contract on Step Up.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. And then we'll go to other.
I just want to thank staff for working to get that back to us so quickly. I think it's a big part of how we address the challenges we see in our community around homelessness, and the fact that it's not just a contract for a single part of our county, but is really addressing a holistic view. I'm greatly appreciative. So I wanted to thank staff for bringing that forward as quickly as they did.
Thank you. Anyone else? I just want to make quick comments on number 37. That's our Farm Work Resource Center. I want to acknowledge that work by Supervisor Lopez and getting almost $1 million to get that going. So thank you to our staff for moving quickly to get that going. On item number 40 was 1.6 million, providing permanent supportive housing for services for 2 project home keys in Salinas and in King City. I just wanted to acknowledge our Department of Social Services because that shows that the county is partnering with these 2 efforts that are being led by those 2 cities. So I want to really thank our staff, and it shows the partnerships that we have in addressing homelessness. Those are my only 2 comments. Any comments from the public on any consent items? Yes, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Captain Haggy. I'm from Fort Lake Fire Department and Emergency Services. I'm here in support of the agenda item number 39, and also to answer any questions you may have regarding that. This agreement will expand our capabilities to provide services to the South Monterey County going off installation. This will be a historical event. This is the first for the Joint Army and Air Force protocols being offered outside to the civilian population. And if you guys do approve the item number 39, I wouldn't mind a quick picture too at the end. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay, number 39, we got a request for a photo after that vote. This is for consent items, and we're still not at public comments yet. Consent items. See no others. Can we have a motion to approve items 32 through 53?
So moved.
Moved by Lopez.
Second.
Seconded by Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Can we do, he's been waiting patiently. You want to take a photo for item 39 now that it's been approved?
Let's do it.
Can we do that? Okay, thank you.
All of us.
One take photo, yeah. What should our command? Colonel Lamb left early. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, I think now we're on public comments. This is item 18. These are opportunity for the public to speak on any items not on today's agenda, and we'll give you 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
I've been on Social Security in this county since 2006, and I've been trying to secure low-income housing since 2008. And I keep getting passed up by county employees because of family members and friends of people who are supposed to be running these programs for those with mental, physical, and health disabilities. I don't understand how someone like me, an African American with diabetes, mental disabilities, and kidney failure, end-stage renal failure, hasn't received any housing or housing voucher for programs that are supposed to be doing exactly that, like Project Room Key, a whole person care, the housing authority, who hasn't done one single thing to help me get off the streets. The pandemic has opened up possibilities for people who work in the fields and people who have children, knowing the system will support them and take care of them while they're hiding their under the table and cash incomes. It's not right that the social workers for programs for whole person care, Dorothy's Place, CSUMB SHE program, pick up and choose when their job is for their clients and not about them getting hours. I can't risk not getting in-home dialysis because I have no home, or risk getting a peritoneal infection because I have no sterile environment in a shelter. I'm at serious risk and I need help now, and I have no coverage. I'm not being represented by anyone in this county. My mother has worked for the health department for 22 years. Not once has she abused her position here in the county. to help me because we're trying to do things right. We're trying to wait our turn. We're trying to do things as we are told, but we have that nothing has happened. We keep getting passed up. That's it.
Thank you very much. And if you're willing to share your contact information, we will follow up with you, sir. And this is CAO, Sonia De La Rosa. So we can get your information. We'll have staff follow up with you. Next person. Thank you. 2 minutes.
I'm Levon Stone. I'm the Executive Director of the Fort Ord Environmental Justice Network, and most of you know that. I expect that's the reason why I'm always passed over when these things happen. I am a woman. I'm an African-American woman. I have been a county commissioner for 11 years, unpaid. I'm one of the unpaid county employees, unrecognized county employees. I represent the low income, the disadvantaged, and those people who need help that come to me like this young man right here. And I try to bring it before the board or bring it before these different commissioners, and nothing is happening. And for that reason, I'm still being pushed to the back of the bus. This is supposed to be Black History Month, and I don't see anything that's happening. The Board of Supervisors are supposed to recognize everybody, no matter what race, creed, or color. I don't see that happening. I had a ceremony over in when we got our resolution. This is our 23rd anniversary here in February 16th. And thank God for Supervisor Jane Parker, because she at least tried to work with those that needed help. You know, it's a shame that I have to get up here and listen to the thing on women, and I'm sitting right there and nobody is acting as though I'm here. I'm just this invisible female. I have worked all over the county. I have represented the county of Monterey with the Agency of Toxic Substance Disease Registry, the Board of Scientific Counselors, and the Center for Disease Control. I was at the first Senate hearing invited there by Hillary Clinton on environmental justice, and nothing is happening. I've been to the Pentagon in the office of the highest civilian in the land. I know I hear the thing going on, but they never went on for all this other stuff that happened while we sat there silently waiting when public comment should have been at the beginning of this meeting here.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else who would like to speak on any items on today's agenda?
Hello, my name is Abra Tuckerman. I've been a volunteer with Sun Street Centers. And many, many years ago, we started the social host ordinance, which has been approved in the city of Pacific Grove, Salinas, and King City. Monterey County approved the social host ordinance, and we're still waiting for it to be enacted. It's in a holding somewhere. And I urge the Board of Supervisors to resurrect it and bring it forward, because there are cities waiting for your resolution in order to enact theirs. And the social host ordinance discourages people from having teenagers have unsupervised parties in unoccupied homes or occupied homes. And that will help prevent some of the fentanyl poisoning that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in chambers? Comments on today's agenda? We have one speaker online.
Yeah.
Okay. Go to that person, 2 minutes.
My name is Nina Beatty. The county's Ukraine ordinance censors history and reality. 9 years ago, February 2014, the U.S., through a violent coup d'etat, installed its regime in Ukraine. That illegal government began killing Ukrainian people, dissidents, journalists, Jews, ethnic Russians, and those who opposed the regime, especially in eastern Ukraine, shelling residential neighborhoods. Where was Monterey County with a condemnation in 2014? By December 2021, Kiev forces had killed 14,000 people, including children. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands fled Ukraine. In December 2021, Russia sent 2 draft security treaties to the U.S., including guarantees given by President Reagan. not to expand NATO further east toward Russia. The White House took no action. In January last year, the Ukraine military massed 60 to 100,000 troops for an imminent assault on eastern Ukraine on Russia's borders and escalated their bombardment of those communities. The U.S. took no action on the humanitarian and security crisis. Under United Nations Article 51, the concept of preemptive collective self-defense and the imminent threat to Russia and the eastern Ukraine region, Russia launched a special military operation to free eastern Ukraine from this threat and to denazify and demilitarize the country. It would have ended quickly, except the U.S. and NATO began pouring in massive amounts of arms and equipment. Then the U.S. and Norway blew up the Nord Stream pipelines exposed by Seymour Hersh, the reporter. And the U.S. is also giving coordinates to HIMARS strikes on towns and cities exposed by the Washington Post. And Germany and French officials have publicly stated they're at war with Russia. The resolution directly harms the citizens of Ukraine and worsens this crisis, setting us closer to nuclear war and farther away from peace. It's silent on U.S. and NATO actions, the genocide by the Kiev government against fellow Ukrainians, the Minsk sham by Ukraine, France, and Germany, and you did not have problems before.
Mute it. Okay, thank you very much. Your time was up. Anyone else online? Last call. Seeing none, we're going to close public comment for items not on today's agenda. We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors and quickly try to go through these special districts. We're going to go to the Baranda Sanitation District, call that meeting in order. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all directors are present and in person.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Any comments from the public for items on this agenda? For items not on this agenda? See none, we'll go to consent calendar. We have 1A and B. If we have a motion.
Move approval of the consent calendar for the Baranda County Sanitation District.
Second that motion.
Moved by Adams, second by Church. Any comments from the public on this consent agenda? See none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We will adjourn the Baranda Sanitation District meeting. We will now call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll.
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Any public comments for items not on this agenda? See none, we have a consent calendar. We'll go to that first. Item number 2. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Lopez, second by Askew. Any public comments for the consent calendar, item number 2? See none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? A motion carries unanimously. Now, this is a scheduled item, but it's scheduled for half an hour. So I wanted to ask my colleagues, did we want to take this on or bring this back after lunch? How long will your presentation?
I expect this will take a while.
The presentation itself is probably 15 minutes, 20 minutes at the most. It'd be just questions afterwards, probably.
Yeah, and there might be a lot of questions. Maybe we wait till after lunch.
Okay.
Right. The only thing I'm concerned about is if we're inconveniencing, a number of people. And if your time allows you to come back and do the presentation after lunch.
1:30?
We're here to serve. No worries.
So let's bring this item at 1:30 will be the first item when we reconvene. Apologies for that.
Thank you.
We will recess this meeting and bring this item back up at 1:30. We have 2 items for our morning calendar. One is on the appointing 2 members of that to join the ad hoc to evaluate oversight options for the office of the sheriff. This seems like one we could take up briefly. Okay, yes. Okay, so let's go to that one. Susan Blitch, County Counsel, to present briefly on this item. And I see our sheriff has stayed for this item as well.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Susan Blitch, Chief Assistant County Counsel. As you may recall, there was a presentation on various options for sheriff undersight under Assembly Bill 1185, and the board direction was to return for the selection of 2 supervisors to serve on the ad hoc committee to evaluate the various models under AB 1185. And with that, I know Sheriff Nieto has stuck around, and if the board would like any comments from her, she's available as well.
Yeah, maybe she just wants to address this.
Good morning, Sheriff Tina Nieto, and thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the board. As you select the two members for the ad hoc committee, I just want to remind you that, I hope that you would be selecting people that would be very neutral on prior comments about policing, not policing. We're in the middle of budget season, and so I'm also going to be coming back to the board to ask for budget items to look at our agency to fix some of the problems that I know that do exist with the Sheriff's Department. Very aware of them. I'll be trying to speak to you guys separately so I don't violate any Brown Act things regarding some of the issues that I'm seeing coming in now as the sheriff. So as you select these people also, I just want to say one of the things that the ad hoc committee is going to look at is where the money's come from. I hope that you wouldn't be taking it from the Sheriff's Department or Sheriff's Office, because I'm going to be asking for money to fix some of the things that we already know exist with the Sheriff's Office. So as we move forward, we can become the best Sheriff's Office, not only in the state, but in the nation. Lastly, I just want to add, whatever decision you make, I actually support more of an Inspector General model, because as we move forward, this is something new for our county at least. And I think it's just easier to work with a smaller group of people than a larger group of people as we work to know each other and discuss the issues moving forward with our Sheriff's Office to make it better. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sheriff. And I'll bring it to my colleagues. I know this is kind of limited in scope because the legislation only really allowed for two options: a citizens committee or the inspector general option. And then there's a third option, which is what Santa Cruz is doing, a kind of a little outside of that scope, and having a what they're calling an auditor or an independent auditor. So I think those are the three options that really got to look and flesh out. And so this is just asking to appoint two supervisors to be able to work with the sheriff and kind of provide that information, and it will come back to this body for a public discussion. Supervisor Askew, do you want to? This was your referral, so maybe you go first.
Thank you. And this was something that is new legislation. And Sheriff Nieto, I think can't see you. We are all looking forward, I think, to hearing your assessment and recommendations about what needs to happen within the department and the office of the sheriff. So the need for this may look different now than it did when it was first brought forward. But I would be interested in serving on the ad hoc committee with whoever else is interested, so that we can work with county council to, and of course, the advice of the sheriff to bring back some options for consideration by the board.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak on this? Supervisor Church.
I would be interested as well.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak on this? Okay.
I make a motion to appoint Supervisors Root Askew and Supervisor Church to the ad hoc committee.
I'll second that.
I'm good with that as well. And now any public comments from the public on these two nominated appointees? Okay, seeing none, we will then call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Look forward to hearing that back. Not too far down the road. Okay, this next item is conduct a public hearing on considering adoption of a resolution on the Monterey County fee schedule. I hope we could do this quickly. And this goes to Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief of Environmental Health, and then Marnie Flagg, Health Program Coordinator.
Good morning, Chair Aleo and members of the board. I'm Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Director of Environmental Health. I'm here today with Nikki Fowler, our Supervising Environmental Health Specialist for our land use team, also known as our Environmental Health Review Services, and Marnie Flagg, our Health Program Coordinator. We are here to present our annual fee adjustment. Environmental Health conducted a fee study analysis in 2022, and we're here today to present the resulting recommendations of that study. At this time, I will turn it over to Nikki Fowler and Marnie Flagg.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Chair Alejo and members of the board. As Rick so kindly mentioned, my name is Nikki Fowler, and I'm the Program Supervisor of the Land Use Program in Environmental Health. We're here before you to present two items today. First, to conduct a public hearing to consider and request approval of an increase to environmental health land use fees. And second, to request approval of proposed changes to environmental health permit and services fees. Back in 2017, Environmental Health restructured its land use permit review fees by consolidating 88 individual line items, each with a unique fee value, into 5 basic types that reflect the complexity of review required. Our office still notes the various kinds of permit applications that are referred from Housing and Community Development to assess whether each specific kind of application is appropriately classified or should be moved from one type to another. Our fees also distinguish between development applications that will receive water and wastewater services from municipal utilities versus on-site utilities, such as private wells, small water systems, and on-site septic systems, because on-site utilities require more extensive evaluation before approval can be granted. Please keep in mind that our Bureau's land use fees have not changed since 2019, despite annual changes to the Bureau's approved hourly rate. The land use fees proposed today were derived by evaluating all staff time allocated to individual projects between 2019 and 2021, including general services associated with the administration of the program. Over 1,800 records were included in the time task analysis. The analysis confirmed that current fees do not adequately recover costs associated with staff time to review those project applications, including overhead costs such as customer service inquiries. Aiming to keep land use fees low for the public, historically, Environmental Health's land use program has relied disproportionately on general fund contributions, or GFC, to float the program, as compared to the Bureau's other self-sustaining programs. It's projected that 41% of the Bureau's GFC for fiscal year 23-24 will be directed to land use. We're requesting that land use fees be adjusted to provide for consistent cost recovery. It's important to bring land use fees to parity with other programs, which will provide a far more self-sufficient program and reduce reliance on outside funding sources to maintain the same level of service. We also recommend reclassifying several kinds of applications based on the findings of the fee analysis. Applications to construct ground mount solar and residential swimming pools are proposed to be downgraded from a type 2 to a type 1. These two varieties of applications represented over 20% of the type 2 minor plan review applications received during the 3-year fee period, analysis period. The fees collected for these two permit types will still go down despite the overarching fee increase proposed to the Environmental Health Bureau's land use fees. At this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Marnie Flagg, who will address the second item under consideration today, which is the remainder of the Environmental Health Article I.E permit and services fee changes.
Thank you, Nikki. As the health program coordinator, I am tasked with the program-wide quality assurance, and I will be presenting to you our request for the fee increase for environmental health programs and services. These program services are consumer health protection, hazardous materials management, drinking water protection, including wells, recycling, solid waste diversion, environmental health cannabis management, and land use. On this slide, you can see the multitude of sub-programs that these services cover. Environmental health is responsible for health permits, plan reviews, inspections, outreach, education, and enforcement through rigorous oversight and regulation of the mentioned programs. In 2016, Environmental Health contracted with MGT Consulting to conduct a fee study analysis. As a result, a recommendation was made to increase fees by 14%. This 14% increase was broken up over several years, which did not allow any opportunity for the increase to keep in pace with increasing costs. Environmental Health annually requests a fee adjustment to the Article IE permit and services fee schedule to help capture some, but not all, of the costs of operations. Local costs, business costs, and the cost of living have all increased significantly. However, permit fees have only increased marginally, on average less than 4%, resulting in greater reliance for general fund contributions. In 2022, Environmental Health again consulted with MGT Consulting to conduct a fee study analysis based on the 2020-21 fiscal year actual budget, and the firm also looked at the current year's budget of 21-22. As you might recall, in response to the financial impacts on businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic, permit payment alternatives were offered. Utilizing the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding, we utilized payment plan schedules. The ARPA funds are no longer available to offset costs. However, environmental health continues to offer payment plans at zero cost to the public as a payment option. The results of the 2022 fee analysis recommended a 15% increase in fees. The proposed 15% across the board increase will more closely reflect, but not exceed, the actual and reasonable costs of services provided to the public. Adoption of these proposed fees will contribute to the self-sufficiency of the Environmental Health Bureau programs and services. However, the fee increase will not fully cover costs and services and benefits and may still result in the need for additional future general fund contributions for those services to remain at fiscal year 2022-23 staffing levels. In closing, the Environmental Health Bureau is conducting a hearing to adopt a resolution to amend Section 5 of Article IE of the Monterey County Fee Resolution to adjust fees for the Land Use Division, which reviews and processes applications for construction and land use permits and entitlements for the Environmental Health Bureau. And we also ask the board to approve proposed changes to the environmental health permit and services fees. This concludes our presentation. We are available to answer any questions. In the audience and on Zoom, we have representatives from MGT Consulting, Ruben Rivas, and Carla Tinajero, our finance manager, as well as Rick Encarnacion, our director, available for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Flagg. Any questions from our colleagues? Supervisor Askew.
I do have a couple questions, and I'm sorry we had intended to reach out yesterday to get some clarification. But the way that this is worded, the A item, it speaks to land use and construction permits and entitlements. But the attachment that's in the redlined attachment that's on the board item shows that there's the 2022-2023 fees, a red line for 23-24 fees, and then an other proposed fee value. So I guess I'm not clear looking at what's provided, what's actually being recommended. And the other thing that was, I think maybe just not as clear as it could have been in the agendized item is that we're not only talking about increasing the fee for land use, construction permits and entitlements, but we're also talking about increasing fees across the board. And that really didn't come out in what I read. It was clear in what you've just stated and what the recommendation was listed on the last slide, but that was not clear when I was reading the staff report. So can you just clarify what's attached within the staff report and what we're talking about? And then I would just ask my colleagues if everyone else was clear that I just want to make sure the public isn't surprised. This is a public hearing. This would be the public's opportunity to express their thoughts or share their opinions with us about this. And I want to make sure that how we agendized it is accurate enough and that people knew that this was their opportunity to provide us with that feedback.
Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Director of Environmental Health. For clarification, so the two items that you see before you, one is for our fees that are part of the land use scheme, fees that usually go with health, that are with the Housing and Community Development Plan, planning permits. And in the past, those have been required to have public hearings. So this part is with, the public hearing part, the land use fees, Nikki's program, Nikki Fowler's program, which is environmental health fees. The spreadsheet before you with the red lines, all of the fees those are all environmental health fees. So in the past, environmental health has gone with HCD to present our own fees. So right now we're presenting our own environmental health fees, but that part that's related to land use has to have a public hearing. So the public hearing part is with our land use fees, which is environmental health fees. I know it's a little confusing, but it's in all environmental health. So the spreadsheet before you of our Article IE has all of our environmental health fees, which includes the land use fees.
Okay, and in that chart, there's 3 columns. So there's a column that speaks to the 2022, 2023 fees. There's a second column that speaks to 23, 24 Article IE fees, which are all redlined. And then there's an additional column that says other proposed fee value. Rick, I can
Okay, go.
Through the chair, this is Nikki Fowler, Environmental Health. Great question. So the column in the middle that's labeled 2023 Article IE assumes that the prior fee value just received a straight 15% increase in line with the remainder of the environmental health fees throughout this article. However, based on the individual fee analysis that we did over those 1,800 applications, we came up with the alternate proposed fee value just for the land use fees. So type 1, 2, 3, and 4, the land use fees are proposed to increase beyond 15%. So if we were just to apply the 15% increase across the board to those land use fees in section 5, that would be the middle column. If you were to approve the fee value that I'm recommending today, that we're recommending today, based on the individual fee analysis, that would be the third column, other proposed fee value.
So the recommendation, you're saying that would be an additional, so like I'm looking at, I don't know, the item that says conventional construction permit, and the other proposed fee is actually less than what was in the second column. But what I heard you saying is that you needed an increased fee for some of the land use related items.
Yes, I think you might be looking at section 3, which is the on-site wastewater treatment systems.
Section 3, yeah.
Section 3, okay. So that's a different section. That is a standard environmental health fee for on-site wastewater systems. That did have an additional modification. They broadly did the 15% increase, but we found as part of a fee analysis that there was we should have been splitting those more evenly across. They were split 50-50, and they should have been more of a 30%, 70% for on-site systems. Okay, let me explain that a little bit better. A complete system is comprised of 2 components. A septic system has a tank and a dispersal field. And so the permit associated with the tank on its own is pretty straightforward. There's not a lot of individual site-specific analysis that has to be completed there, whereas a dispersal system is a much more complex site-specific component that requires individual site-specific analysis. And so rather than splitting those fees 50-50, for the tank and the dispersal field, the complete system fee, it's more of a 30-70 split between those two. So speaking specifically on the sanitation side.
All right, we want to keep this going? We're good? County Council, you want to add anything here?
I was just going to piggyback on Rick's comment as far as the land use related fees pursuant to government code section that I can't rattle off. They do require a noticed public hearing, and then if the board adopts, they're effective 60 days later. So I think what environmental health did was separate those land use related fees so that it was properly noticed. And then along with that, you're bringing other non-land use related fees.
All right. CAO De La Rosa.
Just a quick question, and I know Elsa replied to me as well, but with these increases, is there a particular industry that's going to be impacted the most that perhaps we need to have workshops with to inform them of these increases and their concerns? I'm just wondering because of the 15% increase.
Through the chair. Thank you, CEO, for the question. Our services for environmental health have continued even throughout the COVID period. With respects to the most impacted type of permit, we work closely with many industries. Food industry, which, like we've mentioned, when we had the ARPA funding, we provided that as an alternative to pay their permit fees. We have not done specifically any analysis to see which one would be most impacted, but we have in the past and will continue to go forward our local small water program, which we more closely apply as in more of a public health information program to allow people to know what they're drinking. So we do intend to reach out more to local public small water systems, as well as our drinking water program in general.
All right, anyone else? Supervisor Church.
Yes, I'm, generally in favor of the proposals here, with one exception, and it isn't on the increasing. It's on section 6, as you kind of make reference here to the small water systems. I know we're trying to handle the cost the best we can on each one of these systems. I'm pretty familiar with how they operate. I operated one of these systems for as a manager for quite some time, one of the bigger ones. But when I look at our fee schedule, which I'll touch upon the 3 systems here just for the benefit of the board and the public, is there's the local systems that are a 2 to 4 connections, and then there's the small systems of 5 to 14, and then there's the community water systems of 15 to 199. And I know the 2 to 14 are the ones that are directly controlled here by the county. We set the regulations, do the enforcement. On the 15 to 199, we're basically administrating state law onto there. My concern is that, well, first of all, there's about 1,000 of these the smaller systems and about 160 of the larger ones in the county. The bulk of them are in my district. Many of them are in underserved and disadvantaged communities. And so when I look at the way the fee schedule is, I'm concerned about some equity out of here. I know as I look at for the 2 to 4 systems, they're paying about $115 a connection. And then when I look at the 5 to 14, the range is $155 to $65 for connection. And when I look at the systems from 15 to 199, the range is even broader. It's from $16 a connection up to $135. So I know it's difficult to find a balance in doing all this, but I would support this we're going forward on this, but taking that section 6 out, seeing if we can't develop a more equitable process in here for a lot of these smaller systems, so they're not being burdened quite a bit. Because if you're paying $155 for a connection, that's maybe 3 months of a water bill, a normal water bill, while $16 may be a week. So there's, I'm just afraid we're putting a burden on some of these. And I'd like this to, maybe see if we could take a look at that, come back with something a little bit different.
Okay, anyone else? Supervisor Lopez.
So just on that question, I know I had a similar concern in the past, and what I was told then was that it's based off of our real experience and what it takes to actually conduct the oversight of that system. Is that still true, and are we in line with that?
Through the chair, yes. Supervisor Lopez, yes, that's true. It is based on time studies and our hourly rate.
Okay.
So Supervisor Church, I totally agree. Trying to ensure that there's a balance between the service and then building some equity into the fees, like equity-based budgeting.
Like may jump back in here, and I understand that. When I look at this again, I see these. You're going from 2 to 4 connections. Just one example. It's $115 a connection roughly, and then when we go to 5, there's a big jump. So, systems with 5 connection suddenly paying a lot more than a system with 4, and then a system with 6 is only up a few dollars more. And I think we can tweak it better here. Is what I'd like us to do is so, I would make a motion to approve this. I don't know if we're ready for it at this point, but I would make a motion to approve this, but set aside section 6 and have it come back with maybe an attempt to make this a little more equitable for the different, for many of the smaller systems.
Anyone else? There's been a motion. County Council because it's a hearing for all the proposals. Can that happen? Is remove one aspect of it and approve the rest at this point in time?
Yeah, that would be fine. And then if it did return on the section 6 items, that would have to be publicly noticed again.
Okay.
And obviously environmental health will have to provide an updated resolution for signature.
And the question I have is your motion for the other proposed fee value or for the article, the second column or the third column? I'm still not clear what the recommendation is.
And what's staff's recommendation?
Through the chair. My recommendation is to approve the article, i.e. with to support our services. Otherwise, we would have to return to modify our fees and ask for more GFC. However, just to further explain the small water system scheme
But I think
method.
we're at a point where I think we're just trying to decide, can we approve staff recommendation and then just bring back the concerns so we could have a lengthier discussion?
May I interject?
Yes.
Sorry, Chair Alejo. I believe that we can do a motion that section 6 is our fees that are separate from the noticed fees of land use. So we can bring those back independently at a later date without having to notice them. And so we can separate Nikki's and approve the other ones and then do the section 6 on its own independently if you want to separate that out, and it would
Okay.
be something that we can do.
Okay, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Please forgive me, but I think that at this end of the podium, at any rate, I think that there is some confusion. And I'm feeling a little uncomfortable about approving any of it at this point. I think, at least speaking for myself, I am a little unclear, not just on the section 6 side of things, but on the land use side as well. So as I'm looking at the red line, portion that I have up. So I just wonder if maybe we could ask to bring this back at a later date when we have maybe a bit more time so that we can really understand exactly what it is that we're looking at, if that would be a possibility. I'm sorry, Supervisor Church, because I know you have a motion on the floor. And I guess I would like to make a substitute motion, and that substitute motion would be for us to postpone making a motion, approving this at this point, schedule another public hearing on this in the very near future, during which time we will have an opportunity to really get a better understanding of exactly what it is that you're proposing, because it has left a couple of us, at any rate, somewhat confused. So that would be my motion. And I see our Director of Health is attempting to stand. I don't know if she's.
Is there a second, or otherwise we'll go back to the original motion?
I'll second the motion. I think it's important that we're clear with the public as well as us what the staff recommendation is. And at this point, I'm still not clear what the staff recommendation is, because I've heard
we could take a vote on
the
the.
proposed fee value and that it's the second column. So I'm not clear which one I'm looking at.
Okay.
So I would want to, if we're going to go that way, if I would want to make a friendly amendment to that. And that would be to, if we're going to come back to, perhaps with something on the small water systems fee schedule.
Well, agreed.
An alternative if possible.
Well, it's either postpone the whole thing. That's the alternate substitute motion. If that fails, then we'll go back to your original motion and we can move forward on staff's recommendation, accept everything but the small water system.
My motion was to approve the fees. So they're a little bit different that way. I'm just saying this motion is to go through. If it's accepted as an amendment, if this comes back, I would like, see another option here for this section 6.
Okay. So
if I can interject too, if this motion is successful, if you continue it to a date certain, you won't have to renotice if staff is willing to throw out a date.
Just so my colleagues know, I'm ready to move forward today with the staff recommendation that we can, and just bring back that smaller piece that Supervisor Church had concerns about. Supervisor Lopez?
I'm in the same boat. I'm ready to move on all of it today.
Okay.
personally.
Let's go with the substitute motion first. That would be tabling this item for a date certain.
If I could just get clarification, I'm happy to support the fee changes. I just need to know what's being recommended. That's the question that I don't have an answer to yet.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon. Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. So before you have 2 requests. One is the hearing for the land use fees that Nikki Fowler presented. Staff's recommendation is that you propose the fees in the other column, which help to capture the 3rd column for those land use fees, which help to capture our cost, but doesn't exceed our cost of delivering those services. And for some of those, it is greater than the 15%. The second request is that you approve all the rest of our environmental health fees, which do present a 15% increase for those fees. And that's, aside from the land use, the middle column.
That's what I was, that was not clear in front of me. So if that's the motion that you made, plan to support that. Just clarified, then I'll vote no to the second motion. I would just needed that clarification.
Unless Supervisor wants to withdraw her motion, then we'll just go to the substitute.
I will be happy to withdraw my motion.
Okay, all right, let's go to the original motion. Supervisor Church, and there was a motion made, second.
I made the motion. I don't know if anybody ever seconded.
I'll second.
Oh, did-
Okay, second by Adams this time. So we'll get this part done and then we'll bring back that other piece at a future date and we'll have more time to discuss that component of it. Okay. All those, let's go to comments from the public. Any public comments on this item? Anyone in chambers? Anyone online? Seeing none, we'll close public comments. We'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to that other piece coming back. Thank you very much. We will recess. The Board of Supervisors will come back at 1:30, and we'll take up that item from the Baranda Sanitation District. Mic check 2. Mic 4 check. Mic 5 check. Mic 7 check. Mic 8 check. Mic 10 check. Mic 12 check. Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2. Staff mic 2. Yeah. Which microphone ball was the one that was missing? Oh, you got it? Okay. Podium mic check. That one would be number 2.
Wireless 2.
Wireless. Wireless 1. Clerk mic check.
All right, it is 1:32, so we're gonna get our afternoon meeting going. Is our folks here from the Water Resources? Okay, yes. Okay, we're gonna reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. We're gonna go to our tabled item number 3 on that agenda. This is considering receiving the 2022 August trough groundwater level and 2022 seawater intrusion contour maps. So with us is Tamara Voss, hydrologist, and Nicole Coworth, hydrologist as well. Thank you for accommodating us.
No worries. You're very welcome.
And while we're doing that, Madam Clerk, I forgot to recall the roll, just for the record.
Let the record reflect all directors and all director supervisors are present and in person.
Thank you very much. And we want to do our announcement from our Spanish interpreter again for the afternoon session.
María está aquí para los servicios Atrévete en español.
Thank you very much.
Wake up. Cap, this is somewhat of a complicated question, period.
Okay, or is that somebody else's?
Robert, we can hear you.
Thank you.
All right, we good?
Okay.
Okay.
Ready to go.
All right, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Nicole Kurth, hydrologist at the Water Resource Agency, and I'll be starting this item off. Today's action is to consider receiving the 2022 August trough groundwater level and seawater intrusion contour maps. So for prior board actions, the agency's Basin Management Advisory Committee and Board of Directors received this at their February meetings. These activities can be linked to the agency's strategic plan goals, B7 and E1, which I have listed out here. There's no financial impact on receiving this report, and activities associated with this program are funded by Funds 111 and 116 and are included in each year's budget. So I want to start with a brief background, into some of the agency's data collection efforts. The agency has several groundwater monitoring programs that are aimed at collecting and analyzing groundwater level and water quality data. This includes our monthly August trough and annual groundwater level programs, as well as our coastal water quality program. All of these efforts are ongoing so that we can continue to monitor the health of the basin, evaluate agency projects, and help in developing basin management strategies. So first up is our August 2022 groundwater level contours, starting with what are groundwater level contours? So these are lines on a map that represent an equal line of groundwater levels or elevations relative to average sea level. The shape and spacing of these lines can indicate what the groundwater surface is going to look like. So if the lines are crowded and closer together, such as over here on the left, it's going to indicate a steeper section of the groundwater level surface. We're going to have a stronger gradient, as opposed to if the lines are further apart, such as over here on the right, it's going to be a more gentle slope and that gradient's not going to be as strong. So data collected during the August trough survey is used for our August groundwater elevation contours. This survey occurs on a single day in August, where staff goes out and samples about 143 wells from the coast towards the Chular area. We do consider this survey a snapshot of groundwater level conditions in and around in front of the seawater intrusion front at a time when the aquifers are most stressed from pumping. So first is our 180-foot and east side shallow aquifer set of contours. The red lines here are our 10-foot groundwater elevation contours for 2022. So near the coast, we saw groundwater levels decline by 2 to 4 feet from the 2021 survey. And as such, groundwater levels do remain below sea level at the coast. In the east side, we saw a deepening of the east side trough and in areas just north of Salinas by around 10 feet from that 2021 survey. Towards the southern end of that trough, we saw much smaller declines than this, only by about 2 feet from where they were last year. And then moving up valley, we saw levels decline by about 4 to 12 feet in wells from Salinas towards Chular. Now for the 400-foot and east side deep aquifer static contours, near the coast, we saw declines of 3 to 6 feet in wells near the Salinas River Lagoon, then declines of 10 feet in wells moving towards Castroville, and about 20 to 25 in areas north of the Espinosa Lake area. This does show that groundwater elevations at the coast are somewhere between 20 and 30 feet below sea level. In the east side, we saw a deepening of the east side trough, again, also in areas north of Salinas by about 10 feet. And then moving up valley, we saw levels decline from about 5 to 12 feet from where they were last year. So with that, I'll pass it over to Tam for our seawater intrusion contours.
So good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Tamara Voss, Associate Hydrologist with the Water Resources Agency, and I'll be presenting the seawater intrusion contours from the 2022 data set. So just to start off with, what does seawater intrusion look like? So seawater intrusion is this large area of transition where we're seeing a change in chloride or salts, right? So native groundwater in our 180 and 400-foot aquifers is around 50 milligrams per liter chloride. Seawater is 19,000 milligrams per liter. So anywhere between those two is the transition zone. By definition of Ordinance 3790, we define seawater intrusion as 500 milligrams per liter. So what we look at is we contour a few different concentrations, but the ones that we map for you is the 500 milligrams per liter. So we also have seawater intrusion in the 400-foot aquifer represented by two mechanisms. One is just the general classic lateral movement of seawater through the ground, and the other is the vertical migration from areas that are intruded in the 180 that have moved down into the 400 ahead of the main body of the lateral movement. And so we'll see those later on in the map. So there's two mechanisms that seawater has moved into our aquifers. We collect data twice a year. In June and in August, we sample about 120 agricultural and urban wells. We work with these owners and purveyors and operators. They allow us to come on and sample these wells every year for twice a month. We also sample a small dedicated monitoring network. These are 2 3-inch diameter monitoring wells that the agency owns in various areas in the coastal area. We sample these for an agricultural waiver panel, and we send them to the county's laboratory for analysis, and they are an ELAP certified lab, and they are awesome. Seawater intrusion data, then the lab analysis comes back to us and we work it up in several different geochemical tools. There's a suite of them here on the screen, and if you would like me to get into any of them and bore you to tears with how to interpret them, I'm more than happy to. So along with the data and the chemistry analysis, we look at well construction. So we know where the wells are perforated and what's going on with them. We also look at pumping information. This is from the GEMS program that the agency has. And then, of course, we really closely look at the August trough data that Nicole just presented. And all these things come together for us to say, yes, this makes sense that we're seeing additional seawater intrusion in this area, or no, this doesn't. What's going on here? How do we interpret that? And then with that, I'll show you the first set of contour lines. So this is for the 2022 data set. We contour every year now for y'all. This is the 180-foot aquifer, the 500 milligram chloride lines, and there is no additional advancement in comparison to the 2021 in the 180-foot aquifer. Additionally, we have been asked to add the 250 milligram per liter chloride line to these maps, and that's what's shown in the gray kind of hatched dashed lined areas. So the 250 would be in areas that we would pay attention to as potentially future, of high importance, kind of threatened to look at. And just to also kind of put into perspective, the 500 milligram per liter chloride value, that's 10 times what's native, right? It's also twice what's the drinking water standard, and it's well above what the USDA calls injurious for agricultural, which is 350 milligrams per liter. So once you've hit 500, you're clearly intruded and there are repercussions. This is the 400-foot aquifer. Once again, the 2020 data set as compared to the historical data. The advancement is in the kind of brown, maroon, dark color there. And I've got a close up here that you can see. So where the arrows are pointing to are the areas where we have advancement. So there's advancement occurring there in kind of that middle area near the Salinas River, down in the southern lobe of this large island. And that is the lateral movement. That's the classic typical seawater intrusion mechanism where seawater is moving inland. The large islands out in front, we also saw movement kind of on that southwest or southeast edge. On the very southern lobe had some movement, and what we call the arm that connects what used to be a discrete middle island with the large island also saw movement. To put kind of perspective of it, in the middle area near the Salinas River, that represents 72 additional acres. The southern lobe is 108 acres. In the large island, there's 79 acres of further intruded. And in the arm, both to the top of it and to the bottom of that arm, the north and south kind of edges, is 106 acres for a grand total of 365 additional acres. Now overlying intruded 500 milligram per liter water. Once again, this is the same map showing the 500 milligram lines with the 250 milligram per liter line added to it. And so these are the areas that we are definitely paying attention to. And sadly, we can see kind of out there to the north, a small island that potentially is forming. It's 250 right now. Hopefully it doesn't hit to the 500 threshold, but we are watching that area. My apologies. I'm sorry. So basically, I've moved on to the conclusion. Is there anything you would like me to repeat? Specifically, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll sum it up here in the conclusions, and then if you've got questions, maybe I can pull up a figure again. My apologies. So once again, in the 180-foot aquifer contours, we saw no additional advancement as compared to the 2021 contour. Within the 400 foot aquifer, those contours, we did see additional lateral movement kind of in the middle area, once again near the Salinas River, and in that southern lobe kind of area. And then we saw expansion of the large chloride island that continues and has been expanding over the past few years, and then expansion in the arm, which is what connects what used to be a discrete middle island with the large island as well. And then today's action is to consider receiving the 2022 August trough groundwater levels and the seawater intrusion contour maps.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for all your hard work and
No
bringing
worries.
this to us. Does this happen every year? You come and provide these contour maps in this presentation just so we could monitor the progression of this challenge before?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've been monitoring and collecting this data for years and years and years and years. As you can see, if you look at the maps, you know, the contouring is back in the 40s and the 50s. Seawater intrusion in particular was first documented in 1936, I believe, in the Salinas Valley and in Bulletin. I want to say Bulletin 52. I could be wrong. And we monitor every year. We used to contour every other year. That's changed since about 2019. I think we've moved to annual contouring. And yes, we bring it through the committees, our board of directors, and then on to y'all, the board soups.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate your work and certainly your professionalism and your expertise in this area. I think it's certainly beneficial for the public and for all of us. Let's go to Supervisor Adams. Questions?
I did have a couple of questions. Thank you again for the presentation. I can remember, I think it was about 5 or 6 years ago, when I think it was Howard Franklin who first presented this, at least when I was on the board. And I remembered everybody was shocked at what we were seeing as far as the seawater intrusion goes. As I'm looking at this, I feel like I'm hearing you say that things have abated a bit, that they are not proceeding as badly and as quickly as they had been.
I would say in the 180-foot aquifer, that's the case. There's been no advancement in the past 3 years in the 500 milligram per liter contouring threshold. That doesn't mean that concentrations aren't increasing. They just haven't hit a threshold to add advancement. There's also loss of wells, so loss of data points for us that can confound whether or not, we see everything that's going on in that area. I don't know that I would make that statement towards the 400-foot aquifer. I do think that every year we continue to see advancement, both in the main body, that lateral movement, and in the out in front of it, the mechanism that is vertical migration, where those islands are. The arm has connected and expanded. We do see the potential for one even further to the north. There's a discrete 250, a little bubble, and we're watching that and hoping it doesn't reach the 500 threshold. So about the 180, possibly 400, maybe not quite so strongly stated.
Okay. And then I did have a question. So I feel like, do we look at two different things? One, seawater intrusion, but as well the groundwater level?
Yes, Nicole presented groundwater level. So where our water table is in comparison to mean sea level, or the zero line as we refer to it. And then we look at chemistry data to get the contouring.
So it seems like the groundwater levels, though, have dropped significantly.
Significantly, and that's bad. So that mechanism, groundwater levels decreasing, lowering, we're 20 to 30 feet below the zero line at the coast. That's bad. That allows for ocean water to flow inland, and that is not the direction that naturally it should be flowing. It used to flow out to the ocean. It's reversed and now is being pulled inland.
So I think the question that I would have then is that, from what I hear you telling me, it seems like that would be called seawater intrusion then.
Water intrusion.
But even though the groundwater levels have dropped significantly, it doesn't sound as if the measurements are showing the seawater coming in. Where is it going?
It is. That's those areas that are expanding. Those areas in the brown and the dark maroon color. That's the seawater moving in. And what we see sodium chloride break apart, and we look and we analyze for chloride in the water.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And then I know on the southern edge of the seawater intrusion map, the areas where you had mentioned there are the question marks, and I think there's some up at the very northern end as well. Is there anything being done to start monitoring those particular areas? Because I would think that's serious.
Yeah, so I meant to clarify that. So the gray bands with the black question marks in it are data gaps. So we would have to drill additional monitoring wells or find additional wells in that area. And we have over the years constantly reached out to find additional wells. They have to meet certain criteria before they can be added to the program. You can't just add anything to the program. And so drilling wells is very expensive. It is the gold standard to analyze for chloride. That's the best methodology. But I would suggest that we need to incorporate other methodologies. We are using the ATM data that's the state is flying, the magnetic resonance. There are other geophysical tools that we can use.
Would that have any bearing on the Marina Coast Water District wells? Is that where they are? And would this be showing that in fact they could be at risk? We're just not measuring them?
Yeah, the area where in Marina there's definitely the gray bars with the question marks, and we do not have a data source there. The Marina Coast Water District GSA, I know, has their own suite of how they look at things, and they evaluate on, I believe it's either TDS or conductivity.
Thank you. Thanks for all of this. I think we were in a meeting yesterday, all of us, that was in closed session, but there was a comment that was made that I really took to heart. And that is that when we look at water, we should be looking at the whole county, because all of this matters to all of us. So I thank you so much for the presentation. And I don't know if this augurs well or not so well for us. But I guess I should use the word well reservedly here. Thank you very much.
Great. Anyone else? Any other colleagues? Yes.
Yeah, just a few questions right there. So this was only for the August testing, correct?
Are you talking specifically about the seawater intrusion map?
Yes.
So we test in June and in August. We test twice a year at the exact same 120 wells. And we take a look at that data and then contour it.
And the not the seawater intrusion, but the water
groundwater
depths. That was just for August as well, too.
Yes, sir. We have an annual program, but that wasn't presented together this time.
Okay, that'll be presented another time. That'll cover the testing that's done in the fall.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay. Any explanation for why the area around Espinoza Lake dropped 20 to 25 feet, but I didn't see any active. I mean, it seemed to be a real center of the drop, but it's actually in that area. I didn't see saltwater intrusion coming in right there. It was actually minimal or none. So it seemed rather incongruous, I should say.
Yeah. So you have, your water table drops away first, and then that's pulling seawater in, and it does take time for that to happen. We could, if that excessive pumping in that area continues, we could see seawater make it that far. Yeah.
And the reason, the last question I have, for those gaps where there is no wells,
there's no
testing for well. Why do we have those gaps? It would seem to be better to have things in a straight line going across there.
Yeah, if there were more wells, I'd love it. That'd be awesome. It's just a matter of finding enough good wells, good candidates that meet the requirements, that we know where the wells are perforated. We have a well completion report on record. There is a history of some, data that's been collected so that we can interpolate it, in the rest of it, with the rest of the network. We're always reaching out, trying to find additional wells if new wells have gone in that area. And then to put in our own monitoring wells. I mean, to drill a well is $250,000. It's not a monitoring well is not cheap. Yeah, absolutely. So do we need more data? You're not going to ever have a scientist tell you we don't need more data.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Let's go to Supervisor Lopez and ask if they have any, then we'll go back to you. Sorry, Adams.
Yeah, so quick question. Looking at the data that was presented on depth, I know that subsidence typically is not an issue in Monterey County, but in the areas that we're looking at, seeing those, what I would call significant drops, are there any regions within that map that we would consider to be at risk for subsidence?
I don't believe so. Just based on some of the products the states put out, I haven't seen this area at risk for subsidence. I know in the 2015 contours, so in the last drought, the Espinoza Lake area was also lower than we reported it this year. So I think it's been seen before, but I don't think there's a huge risk for subsidence.
We don't simply have the same type of geology that like over in the Central Valley has. They have a lot of peat, and once you dewater that, it compresses. We have clays. Yeah.
Thank you.
But just on that point, before I go to my other colleague, is on the East Bay, in the Salinas Valley, that's the area, at least at the GSA, where they said that's the area that we have the greatest risk for subsidence, the East Bay subbasin.
Yeah, but I still think it's quite low. I really don't think subsidence is an issue in this area. At least that's not anything I've ever seen DWR put out.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have any questions, but just, the comment and recognition that our basin remains out of balance in terms of the amount that we're pumping versus the amount of water that is recharging it. And this data continues to ring alarm bells every time we receive it. And that, I think that the reality is that we've got a lot of people working on solutions. We've got the GSA, we've got, some folks at Water Resource Agency working hard to figure out, what the science is so that we can make decisions moving forward. But the bottom line is that anything that we do is going to require some regional collaboration and regional agreement. So to the degree that we as a board of supervisors and as a county can continue engaging in good faith discussions about what that looks like, that really is our only path moving forward. So I appreciate the presentation. It's not news that I think anyone wants to hear, but it's also not new news to us. And until we can do something differently from where we sit, this will be the same story that we hear again next year and 5 years from now and 10 years from now with people and businesses severely impacted as a result.
Okay, Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. I did forget to ask one question. Do you, is there any way that we are measuring, or do you have any information on the concern about seawater intruding into, I think it's just simply called the ancient waters, the below the 400 foot aquifer?
Yeah, so that's the deep aquifers. Yeah, so we do monitor what wells exist in the deep aquifers. We do have a network there. None of them are past the threshold of 500 milligrams per liter. The native water quality of the deep aquifers is dramatically different than either the 180 or the 400 foot aquifer water, just a native water quality. It's just different. It's older, it's ancient, it's 30,000 years old. You're not pumping from that aquifer and seeing recharge. It's just old water.
And that is irreplaceable. Is that not correct? It doesn't refill.
It will recharge very, very slowly.
Thank you.
All right. Comments from the public on this presentation? Oh, yes. Let me go to finish public comments and we'll come back to him. Comments from the public in chambers. Anybody online? Seeing none, then we'll go to our county council. Les Gerard.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. I just want to confirm what was said about subsidence in the Salinas Valley groundwater basin. There is none presently. The east side subbasin is the one that we're keeping an eye on. Our GSA's consultant, Montgomery and Associates, is monitoring that situation. And I want to remind the board that the GSA, along with a number of partners, including the Water Resources Agency, is funding a study of the deep aquifers. So hopefully we'll have in the coming years, we'll have much more information about the nature of the deep aquifers and what's going on there. Thank you.
It seems there's a little dispute there because at least in the GSA that we've had more conversations about if there is subsidence anywhere, it's in that east side subbasin. But I think there's more studies being done on that. And anything you want to add on that?
I would say that we are not in disagreement over that. There is no subsidence that is occurring now.
Yes.
The area that would be most likely to watch is the east side subbasin.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Anyone else? So this is just receiving a report, or do we need any action to receive it?
I believe we are seeking an action to receive the report.
So we need just a motion to receive the 2020 August trough groundwater level and 2022 seawater intrusion contour maps.
So moved.
Moved by Lopez, seconded by Askew. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for your presentation.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for all your hard work on this for us. Okay, we're gonna adjourn the
Read out.
Yes, I forgot to read out. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. For today's Board of Supervisors Water Resources Agency closed session item, there's no reportable action. And yesterday, there was a special meeting of the Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors and Board of Directors, and we didn't get a chance to do readout, and there is no reportable action from yesterday's special meeting either.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Now we're going to reconvene the regular Board of Supervisors meeting, and if you could call a roll, clerk, for the record.
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Okay. We already did our Spanish language announcement, so we will go, I believe we are now number 21. Correct. Consider approval of Monterey County's community project funding request for submission to the county's federal legislative delegation for consideration of funding for the fiscal year 2024 appropriations. I believe Annette Diandamo is presenting on this.
Thank you, Chair Alejo. This is Annette Diadamo with the County Administrative Office, and today's staff is presenting recommendations on and requesting direction and approval from the board on Monterey County's community project funding requests. These were formerly known as federal earmarks, and these would be submitted to the county's federal legislative delegation for potential funding through the federal fiscal year 2024 federal appropriations process. So it was recently announced that members of the Senate would have the opportunity to submit these requests. And Senator Padilla's office requested that the county submit these projects to his office by March 3rd, and Senator Feinstein's deadline is March 13th. We're still awaiting direction on the process that the House of Representatives will employ. And we have the county's federal lobbyist, Brent Heverly, on the line. And I'll ask him to comment a little later in this presentation if there's any new information that he's received on that process since we submitted this report. So Brent had provided some general guidelines for the county to consider in choosing which projects to submit so that we could maximize our chances for a successful funding request. And that information, along with a call for projects, was sent to county department heads earlier this month, and it's briefly described within your report. But generally speaking, his recommendations were that the county submit funding requests in the dollar amount between $200,000 and $3 million, that it was important that there be some kind of local or state funding match for the projects, and that the projects be far enough along in their development so that if funding was received, it would be able to be spent down and put to use relatively quickly. So based on that guidance, staff recommends that we resubmit a series of projects that we submitted for funding last year, and those include a $500,000 request to fund the South County Family Justice Center. And this would be to do some building improvements so that sexual assault forensic examinations and domestic violence medical examinations could be conducted at that location for both adult and child victims. I'd also like to note on this project that the county received funding in the amount of $275,000 for this project last fiscal year. That was announced in December, and we are awaiting guidance on how to draw down those funds. The second is a $400,000 request for the Porter Vallejo Mansion. This is the Pajaro Library, and this is for critical infrastructure and building improvements. The third is $500,000 request to provide trail access and amenities at the Salinas Skate Park and BMX pump track. The fourth is a request for $3 million for the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project, also known as CSIP, for well rehabilitation and replacement projects. And I'd just like to note that after this report was published, the Water Resources Agency requested that we add the replacement and rehabilitation of water meters and valves to the activities included within this request, but that the dollar amount remain at the $3 million. Additionally, I'd like to note that CSIP was awarded $900,000 through last year's appropriation process. Again, we were notified of that in December. The project funding was mistakenly awarded to the city of Salinas, so we're in the process of working with Congressman Panetta's office to fix that so that the funding goes to the Water Resources Agency. The fifth project is a $350,000 request for blight removal projects at the former Fort Ord. And then additionally, Public Works Facilities and Parks has requested that the board consider adding 2 additional requests. The first is a $500,000 to $1 million request for artificial turf replacement at Pajaro Park. And the second is a $1.5 million request for sewer system improvements at the Pajaro County Sanitation District. I also was notified by Supervisor Adams' office that Supervisor Adams may want to include a project related to the Carmel River Floodplain Restoration and Environmental Enhancement Project. That's the CR3 project that the board may wish to consider including. So to recap, we're seeking the direction from the board on which projects to submit and approval to submit them. And this would also authorize county staff and Brent Heverly to work with our Senate and House offices on any refinements to the request that they requested from us. So when we go more deeply into discussing these projects with our Senate or House offices, they may ask us to slightly change the request or reduce the dollar amount. And this would help us if we, agreed to do that. It would help improve our chances of actually receiving funding for the project. So we would ask for some authorization to do that work with them. That includes my part of the presentation. I'd like to ask Brent if he has any additional comments, just to clarify the process. And I'd also like to note that we have representatives from each of the county departments that are making these requests, either in chambers or on the Zoom, that are available to your board to answer any specific project related questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you for joining us from the East Coast. If you want to make any comments.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Annette really covered the bases on this. There is not really new information to share yet. I mean, what we're really waiting on, as she mentioned, was the fact that in the House this year, we're going to have a different set of rules for earmarks. We don't know what those rules are yet, but the expectation and the rumors that are floating about is that the House, the parameters for, what qualifies for an earmark will be drastically reduced from what they were last year. So we'll probably end up with a situation where we'll have a much more expansive opportunity in the Senate for different sorts of projects to submit to our two senators. But some of those projects probably won't be eligible for submission to Congressman Panetta and Congresswoman Lofgren. But we don't know exactly what that means yet. The rumors that are floating around is that the House is going to consider earmark requests that are focused more on what you would think of as more traditional infrastructure, roads, water lines, sewer lines, things of that nature. Less so, there's talk that they're not going to consider things like funding for community parks or community facilities, health centers, things of that nature. So we'll have to wait and see, but that's all we know at this point.
All right. Thank you very much. And again, this is a wish list. Our senators or our Congress members could choose any of these or none of them. But we are putting our wish list before them, as one, I think, is due in a few days from now. And the House of Representatives did take a vote a few weeks ago because there was a motion made to not have any earmarks, and then that was voted down 2-1. So I agree with Brent that there may be some earmarks, but it's going to be very limited compared to previous years. Anyone else? Supervisor Lopez.
I'm wondering if the board would support adding San Lucas, a request for $2 million. I think I'm appreciated the conversations we've had with certain agencies, but I don't believe without additional funding that they're going to be willing to move. And so I'd love to see some support for that community and us also appealing for $2 million for that community to help construct their needed infrastructure to finally get them clean water.
I have no problem with that. And any other colleagues' thoughts on that? It's good. Superintendent Church is good at that.
I was going to suggest it as well. I think
it's on our state list. We just trying to add it to our federal list.
Yeah, I mean, it may require us to work with whoever the other agencies are. I think my question was really around. I'll let you finish your comments. Okay. Okay, perfect. Great. So let's add that. The other question I had is in terms of the county coordinating our requests with other jurisdictions. I know Transportation Agency put forward a request for the G12 corridor project, which sort of borders Panetta and Lofgren's district, which would be a road infrastructure project. So I'm not sure if there's a benefit to us adding that to our list or not, but it was, and the Transportation Agency is putting that forward on their list. Staff, Annette, you mentioned the CR Free project that District 5 asked to have included. I would be supportive of that. I think it's, the additional insight in that I had is that, there is a $4 million shortfall and that we need to get that funded so that FEMA will put forward their $29 million that they're holding on to. So if anything we can do to close that funding gap and secure that $29 million FEMA funding, I think is significant. And then the only other one that I had to No, I don't have any others to add. So it sounds like if we have a road projects, we have a water project, we give them a little bit of everything to choose from, maybe we'll get something out of our request. But thank you for the work that you've done to put all this together, both to our staff as well as to our county legislative team. I know it's a lot of work, but it's paid off for us in past cycles. So thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the public on this item? We'll go Supervisor Adams first.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I did want to just flesh out a bit more about the Carmel River Free project and the $3 million request that we're asking to be included as well. We've received more than 15 million for this project in state funding, and we also have the pending FEMA funding to be awarded. But due to the delays by FEMA in completing their environmental compliance, with inflation and addition of the Carmel Area Wastewater District undergrounding for their pipes, the costs increased. So that's why we are needing the additional 3. We recently learned that FEMA is ready, I should say, to award the $29.5 million in September, but we have the shortfall that that Supervisor Rudaski commented on. This is a shovel-ready project, and it is supported by Congressman Panetta, and it has significant state and local matching dollars. So it's a perfect fit for the criteria that exists. And my hope is that my colleagues would agree to go ahead and add that to the list along with San Lucas and the other one that you mentioned as well. I don't think that I question that. I really question whether we should include something that TAMC has already put in. Is there any thought among our colleagues or Brent, maybe?
Supervisor, thanks. Yeah, I mean, what we would do, what we've done in the past is simply provide a letter of support from the county for TAMC's request, as opposed to also making it an official request of the county itself. It's more, in fact, the members require really letters of support from the local government that has jurisdiction over the project. So that would be the county. And we're happy to provide that letter of support to TAMC for their request.
Yeah, and I think keeping the list small is an important thing rather than keep adding more things to it, because it's less likely to get any of the items on that list. Anyone else? Let's go to the members of the public. Any members of the public who would like to comment on this item 21? Anybody online? Okay. We'll go to those two on Zoom, and then we'll write 2 minutes.
Rachel Saunders.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Alejo and Supervisors. My name is Rachel Saunders. I'm the Director of Conservation for Big Sur Land Trust. Thank you, Supervisor Adams, for recommending inclusion of Carmel River Free to the list. There are lots of worthy projects on the list and that have been suggested. CR Free is as you know, a multi-benefit green infrastructure project that would provide significant flood control benefits to the county. And it will also provide trail connectivity that will increase public access for all Monterey County residents, as well as provide a host of ecological benefits. As was mentioned, the project includes the COD undergrounding project of their sewer and effluent pipes, the costs of which have gone up, along with inflation for all the other elements of the project. This is a largely grant-funded project. We're very close to the finish line. We expect that FEMA grant will be coming in, and we're leaving no stone unturned. And so would very much appreciate this project being included on the list. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Anyone else? Okay, seeing that, would you like to make a motion?
I'll go ahead and move that we approve the list as put forward, adding the projects that the supervisors have delineated, which include San Lucas, the CR Free, as well as, was there a third? No, the third was just and send a letter of support giving direction today for the TAMC request as well.
Great. I would love to second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Annette. Thank you, Brent, for hanging in there for us. Okay, we're going to item number 22. This is to nominate one member of the Board of Supervisors to serve on the Hitchcock Road Animal Services Agency Board of Directors, and one member as an alternate for a 4-year term commencing on March 2023. And we have our CAO presenting us. Thank you.
Yes. As you mentioned, this does ask for a nomination for the Hitchcock Road Animal Services Agency Board of Directors. And
This term would begin on 2023 and expire in 2027, March of 2027. The Board of Directors does administer the animal services, which include care, shelter, and services to animals. And this is through a JPA joint powers agreement with between the County of Monterey and the City of Salinas. So what we're asking today is for a nomination from your board for the board member to represent and also the alternate. And then the CAO would be designee. Similarly, the City of Salinas would have an opportunity to have two members as well, one from their council and then a city manager and also an alternate. Your current Animal Services Ad Hoc Committee consists of Supervisor Church from District 2 and then Supervisor Lopez from District 3.
Okay, Supervisor Lopez, you've been serving on there the longest. Would you like to speak on this first?
I'm open to whoever folks think is the appropriate person. I love animals. If that's, I think that's been quite clear. But
it sounds like you're getting a pet too soon, huh?
I hope not. With an 8-week-old in the house.
All right, Supervisor Church, speak on this. You serve on there as well.
That's it's an important issue, on my district, just like it is in District 3. And don't have anything much more to say onto it. Be happy to serve onto it as well.
Well, I think we're looking to you to see who wants to be.
I'm good being the alternate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Other colleagues?
In that case, I'd like to nominate Glenn Church as our primary member and Supervisor Lopez as our alternate member with our CAO as the designee.
County rep. All right. Supervisor Adams, anything on this? Okay, we're good. Any members of the public on this? Anybody on Zoom? Neither? Okay, there's been a motion and a second to have Supervisor Church serve as the primary and Lopez as the alternate and our CAO to serve as the county representative on there. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, and now we're going to item number 23, to nominate one or more county supervisors for the consideration of an appointment to the California Coastal Commission, a position that will be appointed by the Speaker of the State Assembly, Anthony Rendon, and as another option to nominate one or more a mayor or city council member for consideration for the same appointment, and then to direct the clerk of the board to submit the list to the Speaker's office. So we have our CEO presenting on this as well.
We have a presentation that'll provide brief background on this nomination request, and I have County Counsel Lester Ward manning the presentation. So if we can move on to slide 2. And these are for nominations for the California Coastal Commission. And this commission was established through voter initiative in 1972 and made permanent in 1976 through the California Coastal Act. This is in collaboration with the coastal cities and counties and strategizes and regulates the use of land and water in coastal zone. The development activities, which are broadly defined through the act, include construction of buildings, division of land, and activities that change the intensity and use of land and public access to coastal waters, generally requiring a coastal permit from either the coastal commission or the local government. This commission is comprised of 6 locally elected officials and then 6 from the public at large. This does cover a region as well. It is San Mateo, Santa Cruz, and Monterey. On January 17, 2022, we did receive a letter from the Speaker of the Assembly, and he requested nominations from your board and also from the City Selection Committee for appointment to the California Coastal Commission in accordance with Section 3031.2 of the Public Resources Code. Or Public Resource Code. This appointment will fill the vacancy left by Carol Groom, who retired. She was a former San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. And this will complete the remainder of Ms. Groom's term, which expires May of 2025. Pursuant to the code section, the Speaker can appoint one member to the Coastal Commission from the Central Coast region. Again, these are the counties of San Mateo, Santa Cruz, and Monterey. And then the code specifies the nominations must occur within 45 days of receiving the letter. We did receive the letter about January 25th, so that would have given us a little bit more time, but he has requested that we submit the names by March 3rd. Next slide. Now, of note, the City Select Committee is meeting this Friday as well to make a determination on their nominee for the city. There are two options before your board today. One would be to nominate one or more member of county supervisor for consideration of appointment to the Coastal Commission by the Speaker of the Assembly. And the second would be to nominate one or more mayor or city council member for consideration to appointment of the Coastal Commission by the Speaker of the Assembly. However, your board may choose to solely nominate a county supervisor for consideration of appointment and then defer the nomination of the city council member. And that is the end of the presentation.
All right. All right. Looking forward to this conversation. Anybody want to start us off here? Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. So I know this has been a long awaited, everyone was waiting for that letter. We got it. And so it's moving forward. I do understand that Supervisor Adams is very interested. And so I do think it's important that we put your name forward. Thank you for your willingness to serve. It's a huge, huge commitment. I think that it is important that we have representation for our region from an elected official whose values and actions related to land use and coastal access are aligned with the mission of the Coastal Commission. And that in addition to Supervisor Adams, I believe that the other two people that I know are interested and would be well suited to serve would be Marina Mayor Bruce Salgado and Carmel City Council Member Jeff Barron. I think they'd be their actions and voting history shows that they would be willing and capable of upholding the mission and mandate of the Coastal Commission. So I would also like to ask that we include their names for consideration in our actions today.
Other colleagues. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I would just hope that, I have an interest as well, and I know that I've stated that clearly in public. And as we don't know what the speaker is looking for, I agree that we need representation from Monterey County. So I would hope that we could just support putting forward anybody who is interested and let the speaker make that call so that we have the best chance of having representation as we move forward.
And I would just add, Supervisor Anthony, Assembly Speaker Anthony Rodon is a colleague of mine during my tenure in the legislature, one of my close friends on the Latino Legislative Caucus. I would say, from my standpoint, I think it's important to put forward a diversity of names from our county. Monterey County is 70% people of color and growing, 60% are Latino. Monterey County is a coastal county, so I think any of our supervisor colleagues would be well suited to serve on there representing our county. So I would support also adding Supervisor Lopez's district. I hope we can make this unanimous where we could put forward the names and all of us be unanimous behind it. I think that's stronger coming from our county versus sending a divided vote, or the Assembly Speaker hearing that it was a divided vote, or that nominees of color were excluded from that list. I think that would not be a positive message that the speaker would want to hear. But I think there's a way to achieve unanimity and agreement by simply putting forward of qualified names and let the speaker make the decision, which he's going to do anyways. And so that's what I would propose. And I hope that that's a united message is going to be stronger for a Monterey County candidate than a divided one. Supervisor Church.
I'm not interested, first of all. I can support putting everybody forward at this point. I think it gives a choice out of there.
Thank you. Anybody else? Members, we could come back. Members of the public, any members of the public in chambers first, and then we'll go to Zoom. Would like to speak on any potential nominees from this board or from the mayorships or council members. We have somebody walking forward. Thank you. We'll put a couple minutes on there.
So good afternoon, I'm Eloise Shim, and I did read the article in the weekly about this Coastal Commission appointment, and before that time I didn't know anything about the process of appointing it. And I think I recall them saying something about 6 people from the general public at large were also on the commission, and I don't have any way of knowing how myself or anybody else in the general public would be appointed, how they would go about being appointed. So I think that needs to be more transparent. And the other thing that I want to say is that some of these commissions and committees have people that are on a lot of committees and commissions. And I think that's just spreading it too thin, what their responsibility is, and that they should be more democratic and inclusive and let somebody that doesn't have so many commissions and appointments to be appointed and have a nomination.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in chambers? Anyone else on Zoom? No, thank you. But just to answer the public's question, on the Coastal Commission site, if you just put Coastal Commissioners members, there's a page that tells the public there's 12 voting members total, 3 are non-voting members, 6 members are public members, and 6 are local elected officials. Those are appointed by the governor, the Senate Rules Committee, and the Speaker of the Assembly. Each appoints 4 of them. So this is one among the elected officials appointed by Speaker Rendon in particular. It was held, as properly stated by Carol Groom, and San Mateo County for numerous years. I think I hope that the Speaker Rendon would consider now alternating the position to somebody at least from Monterey or Santa Cruz County this time around. Anyone else like to comment on this? All right. Do you want to do 2 separate motions or one motion? What's the will? Any other council members? The supervisor asked, you mentioned 2 council members. Okay. Or do we want to do 2 separate motions for supervisor, another one for
what would be the reason for 2 separate?
It's if we're in agreement. If we want to be unanimous on the supervisors, then we could do a motion there. If we don't agree on the council members, we can do a separate motion and take a separate vote there.
I mean, I'm happy to go with, see if we can just do one motion with everybody.
Good.
But I don't, I don't know what I've heard a lot of input here and what we've been talking about, so.
Yeah, and on the city ones, I don't know who else. For me, I probably abstain from the city ones because I don't know who else the city is going to be considering on Friday.
So then we're not going to have a united vote if we have an abstention?
I don't know. The people that supervisor asked you, I know Bruce Delgado, but I don't know. I don't have enough experience with the other council member to do an informed vote on that.
I know he approached me and I do know him, and I know he's on the Carmel City Council. And I think he would be an excellent nominee as well. And if we do want to ensure that we have, all different types of people, I think he certainly represents the LGBTQ community, and that would be an important person for us to consider.
Well, then I would consider also, I believe Mayor Kimberly Craig was also considering putting her name in for Friday. So then I would add if we could include her as well.
I haven't heard her say that at all, but we could just nominate.
I think more names are better. That's I'm good with.
Frankly, I think it looks better if we are focused, but whatever.
Okay.
I haven't been contacted by the mayor, so I don't want to put I can't support anybody that I know hasn't expressed.
Well, I don't know if the other people have expressed either.
But the cities still have an opportunity to put the candidate forward as well, if I understand. So I don't want to be jumping completely onto all their feet.
Okay, well then I would recommend doing a motion on the supervisors. I think we have agreement there among our 2 colleagues. I'm not going to vote against the other one, but I would just abstain from the other vote.
Well, I'm just kind of following up on your call for unity that we could maybe get a unanimous vote.
On the supervisors. I don't, if I had experience with other colleagues, I would vote for, I don't know. I never interacted or very minimal interaction with to know what the position would be on coastal access and coastal commission issues. The Coastal Commission meets regularly for 2 or 3 days, day-long meetings on very complex quasi-judicial matters. Unless I'm confident that they're going to be able to carry out those duties. I just don't have enough information to vote on at least one of those.
I think that's actually Mr. Rendon's responsibility. You know, our
No,
responsibility.
my vote is
is
my
to
responsibility.
Forward that, you know, have expressed an interest in this. And Wendy and I, Supervisor Rudascu and I certainly have knowledge of two people from the cities and the mayors who have expressed a specific interest.
Which is fine. I mean, that's why you're gonna vote your way, but I can't support the council member. I can support my two colleagues.
Well, maybe we should just vote on everybody individually.
Chair, if I might suggest as your parliamentarian, it might be appropriate for somebody to make a motion either to have a unified vote or a split vote and then take a vote on that and determine what the board is going to do.
I'll move that we take a unified vote.
On all? Or just the supervisors?
A unified vote for both of the supervisors and the city council people together, that it's a single vote.
Then
I'll second that.
I will not vote on that.
I need a little clarification on exactly what that vote would mean. Is that vote for a unified vote means that we will then vote
It
for
depends
all
on,
four, or does it mean that we are putting these four names forward and approving them under
So-
this motion?
if the motion is to have a split vote that passes, you would vote on the supervisors and then you would vote on the city council members. If you vote to have a single vote, then you would have all names considered.
We could do it this way. We have the motions, but it seems just as easy to throw the four names up, have a vote. If it doesn't go through, then we go to a split, but it doesn't really matter. We're going to vote
Yeah,
here anyway.
then if you do all the names, there will be a 4-1. At least for me, I will not vote for it. But I can tell you, and to my pub, I could support both my colleagues if we do a separate motion for them, and I'll abstain on the council member nominations. And it'll still be unanimous, it'll be 4-0, but I'll be documented as an abstention.
Did we have a second on my motion? If
Yes.
we did have a second on the motion. Okay, thank you.
So the motion was to have all? Okay. So then, okay, so the nomination would be not to just do the single motion, but the motion is to nominate the four names put forward. Okay, is all those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
Aye.
I'm a nay. Motion carries 4-1. Thank you. We will move to,
I'll make the second motion that we put forward all four of the names that have been listed today so far.
that's what I was trying to
Let's put the
clarify.
motion to vote on it as a single motion, right? So now I'll make the motion that we,
Just for clarity, can you repeat the council member names?
sure, it would be Supervisor Lopez, it would be Supervisor Adams, Mayor Bruce Delgado from the city of Marina, and City Council Person Jeff Barron from the city of Carmel.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those against? Nay. Motion carries 4-1. Okay, we'll go to item number 24 now, intro and first reading on the revised county ordinance regarding the official county emblem. And we have a presentation by Nick Pasculi, Communications Director, and Sam Bitterwell, our county counsel.
Good afternoon, Chair, Honorable Chair, and Supervisors. Thank you for your time today. I'm excited to bring this before you as it is foundational to a lot of the work that the board has directed the communications team do since the beginning of the communications program for the county. Next slide, please. So the county communications program is recommending the board repeal and replace the existing current ordinance to update the current county code and modify the design of the current county emblem pictured to the right. Next slide, please. So give you some background on the current county code, chapter 11.6. It has not been updated since 1979. And so it's time for an update and looking at the enforcement and how the emblem is to be used or not to be used. The current code does not specifically address the current best practices with regard to organizational identity, The current code is a little bit ambiguous in that it references the official institutional naming conventions, but does not provide for standardization for how those naming conventions can be used, and it does not have sufficient enforcement written into the current code. In the spring of 2022, the board directed county communications to create standards and consistency regarding county branding. And so this is the first step, the foundation in doing that. In summary, the current code does designate the design of the official emblem. It defines its permissible uses. It makes misuse of the emblem a misdemeanor and defines identification uses. We recommend the recommendation in the new code includes updating the county emblem to support the pending implementation of a county branding standards and branding policies, which is being reviewed by county council as we speak. It places leadership for managing the new standards under the county communications director, adapting new language allowing for authorized commercial uses for the county emblem, and it provides a foundation for the board directed branding strategies and policies, and also establishes enforcement responsibility for protecting the county. The financial implications with regard to this change are none. There are no affected financial implications for this, as the implementation of this new policy and this new code and the new emblem would be done over time, and nothing would be, there would be no budgetary expenses in dealing with this transition. And finally, as things get replaced, that's when the emblems would be replaced on things like vehicles, equipment, and things of that nature. So we're very mindful of being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. Electronic versions of the emblem can be obviously go into place once it is approved. Next slide. Went the wrong way. Nope, he's going backwards. Keep going, please. One more. There you go. Thank you. So the design modification benefits are provide for a consistent naming convention of the organization's identity, establishes a clean contemporary look while honoring the historic roots that have been established. It sharpens the colors, readability, and reduces pixel noise that currently exists in a lot of the reproduction products that we produce. And it also provides for all possible file formats to be used with clean and consistent native files, which do not exist anymore. Next slide. So the three options we prepared for you are option A, B, and C. And as you can see, there's this minor differences between the three options. It is cleaned up quite a bit. There's more spacing. The naming convention has been changed to County of Monterey, which is consistent with the charter for the county itself. And also would help clear up identification of the county, because we have a tendency to refer to ourselves as Monterey County on one hand and County of the Monterey on the other hand. And one of the board directed charges that we received early on in the formation of the communications program is that we create consistency in how people refer to the county. And therefore, the recommendation that we're making is that we move to option number B, which is the next slide, which is the County of Monterey 1850. And then with that, next slide, please, would show some standardization with regard to how the emblem would be used in official printing: stacked, semi-stacked, horizontal with a tagline, and horizontal without a tagline. Just want to be mindful that the tagline underneath the first horizontal is the existing tagline, which we are working on. We are working on exploring new opportunities for that at the direction from the board. And with that, we'll go to the next slide. And I'll be happy to answer any questions with regard to the county, the ordinance and or the proposed changes. And I apologize for the mask. I have a sinus infection and I don't want to share it with anybody here.
No, we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good job.
Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. And let's go to our colleagues. Any comments or questions on these? So we'll go to Supervisor Askew first.
I do have a question. So it was interesting to learn that the misuse of a county emblem is actually a misdemeanor. I was a little surprised when I read about that. So good to know. Good to know. But given that that is the case, and that it does seem like most of the misuse occurs, or a lot of the misuse that we're aware of, at least, occurs internally to the county. What kind of will there, I'm assuming, or I'll ask that we include a strategy and some effort to educate and communicate the changes both internally as well as to the broader public. And I'm just wondering, would the enforcement efforts, like, we've never pursued that a misdemeanor action against anyone for misusing our emblem, have we?
To the best of my knowledge, we have not, but the code does allow for that possibility, which makes perfect sense. Because, as you know, there's other cases in other cities and other government agencies where people have misused emblems, particularly law enforcement, any kind of code enforcement, any type of authoritative business that people are trying to transact. In fact, within the first couple of weeks from my starting on the job, I actually had investigated one case of one being used for campaign purposes that we actually did chase down and send a cease and desist.
Okay, got it. That's helpful to know. And so we will have some education that goes with it. So the notification before, cease and desist before we pursue any kind of.
Yeah, so as I understand it, and maybe Kelly could explain better about the process of how ordinances get implemented, but I think that the first reading is today officially, and then it goes to a 2-week review or something to that effect.
Yeah, today is the ordinance is being introduced, and you're being asked to waive the first reading. And if you go forward with this action today, the item will return for a second reading for consideration of adoption in 2 weeks' time.
Thank you.
Okay, we did add language in this enforcement section of the new proposed chapter to continue to state that it would be a misdemeanor, but then also add in administrative options if we wanted to go that route too, per our chapters 1.20 and 1.22.
Okay, I was getting nervous when we're creating criminal liabilities for people for something like this, but it makes sense to me. And then my only comment would just be in terms of the 3 options, I support staff recommendation for option B. Thank you.
And if I may, through the chair, I do want to acknowledge that this has been a real partnership between County Council. I am by no way, shape, or form an attorney in any way, but County Council helped me through the process of the ordinance, and I want to thank the entire staff at County Council for their help.
Just a question that I have about the question of whether we are Monterey County or County of Monterey. When you see us listed alphabetically in different publications and such, is there any benefit to have our name Monterey first? If you were trying to find information on Monterey, you would have to go through the whole list of counties to find County of Monterey.
Sure, if I may, through the chair. So that's a good question, Supervisor Adams. But I will tell you this, there is so much confusion out in the community with regard to particular departments or agencies that are maybe county entities, but they use the County of Monterey as opposed to, Monterey County as opposed to County of Monterey. And some folks do get confused. Is this a public agency or is this a private nonprofit organization? In my research, I found that there are over 260 organizations in the county that actually are named Monterey County. And that's a lot of organizations. And so I think it makes sense because, the official name of the organization, the entity, the government agency is the County of Monterey. There's a trend in California for people to get back to those roots as well. Our neighboring county in San Luis Obispo has done something similar. Fresno County, and their new county emblem says the County of Fresno. So there is a move towards that. Of course, we're never going to be able to defeat that entirely, but if we kind of are consistent in our own messaging, I think that'd be very helpful.
So would we then change the name of, example, Monterey County Water Resources Agency to the County of Monterey Water Resources Agency?
Chair, if I might, if I could.
Yes, please. We're going to open up Pandora's box here.
Yeah. So the government code.
But I don't see him. Oh, there he is.
The government code says that the name of each county in California is the County of X. So we can't change our name without changing the government code. The official name of the Water Resources Agency is the Water Resources Agency of Monterey County. That's established in the organic statute creating the Water Resources Agency. So there are certain legislative actions that have been taken by the state legislature that designates these names. And I know a lot of people use the phrase Monterey County, but that could be the geographical area as well. But the official name of the entity known as the county is the County of Monterey.
So then I think what I understood you to say then, Les, is that we would not have to change the name of the Water Resources Agency to be the Water Resources Agency of the County of Monterey. We could simply still keep it Water Resources Agency of Monterey County.
It needs to be
Or
what
Monterey
it says in
County.
this, it needs to be what it says in the statute.
Which is the County of Monterey.
For the
no, it
water
says Monterey.
resources, it's the appendix 52 of the California Water Code creates the Water Resources
I probably
Agency.
should have used something else.
And that name is written in that appendix, which creates the agency. So
Got it.
that's set in stone. And as Les said, it is the County of Monterey is the legal name,
Okay, thank you.
is what we need to use.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Lopez.
So can we put the options back up? I hope, well, who knew it was going to be contentious, but my staff was unanimous in letter C, and they've been, at lunch, they reminded me C, don't forget C. So as we go back to the, not the stack, but the actual options.
It has like it has a little curves at the, on the
The
font.
little edges.
Mhm.
Yeah, they like the piquitos. That's it.
It's serif, SERIF. This is with serifs, not
Yeah.
The font.
serifs. The font.
Yeah, and I would just add, just on the fonts, I don't mind doing that change, but you see, when you look at the old one, it's just like a darker font. It stands out more. So when you have it on material further away, if it's on a jacket, if it's on a vehicle, it's easier just to read that, and that's why the font, they all kind of look the same, but just I just liked it more bold. I like it. I wish I would have liked to have an option that would have a more bold font. And this is all very minimal stuff, but our just compare our previous one to the ones here, just much lighter. Supervisor Church.
Well, yeah, I want to basically support Supervisor Lopez on these choices of C. I think that is better. I also want to support your view that the current emblem is just, it's a lot clearer, it's a lot sharper, it's bolder. That was what struck out to me right off the bat. So I, all for the changing here, but the lettering would be helpful to be maybe keep the font we had, the thickness, do whatever we need to do to keep that so it's more visible. I'm curious, you say the last time there was a modification was in 79?
Yes,
What was that done then?
I'm sure.
Okay.
That's the last time it's been.
Yeah, I don't recall what it was then. I know the
Not modified the design, the ordinance itself was.
the
79.
ordinance itself.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because the design goes back to 69. Don't mean to go off in a storytelling here, so pardon me, but I'll give just a little background onto this because I happen to know a little bit about how this whole emblem came about, and I don't think a lot of people really do. But it was in the old emblem the county had was very 19th century. It was cattle and hay, and in 69 the Board of Supervisors decided to upgrade it to the 20th century, and there are two supervisors selected with a member of the staff. One of the supervisors was my dad, Warren Church. Another one was a supervisor from District 4, Lauren Smith, and they were selected. I think it was with the planning director at that time. So Supervisor Smith wanted to have something that represented the agricultural culture of this county and heritage, and wanted it to be an agricultural field. Supervisor Church wanted something that would represent the environmental beauty, and recommended the lone cypress, but they couldn't agree on that. So they gave it to the staff person who in, proper political ability looked at that and saw that his two bosses were a disagreement and made the astute political decision that I like both ideas. I can't make a decision. And that's, eventually led then to the two ideas being melded together, which I think probably made it for a better emblem anyway, and shows you some advantage sometimes of being able to compromise.
All right. So I'm in agreement with the option C, but just hope that Nick might be bringing an option just where we have a bolder, it's a little bolder. So when it is printed or on our vehicles, it's easier to stand out from and view from far away. And I would just say that the misdemeanor or added infraction language might be just an option, but I think the misdemeanor is important. Yes, it rarely gets utilized, but when people misuse it, it's kind of like just the teeth in the ordinance that would have somebody comply with the cease and desist letter, as was mentioned. And the cases that I've seen in other counties has been around political campaigns where emblems get misused when they're not. It's only for official business, not for candidates to be using during campaigns.
I'll also add, I added language that speaks to intent, which makes it easier to prosecute, that we'd received that language from the DA on a previous ordinance, and I put that in here as well.
And I'll just share, if I could, Mr. Chair, we've had about 4 cases recently in the Salinas Valley where city logos are being used to advertise solar installation without the city's blessing. So it's turning into, oh, we thought the city was behind this sort of a conversation. So that's why it makes sense for me.
That's interesting. That's when these things matter, having an ordinance in place. And then Nick, maybe just to mention, like, there's been a lot of stuff. I know all the old emblem is in a lot of things already, right? Yeah. And so this is saying, if moving forward, once it's adopted, this will be the official emblem for business. But what about everything else that's already been we have utilized? Just to be clear that that's okay to continue to use.
Thank you for the question. Yes, absolutely. It'll be a phased program. So the intent is not to create any financial hardship on the county or any department whatsoever. It's just a phased approach to it. And as I indicated earlier, electronic things we can implement immediately. And then as people run out of business cards or run out of, whatever brochures, et cetera, it just be swapped out.
Great. I think it was important just to clear that up with everybody in the county. Supervisor Lopez?
So I'll move letter C.
Okay. Second?
I'll second that. Okay. And then once we're done with all this, we can open the store, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the Monterey County
merch.
the swag store, the merch store for all of our employees and us and everyone else who wants their Monterey County swag. All right, cool. We've got a motion in a second.
And Supervisor Lopez, that motion includes introducing and waiving first reading on the ordinance.
Correct.
Okay, there's been a motion by Lopez, second by Church, and thank you, Supervisor Church, for the background. A lot of history with this emblem, and I think something that really represents both our beautiful coast and our beautiful ag land. Any members of the public in chambers? Any online? None. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against? A motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Look forward to
Chair, if I could quickly comment, the official name of the Water Resources Agency is the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. So that's one of those anomalies, but that's in the statute, so we have to use that.
Thank you, sir. Moving on now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. I appreciate
thank you, Nick, for updating us. Going to item 25 is to receive a report on initial findings relating to commercial cannabis consumption lounges. An interesting topic these days. And we have a presentation by Joanne Iwamoto, our Cannabis Program Manager.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the board, Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Here with me today is Miles Etchnick, Management Analyst. The Cannabis Program presented this item to the Board Cannabis Committee on October 6, 2022, and the committee directed the program to present to the full board. We are here to present the concept of a commercial cannabis consumption lounge. We hope to provide you with sufficient information so you can make an informed decision to direct the program to continue to research and provide another update before formally presenting an ordinance. Or after you have received the information, your decision could be to direct the program to hold and possibly revisit at another time. Next slide, please. The staff has conducted extensive research into this business model and have prepared their findings with an overview of consumption lounges. Thank you. Which are areas where consumers that are 21 years of age or older may purchase and consume cannabis goods. Some of the potential benefits of this business model are providing consumers with a safe and controlled environment to consume cannabis. This environment may contribute to normalizing social consumption and reducing the stigmas associated with cannabis. In turn, this could increase local tax revenue through higher gross receipts. This could also spill over in effect and increase the sales of adjacent businesses. There are potential harms to consider of this business model. One is it could increase a drunk driving and or increase in community nuisances near the lounge. And we will also review the other concerns during this presentation. Next slide, please. Currently, in the unincorporated Monterey County area, there are 9 licensed cannabis retailers. On your screen, you can see them with the green cross. 6 are located in the northern area of District 2, and there are also those that are in the Carmel area of District 5. Next slide, please. To operate a commercial cannabis consumption lounge, a Department of Cannabis Control Type 10 storefront retail license must be approved and active. You could also have a micro business license, but Monterey County does not allow this type of license at this time. Like existing retail facilities, consumption lounges would be limited again to those that are 21 years of age or older, and the consumption cannot be publicly visible. These facilities would not be permitted to sell alcohol, tobacco, non-cannabis goods. However, they may have food items prepared or delivered by a third-party vendor. Customers are not allowed to bring their own cannabis goods and must purchase what they will consume on site, which will be limited to a reasonable amount, and unfinished goods must leave the facility in appropriate packaging. But we want to be clear, the patron is not required to consume everything they purchased. There has been some discussion regarding storage lockers or containers where a patron could purchase the product, consume some, and leaves the rest in this locker. Lastly, these lounges must be attached to or adjacent to an existing retail operation and is subject to the same operating hours as retail facilities. So as an example, the consumption lounge could be part of the retail store, but it would not have a separate entrance. They would still need to go through the regular entrance and the age would be checked right there. Next slide, please. The program has met with the county departments and respective fire agencies, as well as the industry, and the industry has provided their input. They believe the consumption lounges are the next logical step for the licensed industry, and they would like to also provide a safe place to consume cannabis. Again, they believe that it would help to normalize commercial cannabis, reduce the stigma. They've also commented that approximately 35% of Monterey County residents are renters who cannot smoke in their rentals and don't have access to indoor public locations to smoke cannabis. Tourists are not allowed to smoke at beaches and other outdoor public locations regulated by local county ordinances restricting smoking or vaping of any substance. Although state law permits hotels to reserve smoking to 1/5 of their rooms, many hotels and motels do not allow smoking. Flower, pre-rolls, or vape type products are primarily make up 70% of the consumer sales. The industry believes that combustible consumption lounges are essential for this type of business model. The implementation of consumption lounges varies in scale and function amongst jurisdictions. The industry would like to request that if the board decided to approve and move forward with this concept, that they do not make the ordinance or the regulations so restrictive as to deter expanding of this retail business. The industry would also like to encourage that they would be allowed to sell non-cannabis food and non-alcoholic beverages at the premise site. Next, Miles Etchnick will discuss county department and fire requirements, other department concerns, smoke-free environments, and an update on Assembly Bill 374. Miles?
Thank you, Joanne. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and other members of the board. Miles Etchnick, Management Analyst 2 for the County of Monterey Cannabis Program. Program staff have held multiple meetings with the staff of other departments and local fire agencies, and they have anticipated that permitting consumption lounges would come with the following requirements. The business model would likely require permitted construction, and for the following reasons. Dispensaries typically have bathrooms that are available for their employees, but those are located in secure areas and that are not accessible to the customers. As such, these consumption lounges would likely require a separate restroom that would have a sufficient capacity for their customers. Expanding the usage, as Joanne said earlier, would require an area that's separate from the retail area, and this would likely require the construction of partitions, walls, or other doors for access. Expanding the usage would require an area that is separate again, and adding those tables and seating would require the operators to submit a floor plan, and that may affect their occupancy load. And additionally, those accessory uses such as entertainment and or live music could affect the land use entitlement. If devices to consume cannabis, such as bongs, are available for rent, the operator would need to install a 3-compartment sink to sanitize that equipment between usages. Staff have not explored any fees or additional taxes on cannabis consumption lounges, and the permitting workflow may need to be updated to include additional departments specifically for cannabis consumption lounges. Next slide, please. In addition to the requirements shared previously, the departments did express concerns about permitting cannabis consumption lounges. Smoking is not typically permitted within any California workplace, and permitting the combustible cannabis goods could expose the employees of those consumption lounges. Customers, particularly those that are inexperienced with consuming cannabis, may overconsume. In San Francisco, they do not impose a time limit on the consumption lounge customers, but their operators have opted to impose a time limit, and they use a restaurant pager system that vibrates and flashes that would alert the customer that their time is expired. Additionally, permitting these lounges could contribute to an increase in drugged driving, as the customers could consume cannabis and then drive themselves home. We did reach out to CHP staff who had shared some insights on drug driving, and that is that the behavior is very similar to that of those drivers that are impaired by alcohol. And while this field sobriety tests are tested and validated specifically for alcohol, all types of those field sobriety tests can assist with determining whether or not a driver is impaired. Staff have prepared the following preventative and mitigative measures for the county to consider. Number one would be to require consumption lounge operators to install separate heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. In San Francisco, they require the operators to install these HVAC systems that are separate from the systems of the retail area or other businesses that are within a shared commercial space. It should be noted that these systems operate under a negative pressure and they use high-level filtration and exhaust functions. These systems, however, come at significant prices that could cost upwards of $100,000, and the additional weight may require structural improvements to the roof of the facility. Number two, requiring consumption lounge operators to incorporate mandatory information within their menu or check-in process could provide additional information on the dangers of overconsumption, consuming while pregnant or breastfeeding, and drug driving. And lastly, you could consider requiring these consumption lounge operators to publish quick response codes, which are the sort of pixelated thing that you could scan with your phone, and that would provide the customers information on ride sharing services to and from the consumption lounge. Next slide, please. This information here on smoke-free workplace law was provided to the program for informative purposes. However, it should be noted that the program staff has not independently verified this information as it is outside of their area of expertise. AB 13 or Labor Code 640.5 prohibits smoking within enclosed workplaces. And a place of employment is any place where a business owners, employees, or contractors conduct the work. And this would apply to any time of day, whether or not employees are present. And pursuant of Article 2 of California Health and Safety Code, this work-free smoke place law is inclusive of cannabis. Next slide, please. So there are limited exemptions to this law, which are seen on your screen, beginning in the upper left. The cabs of company vehicles, if non-smoking employees are not present. Patient smoking areas of long-term healthcare facilities, hotel or motel rooms, as up to 20% of them may be exempt from being smoke-free. Tobacco shops that are owner-operated, and private smokers' lounges where members pay a fee. However, it should be noted that this exemption is not granted if food and alcohol are being served. Theatrical productions where smoking is an integral part of the story, and medical and research treatment sites if smoking is integral to the research or treatment. Next slide, please. In February of 2023, Assemblyman Matt Haney of San Francisco put forward AB 374, and that would enable local jurisdictions to permit the sale of non-cannabis infused food and beverages via cannabis cafes. This bill would also permit on-site entertainment. The speaker, Haney, believes that this will provide an opportunity for the businesses to grow and create jobs and create spaces for consumers to enjoy licensed cannabis in the company of others. According to data from his office, there are 700 cannabis cafes throughout the Netherlands, and those attract up to 1.5 million customers per year. And lastly, he did clarify that this would enable licensed cannabis operators to open cannabis cafes and would not permit a traditional cafe to begin selling cannabis. This item may be heard in the Business and Professions Committee in early March 2023. I'll pass it back over to Joanne now.
Okay, thank you, Miles. So this does conclude our presentation. We've prepared 2 recommendations that are on your screen, and we are happy to answer any questions.
All right, could you leave those on the screen? Yeah, so we're just receiving this report on the initial findings related to these cannabis consumption lounges, and then provide some direction. So let's go to our members of our cannabis committee. First, Supervisor Lopez or Adams. Did this come to the committee?
It did.
First, okay.
It did. And we've had it here before the board in the past as well, I believe, right? If I'm not misremembering that, just in general as a concept.
I think briefly.
Yeah, it was a brief item. I just did quick math. I don't see how those cafes in the Netherlands make it. If there's 700 of them and they 1.5 million people visited. If the average person dropped $25, that meant that the average revenue per facility is only $53,000. That's rough. Oversaturation. So, right. Sorry, I was a little distracted by the math. So overall, I'm supportive. I think that as we look at the challenges that the industry faces throughout California, including here in Monterey County, part of it is a desire to really capitalize on what we do here, which is serve visitors. And listening to the report, it's clear that there's challenges for those visitors without the ability to legally use on the beach, in a hotel room, or in a public space. And so the other piece that makes sense to me is the allowing for food and drink to be sold on site. It just makes sense if you're trying to create a social atmosphere and lounge for folks to sit and have a conversation. So I'm generally supportive of what's being proposed by staff. I think there will be challenges to this, like any other bar or similar facility, but I think there are things we can work through. And if we're honoring the will of the voters who have repeatedly enacted legislation in the state of California through propositions to support the expansion of access here in California, this makes sense to me as a logical next step. I do still see the major barrier of that question about smoke-free workplaces. And I don't know how folks are going to get around that. I saw some of what was put forward, but I think it's going to pose a bigger threat long-term. But in terms of showing support and allowing folks to get creative and find solutions, that is something that I'm willing to support here. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. I share your observations and also do not want to shut the door on this opportunity for the cannabis and the tourism industry specifically. I know the concept of cannabis tourism is being discussed by several visitor entities, including the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Monterey County Hospitality Agency. So I hope that the ideas that are being discussed in these circles could be included in the development of a program so that we're all in sync. I also think it might be something that we should look at as part of a broader economic development approach of the cannabis industry within the county of Monterey, as opposed to Monterey County. My recommendation is that we continue to work with the, that was a little joke, but at any rate, we'll let that pass. My recommendation is that we continue to work with the industry as you have been to develop a program that will address some of the concerns that I think that I share certainly, and that have been raised by public health and other agencies about secondhand smoke. We'd have to make sure that we aren't breaking any laws about smoking, and the restroom was an example, and ensuring that that it is not illegal to let people know when they are applying for positions, they're going to be working in a smoke environment. And therefore, they need to make their own determination on whether they choose to take employment in that sort of a setting. I don't know about those very specific things, but perhaps our county councils will as we get more deeply into this. But the smoking part is the only part that I'm struggling with, and I'm just hopeful that we're able to come to some kind of a situation where we won't have to be troubled with that. Everything else I think just sounds great, including like food trucks pulling up. I'm sure they would be a big hit.
Supervisor Askew or Church?
Yeah, thank you. So it sounds like thank you, Cannabis Committee, for sort of vetting this to get it in front of us. I don't really have any opinion, I think, one way or the other. Given just the information we've seen, it seems like maybe it's something worth looking into. The one question that I have, though, is given the significant challenges that our cannabis industry is having, and that the cannabis program staff have had just trying to keep up with all of the requirements that are already in place. I know our Citygate report highlighted the need for additional staffing in the cannabis program, and then we took action to the contrary of that reduced the staffing for the cannabis program, and that we're looking at likely having the current taxation based on the letter we got from one of our public comments today, which speaks to the reality that we're likely to have even a lower recovery of taxation than what we had projected. So our current taxation rate is likely to be a net negative for to cover the cost of the cannabis program. I just have a staff capacity question. Do we have staff capacity right now to take this on in addition to everything else that you've got on your plate? And how do we reconcile those sort of competing realities?
Thank you for addressing that. It is difficult for the program because we have a number of priorities. And so we would be working closely with the Cannabis Committee to help us to prioritize the many items that are on our plate right now. And the ones that you mentioned, the tax item, the revenue funding, those are all huge concerns. We're trying to lift an equity program right now. We're also trying to assist the operators in transitioning to annual licensure, and the list just goes on. So there's a number of things. We may need some assistance in ordinance work, but those are the things that we would find through more discovery and research, and we would bring that back to the board.
Okay.
Unless we were directed to take that back to the committee first.
I think that's my only concern about giving direction to say continue researching and bringing something more vetted forward to us is that, you know, I respect and appreciate the work that you and your team do. And in every previous presentation, we've always heard, you know, everyone's working 10, 12 hours a day. And I know that that's not sustainable. So if we have to factor this into a set of other priorities, I want to make sure we're not just adding to a plate without recognizing that there are capacity issues that we're already dealing with. So that would be my only comment.
Yes, agreed. Let's go to Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I have a few questions just from the presentation on some of the proposals put forth here. What is overconsumption? I think, isn't that the point?
Yeah, I don't know if I would be the appropriate person to answer that question, but what the concern is the reason, I'm assuming you're relating this to the time limits.
Yeah, it refers to this time limits to prevent overconsumption.
So as we all know, and research has proven, the commercial cannabis that is available today is quite different than maybe the potency levels, maybe from 20, 25 years ago. So there is concern that someone could enter into a consumption lounge. Maybe it's their first time, and they don't realize that I shouldn't eat that whole cookie, or I shouldn't eat both of those cookies. So it's kind of raising that awareness, and that's why we are working very closely with public health to talk about not only the smoke-free environments, but to talk about the dangers and the warnings that need to be really just education that needs to be given. So I think it's a really good question, but I don't know if I can answer the question on a definition of
appreciate
overconsumption.
what you stated there. It seemed like a difficult thing to state as a rule for everybody. For the example you gave, somebody who doesn't have experience, somebody that does, somebody who's a bigger person as opposed to a smaller person, or genetics. So the other thing I wanted to get clarified on here is only existing facilities that sell cannabis would be allowed to have a lounge.
You must hold a type 10 retail Department of Cannabis Control retail license. So we have 9 retail businesses in the unincorporated area. Those 9 would be the only ones that would be allowed to even entertain the idea of a consumption lounge.
So there wouldn't be a path for someone to say, I want to have a cannabis lounge, but
you must have that retail license.
Which means you're gonna have to sell the stuff.
Yeah, that means you have to have a storefront.
Instead of having people say they're just they got something and they're bringing something in.
Correct. Unless the county changed the ordinances on that, but the state requires the retail license.
It's a state required. The county wouldn't be able to change that or.
No. Right now, there's very little, there's not a whole lot of regulations that are written within the Department of Cannabis Control on consumption lounges. That is the requirement. You must have that type 10 license. And as I had mentioned, so you can't have another door. You can't have a door that goes into the consumption lounge that's separate from the retail store. You must enter through the store. And that's the reason why we're bringing up the fact that the stores were created to have a restroom for their employees, not to have a restroom that served basically the public for a consumption lounge.
And I
So
guess
this is this is an added expense.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there.
No, I'm sorry.
I guess this is really probably a deeper legal question to go in there, but it sounds to me that you're saying you can't just have a cannabis consumption lounge. There's no way we could develop something just on that self without having a retail component.
No, I would have to defer that to council. I mean, this concept, the assembly bill that's on the floor right now. I mean, I'm not sure that that has been thought through, that has to be connected to a retail dispensary. I'm not sure how that would really work.
And why can't food be prepared at the site?
So there are requirements for food preparation, and I would really need to defer that to the Environmental Health Bureau, because they are the experts and they have the oversight over that. And I do believe we have several staff on the Zoom call today. Brian Azevedo is on the call, and he could answer that question.
Oh, okay. If he could, then sure.
Yeah. Department of Cannabis Control regulations indicate that the food that can be sold has to be prepackaged. So prepackaged food could be sold if this is allowed in our county. The preparation of food, however, is a different issue, because the California Retail Food Code, which governs restaurants and retail food facilities, does not allow smoking in food preparation areas or in the facility. So there's a conflict there. That answers the question.
Okay. Yeah, no, that does.
Yeah, that's why food that is prepared and brought in from third-party vendors would be allowed. Like if someone ordered a pizza from a permitted food facility and brought it in, that would be allowed. It's just the preparation of food on site would not be allowed, but the facility would be allowed to sell prepackaged, non-potentially hazardous food and beverages.
Okay, thank you. And was any distinction made between smoking and edibles? Because I think there's a longer period of being intoxicated, shall I say, with one than the other.
Yes, and that is why the industry, when we had several meetings with them, they are emphasizing that they want to be able to have that option.
They want the option, but that's what I'm expressing is the concern with having the edibles out there, because then you have somebody that would take something and it would be quite a period of time before it'd be safe for them to go back out.
Correct. And that, again, that's part of the additional research that I think the staff needs to continue to do, to bring that back, to provide an update.
All right. Well, thank you. So my only concerns with this as it goes ahead is that the bulk of these the current facilities happen to be in North County, and we like the business, but I've had a few responses from people that have expressed concern about North County being a cannabis designation, and we really don't want our motto to be come to North County and get stoned. There's a lot of nice things up there that would be would like to be well known for. So to find a way not to have everybody in North County, except for the few that go to Carmel Valley, for these places, everybody coming to North County is a concern that I would like to. It'd be better if it could be distributed further out. Are there any cannabis retailers down in South County?
Not in the unincorporated, but there is a facility in Greenfield.
Okay. But this is only for the unincorporated, unfortunately. So it would then force everybody to come either to North County or to or the
Correct.
Carmel Valley.
The one thing that the industry did suggest is that if the board agreed to move forward, that the board consider a pilot. But with that also being said, I had a meeting with the industry on Monday, and they also have concern about our pilot programs that relate to cannabis. And so it's a pilot would get somebody started, and we could weigh through, just the kind of the challenges and refine as we move forward. But there is concern about pilot programs. And I will say this, not all 9 are interested in pursuing this.
I understand that. It's just I'm
Yeah.
concerned that the ones that might be are up in my area are all up there. So again, I'm all, I'm in favor of moving ahead with this, but I would like to make sure that there is something done so we can have some geographical representation. It's a long drive from King City to Moss Landing for people to come for a smoke.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would add some other points here. First of all, I think this is not just about our ordinance. I think once we do an ordinance, our 12 cities may be looking to see what we do or implement. So it'll have an impact on the jurisdictions within our county, first of all. So the other thing was just on the expense. It seemed like to be able to do this seemed very expensive to have the carbon filters, that system within any lounge. I think the report said it was over $100,000 plus. So that just I go to what Supervisor Askew pointed out earlier. I don't think that we should be putting anything more on our cannabis team's plate until we get past July 1st, which is our deadline to get our businesses to get fully licensed, get the provisionals in. There's a timeline here. There was an article today about the struggles in the Emerald Triangle. The industry's tanking. There's a lot of issues going on. I know this is being presented as a way to try to help the industry, but if we can't get the permitting and the work that is imminent, that needs to be completed imminently, we might see a lot more businesses and go out of business. And I could already hear it. There was an article of, I think it was Humboldt County, the cultivators or the applicants were pointing fingers that the county, I forget what, I think it was Mendocino.
I think it was
Menda. Was pointing fingers at the county for not moving on their permits. I know we're going to hear some of that here. But I don't want our excuse to be that we're put other work when we know our priority is to get through the permitting. Let's just be really clear. Don't put nothing else until we can get through this critical period. Otherwise, some of these businesses are going to shut down. More jobs are going to be lost. And so I take that with all due seriousness. We need to put some priority here. The state's doing an audit on some counties on this area, on some of the grant dollars they gave us. That's another new thing that staff have to work on to make sure we're providing that information. I think they're going to do it in an expedited manner. So that's another concern I got, because you're going to be putting a lot of time on that. State auditors are very thorough, and they take a lot of time away from staff on those issues. So to be honest, that's a new priority. I know, Joanne, you told us you could come into us, I think, in 2 weeks to talk about the provisional license, where we're at, because after the middle of March, we'll only have 3.5 months after that, before that July 1st deadline. You were going to say something else?
Well, so the July is a milestone for CEQA. It is not a due date of when you need to transition. So I just wanted to bring that up, that the July that the article referenced, I think they were speaking about the CEQA milestone that the DCC has mandated, but it's not talking about what we consider to be a large licensee. And that's what we wanted to bring back on the 14th, is to kind of explain where we're at and explain who this involves and what the impacts would be if they don't meet their local requirements.
Well, I want us to be clear on that. Maybe when you come in 2 weeks, because at least that article seemed to convey to the public, that report, that there were going to be more businesses in Mendo
Yes,
out of compliance because they didn't meet that CEQA deadline,
correct.
which adds other challenges to them getting fully licensed. The other part was also making sure that applicants are paid up on their taxes. There's a bunch of other issues that go with being in local compliance and being in state compliance with environmental review. The audit, I think, is spurred by that attention to the governor's office and the legislature that in some counties are not moving fast enough to move from these temporary provisionals to yearly licenses. So there's a lot of attention, and we better be on our game on this, on the audit, and on our part. I just want our county and our staff to say we did everything possible on our side. I don't want people later trying to blame us or that we didn't move fast enough, that we didn't give this enough attention. Right now is the time to do that. If we could create less work for applicants by meeting that CEQA deadline, then we should. That's where the focus should be. The other question, just on how these work, because I think I'm not ready to make a decision yet. I certainly want more information on it. But I know San Francisco was mentioned. What other cities or counties actually have permitted or created an ordinance on these cannabis lounges? Because that's informative. It helps us learn from what worked and what didn't. And so far, I'm just hearing San Francisco might be the only one, and that there's a lot of lessons to be learned there as well.
That is correct. So as far as counties, the county of San Francisco is the only county. So Monterey, the county of Monterey would be another leader in that space. Consumption lounges have predominantly, their ordinances have been approved in cities, predominantly in Southern California.
Do we know how many?
Yes.
Get that list when
yes,
this comes
we have
back.
that.
Okay, you have it.
We have that list. We have the list.
Okay, good.
There you go. Miles is sharing it on your screen. And so you can see the cities that have approved these ordinances for a consumption lounge. How many cities in total? 12.
I thought, yeah, Colingo is a surprising one.
The cannabis, so we do meet quarterly with 13 jurisdictions, and a number of them were very interested, but they've put it on hold. Sonoma was one. Sonoma was one.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. They were going to go forward with it, and they backed out.
Yes, because of reprioritizing.
Okay. And then the other one was just going to the exposure to employees, because I think that's where, I guess the places that have done this have included the filtration air system.
Yes.
Which seems to be really heavy. You have to do some reinforcements to the roof or wherever it's going to be on their ventilation system. But it just seems like that would be a concern too, right? Because even if employees want to work there and they love working there, all day exposure or however time they're in there, day in and day out would impact them.
Yes, and that is a concern. And so we have been meeting, we've had, I think, 3 meetings with the environmental health office from the city county of San Francisco, trying to understand how they crafted their ordinance and specifically how they addressed the employees' exposure in working inside of a consumption lounge.
This is so new. I'm sure there's not Cal OSHA law regulations on this yet.
I'm not sure.
Right. And then are these only interior or do some places have exterior patios that serve as these?
We have only researched in California the ones that are interior. I know that the industry has expressed that they would like to have an exterior, but the program felt to bring this forward to the board, we should keep it to a constraint of interior only.
All right. Okay. And then last 2 things. Can people at the lounges that you can't sell food, you could probably have food, a vendor come outside, as you were saying, some of the food trucks. Can people bring their own food?
I do not believe so. And we've had a very long conversation even about the delivery of food, because we have talked about the age of the delivery driver. That person should not be entering into the consumption allowance. So again, the food would have to be picked up at the guard station, outside of the lounge, the exchange, the transaction. So we've really actually, the departments have thought about just a variety of concerns and items that need to be incorporated. So I fully agree. This is going to take some time, and it's going to take a collaboration between departments.
And last thing, any weighing in with our local law enforcement opinion on this, our DA or sheriff?
They attended all the meetings.
Okay, so they were there.
Yeah,
okay,
they attended all the
You guys did it the right way. All right, perfect. Like I said, a lot more to consider, certainly when this comes back to us, but that's kind of, I want to keep an open mind, not tell our industry no if we don't have all the full facts yet, but something for us to just, let's study up more and see if this is viable down the road. Supervisor Lopez.
Just one comment on the economics. Perhaps we could, I know we've talked a lot about closures on the cultivation side, but we haven't really seen updates on the retail side. And so as we bring that back, perhaps that's a good point, just to point out, obviously, that we're not seeing the same issue on that end. They're seeing a lower price product. We've heard they're not necessarily dropping their prices from some of the cultivators and producers, but in terms of that aspect, I think understanding that opportunity as well would be great.
Let's go to members of the public. Anyone in chambers on this item? We have one, and then we'll go to those on Zoom. We have folks, nobody on Zoom? Wow. Right. Well, now we do.
Okay, so good afternoon. I'm Eloise Shim, and you probably know how I feel about cannabis, anything, but what I do want to comment about is I'm confused about this, what they're saying. There's only 9 retail cannabis in Monterey County, and some in Carmel Valley and some in North County. But aren't the ones in Seaside and Marina and Carmel, aren't those retail also? Aren't those retail cannabis?
I just think that they were talking about unincorporated Monterey County versus cities. They were only addressing unincorporated Monterey County.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I'm not really in favor of them in the unincorporated or the incorporated. This weekend, I saw a television news report in San Francisco where parents were protesting about the dispensaries in their neighborhoods, let alone cannabis cafes in neighborhoods. And I think because they don't want their children to be impacted by the daily, on a daily basis with smoking cannabis. So, and I think because there's been an increase since the pandemic of drug abuse among teens and among overdoses of fentanyl and drug abuse, I just really think that they should discontinue this research.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to those online. Give a couple minutes each.
Sarah Armstrong.
Sarah, if you could unmute yourself.
I believe I have. Can you hear me?
She's unmuted.
We can't hear you, Sarah, if you're speaking. Otherwise, we could come back to you.
Okay.
Oh, you're there? Okay, Sarah, we can hear you now. Please, you can speak.
I am Sarah Armstrong. I represent Americans for Safe Access, founded in 2002. We are the nation's largest, oldest cannabis advocacy network for patients, researchers, and others. Today, I would ask you to consider the needs of the sick among both your residents and those passing through or coming to Monterey for medical treatment. Historically, consumption lounges were created for patients who were poor and needed a safe place to medicate, which would not affect their tenancies. I hope today you will consider that these consumption lounges provide an invaluable service to those who cannot medicate in their homes, either because they are traveling or because their contracts with their landlords forbid it. Consumption lounges are clean, quiet places. I've used them in San Francisco. The HVAC systems are so efficient. There is very little odor, if any odor. And I hope that today you will consider all this and move forward. Patients need your support. They don't always have letters these days. Most stopped getting their letters after cannabis became legal and they no longer needed them. So many of the people coming into these consumption lounges may actually be people who need a safe place to medicate rather than a safe place to socialize. I hope that you will be forward thinking and perhaps visit consumption lounges in San Francisco or other areas where they are well established. Thank you for your time and your consideration today.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next person.
Colin Disharoon.
Colin. Thank you.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
All right. Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you so much for taking the time to look into this. So I just want to speak to a few things about this. I visited Amsterdam about 20 years ago with a friend, and I just want to say that in those 3 days that I spent in Amsterdam, I became an expert foosball player. Simply because of the time that I spent in the cannabis cafes. It was just a lot of fun, and I didn't see anything going sideways with overconsumption or et cetera. I am the owner of Santa Cruz Naturals, which is North Monterey County. I can say that a cannabis consumption opportunity would be a very wonderful opportunity and potentially a lifeline for cannabis retail businesses who may be struggling right now. It's an opportunity for innovation. It's an opportunity for businesses to create safe spaces for supporting arts and technology, education, therapy, and just so much more. Some retailers are already, in a position where they're prepared to have consumption lounges. They may already have the space available for it. They may already have the restroom facilities for it. They're in most ways ready for it. Consumption lounges will very likely help to bring an increase in tax revenue, bringing consumer bases back to our local dispensaries that may have lost, for some reason or another. To speak to the issue of overconsumption, one of the main reasons why people encounter an overconsumption issue is because they were eating cannabis and they didn't realize that 25 milligrams or 50 milligrams that they just ate suddenly is just way too much for them to handle. So one way to do it would be to reduce, to limit.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you. Sorry about that. Let's go to the next speaker.
Valentia Valentine.
Thank you. Ms. Valentine.
Valentia Valentine with Synchronicity Holistic. I would love to have the opportunity to have on-site patient education. However, I feel that it is more important today to bring up the outstanding issue of amending Monterey County's cannabis ordinance with the state of California's ordinance. This was originally brought to the Monterey County Cannabis Program by Supervisor Phillips over 2 years ago, and again as recent as October 6, 2020. I am wondering when some of the issues that have been formally agendized will be addressed. I can remember in that hearing, standing in front of you, that there was a recommendation to make it retroactive, but Joanne said that she didn't have time to deal with this. So I feel a little bit like Supervisor Alejo. I think that there's issues that are still on the table from some time ago that aren't being addressed, that the Board of Supervisors have agreed to, but she doesn't have the bandwidth or the manpower to be able to finish these things.
You have one more minute.
Oh, I think that I'm done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Valentine. Next person.
Sarah Armstrong. That was Valentina.
Oh,
She spoke already?
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else?
Her hand. No.
Nobody else? Okay, we'll bring this back to the board. Let's go to Ms. Iwamoto first to address any of the public comments.
Oh, yeah. As far as the ordinance, for the amendments, we're actually bringing that back on the 14th.
It will be, okay, I thought it was going to be the 7th. I'm glad you told me it's the 14th. I wouldn't want to have told her the 7th. I hope that Ms. Valencia is still on the line and heard that. It's coming back.
Yes,
on
and
the
I had corresponded as well.
All right, let's go to Mr. Church. Supervisor Church.
Yeah, just one brief comment onto this as it comes to mind is people are talking about safe, places to do this, and there's, problems with renters, problems for tourists and hotels and on beaches. But really all we're talking about here is smoking, because there isn't any problem if you're going to have an edible in a hotel room or at your home, whether it's a rental or not. And that's probably the better place to really consume something for a longer period of, that's going to affect you for a longer period of time. So I did just want to kind of bring that up, because I think that's a relevant point for consideration.
Anyone else? See none. I think this is only an update. Direction provided. This is going to come back to us with more information.
If that is the direction that you would like us to continue, but I also thought you had said that you did not want us to bring
Well,
this
that
back.
was my opinion. I don't know about my colleagues about timing. We got some critical next 4 months here. We got an audit. Yes, our CAO, De La Rosa.
And speaking also with Nick, the preference would be if we could delay at least to July, only because I think you're trying to get a lot of permit work done. And I did meet with Eric over at HCD, and he mentioned that there's quite a bit of work that's being done to make it to that deadline, or at least, get a lot of those permits in place, and then look at how structurally going forward, what it will look like. So I think on both sides, it's not just your team, it's also HCD and also folks over at environmental health or health department that are working with you. So I think that would warrant just that little bit of time to make sure that all of those permits get through.
Okay. Anyone else? Are we good at that? July, August, maybe coming back? Yes, Supervisor Adams or Supervisor Askew?
Yeah. Is there any way that we can move it along? I am commenting or thinking about your comment that the industry isn't too fond of our pilot programs. And I think one of the reasons, of course, is because they don't happen. And I'm conscious of this. I mean, just looking at the memo that we received from Robert Roach of all of the permits, all of the people who are defaulting and who are going out of business. I just so worry about the complete collapse of our cannabis industry in the county. And this is an opportunity for those businesses that are doing well. And, already the retailers they're hanging on, to give them this additional opportunity would be beneficial for the county as well as it would be for the industry. So I'm just wondering if you could tell us about your bandwidth. That was mentioned before, that, do you have the time? Do you have the staff to be able to keep going on the things that Sonia has mentioned, as well as move forward on the opportunity? Because if we wait until July, that means nothing's going to happen until January, quite truthfully. And that's a whole year that these folks will have missed an opportunity. I just feel like it's something that I think we should really be looking at. This is just my personal opinion.
Anyone else? Supervisor Askew?
I think I saw a thumbs up from cannabis staff when I asked about concerns about the capacity. I'm hearing our CAO and I'm hearing our assistant CAO tell us that there are concerns about capacity. So I'd be more comfortable delaying any direction to begin working. We could give direction now to begin working on this after we hit our was it June or July deadlines, and then have it come back to us. I'm comfortable giving that direction to move forward on that timeline.
And I would just make clear that it's the cultivators that are hurting more than the retailers, right? Because the price has dropped so tremendously, and it's going to be the cultivators that are going to be out of business if they don't get all their permitting in order over these next few months. And I think that's going to have the more detrimental effect overall on the cannabis industry in Monterey County. And I don't think it's going to be the a lounge that's going to save the industry in Monterey County. It's trying to get through the permitting and trying to create some stability statewide, because this is the hemorrhaging is happening all over in all the cannabis cultivating counties. It's not unique to us. Some places it seems that it's worse though. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I prefer to see it go sooner, but I understand the concerns. Again, if the ability comes sooner to do the work, given what we may see happen sooner rather than later, then I would ask that this become a priority. Just focusing on the fact that overproduction continues to be the issue for this industry without interstate commerce and the product being trapped legally within California, we're not going to see a way out soon for the majority of cultivators. And so, yes, sales through lounges are going to be part of the solution for everybody. But again, I understand the pressures that the department is under. And so my ask is that if for some reason it opens up sooner with the opportunity and staffing, that we go ahead and make this a priority.
Okay. Anyone else? John, then we'll close.
I just wanted to make a correction on the record. So the program will be returning on March 7th. You were correct, with the proposed amendments to chapter 7.9. And we will be returning on the 14th for the board referral update.
Okay. All right. I think direction given. Thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work on this. I know you guys are very busy. All right, everyone, we're going to move from item number 25. I think we could go into CAO comments, and then before we go into new referrals, we could jump into an item because Irma Ramirez-Bao has to leave before 5.
She already stepped out.
Oh, okay, we'll call her back.
She's going to be on Zoom.
All right.
Kim's here, so she could.
Okay, cool. Let's just go to our CAO comments, item 26 first, and then we'll go into that item.
Thank you. No further comments for today.
Okay, cool. We're going to take one thing out of order. This is going to item 30, receive a response report in response to board referral to allow each supervisorial office greater opportunity to tailor its staffing to meet the needs of its district constituents. And
I saw her.
we had moved it because she had a time schedule issue.
Got her as a panelist. I did see her earlier.
She just texted me.
Oh, there she is. Okay.
She's on. All right. Thank you, Kim, for waiting. And this one we talked about before, but Supervisor Lopez was not here, so we brought this back for discussion and action.
So Supervisor Lopez, thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you. Can you hear me all?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to take myself off camera, but I'll take lead, and thank you for your patience with me. So on February 7th, we presented to the board on the referral that was provided to us by Supervisor Church. And he had asked that we take a look at staffing levels, the possibility of creating flexibility in the staffing levels for the district office. So on the 7th, we presented what our comparable agencies had provided. And we do have a PowerPoint to kind of recap a little bit of that information for Supervisor Lopez's behalf, and then to jog possibly the memory. At the meeting on the 7th, it was requested that the HR department take a look at what other comparable or are outside of our comparable agencies. What did they do with regards to staffing? So Kim, I'm going to have you share your screen. And if you could provide to the board the details on the PowerPoint, as I can't see that now.
Yes. Thank you, Irma, and thank you, Chair Alejo. And
you need to speak into your mic. And you
for letting me know.
Got to hold it close. Speak closely, and then you're clear for those in the chamber and at home.
Okay, thank you, Chair Alejo and members of the board. I'm Kim Moore, Assistant Director of Human Resources. So as Irma mentioned, we had been asked by the board to bring back some additional information, and I can't get my slide to move. There we go. And so the purpose of the referral is to look at the options of hiring multiple staff. The HR department, as she mentioned, had come forward with some information previously. And we had been asked to return with more information about comparable agencies and looking at some not part of our 10 comparable agencies. So of our comparable agencies, we found that 8 of the 8, 4 actually have flexible staffing in their district offices. And the reasonings include that there are constituents in geographically dispersed areas, they are serving a large unincorporated or incorporated area, and that there are additional responsibilities chairing various boards and committees. We have gathered some additional information about the actual staffing. I was not going to go into detail unless I'm asked to. The information is there on the slide. But what this is showing you is that of our 8, Alameda does not have flexible staffing. Contra Costa does. San Luis Obispo does not. San Mateo does. Santa Clara does. Santa Cruz does not. Sonoma does, and San Benito, they have no support staff in San Benito. So we did look at the agencies that previously were in our comparable counties, which is Fresno, Santa Barbara, and Ventura. And in those agencies, Fresno does not have flexible staffing, but Santa Barbara and Ventura does. So what we did is we came up with 3 options for your consideration. And the first one is to remain status quo, which would be each district office has a chief of staff, a policy analyst, and an executive assistant. And keeping that status quo would be cost neutral. Then we have option 2, which is flexible staffing. And this could be where there is 1 chief of staff and then 2 policy analysts and no executive assistant. And what this means is that if a district office desires to have an executive office assistant to continue with the current staffing, they can use that policy analyst to underfill it with an executive assistant. Now, by choosing this option, the cost, because we budget at top step, the cost would be an additional approximately $20,000 per district office for the remainder of this fiscal year, or about $48,000 annually. And then we have a third option for consideration, which is 1 chief of staff, 2 policy analysts, and an executive assistant. So what this is doing is adding an additional allocation to each office. And the cost for that option would be approximately $71,000 for the remainder of the fiscal office for each district, or $170,000 annually for each district, for an overall total of $851,000. Irma, did you have anything that you wanted to add to that?
No, thank you, Kim. You covered it perfectly. And so at this point, wanted to put it back to the board to answer any questions that they may have regarding the information we gathered.
And your colleagues, you want to go to Supervisor Church first?
Sure.
Okay.
And I do just want to get clarification, because when I look and read the recommendations, the recommendation is that hiring multiple staff or for flexible classifications here would be allowed as long as the district office stays within its current budget for salary and benefits. So in terms of that, we're not asking, this isn't asking about increasing a supervisor's budget. So if a supervisor is already with staffing at a maximum of their budget, they're not probably going to have this option. But if that budget isn't being fully utilized, it would be available. Is that correct?
So my understanding from our budget office, I'm sorry, Irma, would you like to
No,
respond? or would you
no,
just
it's
me?
okay. No, thank
Okay.
you.
So status quo would not have any increase to any of the district offices, but option 2 with bringing on the two policy analysts, that would have an additional cost of 20,000 because the budget office budgets your district staff at step 7. So they would be budgeting all of these folks at step 7. And so there would be that cost to add that position in the budget.
Okay, that's a little different from, do we have anybody online from the budget office?
My understanding is that they are available to answer any questions that are budget related.
It's not quite what I understood last week.
Mr. Vega, you want to go
Yes.
first or Dwayne Woods?
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure if Mr. Woods raised his hand. I didn't see my hand, but yeah, I'll clarify. So in essence, what is happened is that we do not budget all the classifications at step 7. What happens is that if one of the offices or one of the districts has all their staff at step 7, then the dollar amount is set at that limit so that all the board offices get the same dollar amount. But we are not budgeting at the step 7 as a county for all the positions. And I think that that's what Supervisor Church is alluding to, is that to the fact that if he was to have a couple of policy analysts in his budget and they were not budgeted at step 7, it is likely that he could be at budget, similar to other budget offices that may be paying all of their staff at step 7.
Well, it seems we had some misinformation. Our apologies, because we were advised that they're budgeted at step 7, but you've heard now from the subject matter expert.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, anyone else?
Thank you for the additional information about our other comparable counties. And I do think it is interesting that 4 of the 8 offer some sort of flexible staffing, recognizing, there are differences among our geographic size of our districts. There's differences among the types of issues that we deal with, given whether it's an incorporated or unincorporated. I had a long conversation with folks from Sonoma to try to understand how they organize their staffing. And they have some offices that have half as many staff as other offices in Sonoma County, which I thought was fascinating. How does that even work? But it's every county is unique, every district is unique. So I think what I hear the request is from Supervisor Church is that, he's looking for a different way to organize how his staff works. And the reality is that historically, our district offices haven't all had the exact same budget. It's been based on what, how long your staff have been in that office, what your travel needs might be, what your other, external committee, if you're on CSAC, like we want to make sure you get to CSAC. If you're committed in other ways, we've been able to sort of, I think, flex and support each other's offices to meet our needs within a supervisor as a whole budget. There was a year where Supervisor Parker needed all new computers because they were all 15 years old. So yeah, we blew through the budget, but there was savings elsewhere. But I think I want to be supportive of what you're asking for, Glenn. And I also want to recognize, Chris and Mary, you guys have other specific needs that could change over time, given the unincorporated residents, large number of unincorporated residents that you serve. So I would be interested in looking at, maybe we think about how we balance out our budget, whether it is saying we're going to budget out each position at step 7, and then within that there's position allocation flexibility that can be used. Something like that I'd be comfortable saying, so that you can say, I'm going to have all my folks in at step 1, we're going to keep them at step 1, and I'm going to use that flexibility accordingly for the term that you're in office. I think the challenge comes in with our HR folks is because we've always had a philosophy that every employee in our county, regardless of whether they're a board office employee or not, that they're eligible for that step increase every year. So we haven't utilized that flexibility in the way that you're asking to utilize it. But I'm supportive of saying, yes, let's budget all the board offices at step 7 for budgeting purposes and give that elected supervisor the flexibility to to position authority flexibility to adjust within that financial allocation. I'm comfortable supporting that if we can define it as such. Budget everything at step 7 with the positions that we have, but provide position allocation flexibility depending on what the needs of the district are. I think that would open us up to a different kind of flexibility than what we've ever had before.
So question?
Yes, Supervisor Adams.
So if in fact that's what we followed, would he be able to have 4 people? Suppose he chose to have 1 chief of staff, 2 policy analysts, and a half-time executive assistant. Would he be able to do that as long as he was under the money, under the budget?
So he would have to request for an additional allocation to be added if that half-time executive assistant was going to be benefited, right? So if we are going to look at option 2 with a chief of staff and 2 policy analysts, that's 3 budgeted allocations, and those positions come with the salary and the benefit package. So he could not add an additional allocation as a fully benefited employee. It would be a temporary employee with no benefits.
Even though if following Wendy's suggestion, even though he had the money to do a part-time benefited person, he could not do that.
Unless your board approved for him to have another allocation, then he would need to stay within the allocated positions that he currently has, which would
is
be
truly
3.
numbers of bodies.
So you could have 3 budgeted allocations and have 6 bodies because you could have 6 people at a half time. So but if you had a full-time chief of staff and 2 full-time policy analysts, and then you wanted to add an executive assistant, in option 2, he would have to come back to the board, and I shouldn't be saying he, the board member would need to come back to the full board to request that an additional allocation be added if you wanted to have that person have benefits. Did that help?
The allocation is the issue. And so that's where I think what you're saying is if you want to max out, you want to have that capability to fill using whatever that max is for that office. However, if you do want to bring in a certain number of people, you have to have those positions to be able to place them in, which is where and that would grant them the benefits. Otherwise, you would be able to do temporary and, bring them in that way. But if you're wanting budget benefited, then you need that allocation.
And then you're done, Supervisor Adams? Okay, and then I'll just speak to that because that would have been my original worst concern, that you would try to stretch out one budget, really underpay your rest of your staff to try to get 4. I think that would be unfair for any office, any staff that are doing the same work to be severely underpaid to trying to squeeze out a 4th staff out of there. And you can't just figure out budget on the pay. What's also very expensive as staff is bringing out are the benefits, the retirement, the healthcare, workers' comp. There's a lot of other costs that factor into that, into the overall cost of each employee. So that would be the worst case scenario, that we would really lowball, any office would lowball their other staff to try to squeeze out a 4th member. And I hope that's not the case. As I said last time, my opinion is that I think everybody could claim their district's unique. And I brought up, Supervisor Lopez wasn't here, but I brought up that his district was the largest and mine is the most heavily populated, 6,000 more than the next one, which District 2 is the next most heavily populated out of the 5 district after our redistricting process. And these positions are based on historical experience, that an executive director, executive assistant carries out certain duties that are critical for the office, as does the policy analyst, as does the chief of staff. We're not basing this on a hunch. This is based on many years of experience, and we refined our job descriptions the last time these positions were revised. And like I said last time, you could have 2 policy analysts, but one of them is going to be doing those duties that are critical from executive assistant. We're just changing the name because the employee doesn't like the name, or the office doesn't like the name, but that person's duties in terms of being the front person for intake and scheduling and a lot of other critical duties are going to be done by that policy analyst
analysts regardless. And trying to, my experience is trying to split that among several, a couple people really creates a lot of office confusion, and a lot of things fall through the cracks in terms of scheduling and responding to, having several people respond to the incoming calls. So anyway, so I'm kind of, and the last point I would say is that when you have these higher paid positions, the policy analyst, the steps are increased at a greater level than the executive assistant position, the steps. So you might be under budget today, but in year 3 or 4, as those, unless you're really not going to give your staff pay increases, though, if they keep increasing, and as negotiations happen with collective bargaining units, that ability to be under that budget really becomes more constrained in future years. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I said, hey, if we could have, if this is about getting more office budget here, I don't know how popular that would be with constituents. I think all of us get a budget and we work through it. I monitor it, my staff monitors it, as we're assigned a fiscal person to monitor to make sure that at the end of the year we stay under our budget. And that's why when we decide pay raises and when we decide travel expenses, that's coming out of my office budget, it's not coming from any other supervisor. If I go to CSAC, if I go to NACO, if I go to any other conference, our gas reimbursement, our computers that I bought last year, office supplies, all that's gonna, me and my team look over that. And at the end of the, will come June, we try to do our best to stay under our budget each year. So anyway, so with that, I think, I'm not sure if number 2 is that option that people are looking to, but I would be concerned about trying to stretch more staff that would result in inequities among county supervisorial offices, staff that are doing the same comparable work. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I didn't have the opportunity to chime in last time on this. I come from the world that a few of us were around when everything was done by paper and on hand in this county. And I was given a spreadsheet and told, figure this out, figure out what your budget is and how to allocate positions. And it got to the point at one time during the very austere years that I was told to reduce 10% of my budget. And if I cut all of my supplies, every single one of them, down to nothing, and didn't pay my electrical bill, I still had to cut a portion of a position. And I was told I was not allowed to cut that position. So it became an exercise in futility during that time. And I say that because it's important to understand the way that this particular unit's budget, I think it's branded in my head. I think it's 80-15 in the line item. And the reason that it's there is because I tore through it and I would ask for the numbers after we had shored up the year before to better understand how did I do, how did everyone else do. And internally, we were proud that we always came in under budget, but our unit would go over, and that would happen at times for different reasons, right? Certain folks had brought on flexible staff and the benefits were always more expensive than we thought. When you trued it up at the end of the year, the costs were real and they added up. And so when I got elected, I did ask this same question because I had a staff member that had been with the office 20 plus years, and I was roundedly rejected and told, no, you cannot do that. Is not an option for you unless you promote the person into another position. And I'm looking at these options and understanding what I do about where we've been in the budget and how it gets trued up at the end of the year under one bulk number. I'm concerned that we're not creating what we're really looking for in terms of flexibility without putting at risk the larger number. That is my concern, because I've been there at the end after you add up what people's real healthcare costs were and everything else, and seeing that number balloon to something, well, we never anticipated it being there. And our budget staff is great. They find a way, but I don't know that that's fair to the rest of the county. And I think that's where I struggle. And so as I look at this, if my staff and I were dreaming about what would you do if, right? And I have the challenges like everyone. Our districts are unique. It's massive. My district is absolutely massive. The other day, I think I had to drive an hour and 45 minutes all within the district, leave the county, come back into the county to visit an elderly couple that was on a creek where their road had washed out. And I thought nobody else gets to see this, which was really cool. I got some cool pictures, but I also thought, man, my district's huge. And I had no reception for half that way, right? And it's those challenges that we've learned to live with, to adjust with, and understand as we serve these districts. And I think they're critically important. And as we dreamt about what our budget would do or look like, we thought, well, we'd like 6 interns and we'd like to pay them all a month, summer stipend of $4,000 a piece. And what would that add up to? Let's talk about what that might look like and what we could do for our constituents with a program like that. I don't see that captured here. And I don't really believe that that's an opportunity, because I share the concerns with Supervisor Alejo. If we as a county want to lead, we have to lead from a point where we set the example. And if we're not providing employees benefits at the level they deserve, then I don't know that we're being true to that commitment during an employee recognition day that, we're honest about that. So I'm struggling with that piece as we really want to value our employees. And so if we think what's necessary is option 2, which would create that additional ability for a higher level person, if that is the challenge, then perhaps I could support that. But I struggle with the amount of money, because I understand what that means on the back end, because the CalPERS, all that adds up. But I think at this point, I'm more comfortable with status quo, given my experience and understanding of how our budgeting works, having done it for so many years.
Anyone else?
Yeah,
Then we'll go to the
I
public
think there
comments.
may be a compromise between option 1 and option 2 that get to what I hear is being asked for some flexibility. And, Supervisor Alejo, yes, I think we're all managing our budgets, but sometimes when you have a transition in supervisors and you've got to pay out all the, retirement benefits and the, unpaid leave, it's nobody's fault. It just happens. And that's what you're talking about, Chris, with it does. There's always something that shows up that was unbudgeted that as a unit we cover. So what I would propose is that we ask for, or that we move forward with budgeting each position, each current position, the chief of staff, the policy analyst, the administrative assistant at step 7, and giving some position control authority to each supervisor office, if you're able to, within that top budget of step 7 of 3 positions and benefits, do something different with how you, whether it's two admins at step 7, or 2 policy analysts who stay at step 1, and you stay underneath that total financial amount that would otherwise be step 7 of the 3 positions. I think that's something and that's less than what's being proposed here with option 2, significantly less than what's being proposed here with option 2. I would propose we move forward with something like that.
Is that accurate? But that's like giving our offices a budget raise, right? We all have a budget now, and it wasn't always the same. The few years, two realities. A few years back, different offices had different budgets. In the last few years, our budget team has put us all on the same amount. But despite that, there's some offices that have more resources. For example, 3 of the offices utilize county buildings in their districts to have their offices, to have internet, they have electricity, they have water, they have facilities. 2 of our districts don't. Supervisor Lopez has to look to the city of Greenfield to utilize that. We're looking at for an office, and there's no existing county buildings where we could do an office. So we don't have those resources right now. And that's why, and where the other 3 do, where they could utilize an office and they benefit from that. So there's a value to that is not factored into their budget. And so that's why we have to pay out of cannabis for this year to fund Supervisor Lopez's office, and a similar consideration would come for my office in the future. But I just wanted to point that out, that those assets and those values assigned to offices utilizing county buildings are not factored into the supervisor budgets. But currently, I think we all have the budgeting that we stay under. So what would moving every position to step 7 result in, I thought you said that was this amount, that doing that would increase each office budget by $20,000. Is that correct, or on?
Yes, if I could, to Supervisor Askew's point of, keeping the status quo, but having the ability, at step 7 to fill them differently. If you have each one budgeted at step 7 as they are currently organized, then you would not be able to fill the policy analyst or chief of staff because you would be overfilling the classification, and that's a policy decision. It's a policy decision of the county that we don't allow overfills because you're filling at a higher level than what the board has approved. And we do allow for underfills, which is why we're saying that if you have a board of supervisors policy analyst, if you have 2, then you could use one to underfill to have an executive assistant. The thing that's interesting with the Board of Supervisors policy analyst and the executive assistant that I think is important is that the policy analyst step 7 is similar to step 1 is similar to step 7 of the executive assistant. So if you had, if you were going to bring in 2 policy analysts, you could have one at step 7, but the other one would have to be around step 1 and would not have the ability for increases. Or you would have to figure out which steps in between there and keep you below that amount. That's why we're saying that if you budget these all at step 7, then there's going to be costs that need to be added to the budget to cover those.
And that's this amount.
The 20,000 per
office.
District.
Right.
For the rest of this fiscal year.
For this fiscal year. So what would it be next year?
48,000 annually.
Yeah, another 50,000 per office. Yeah.
If I may,
Yes.
My staff who've been here for a long time, Chris, I'm assuming your staff are all at step 7. You've been and are close to. Okay, Louise, I'm assuming how many years have you been on the board? If you brought your staff in at step 1, they're close to step 7, whereas Supervisor Church's staff are all at step 1 or 2, I'm guessing. So there is a difference that already exists, but I'm just saying that from a budgeting perspective, if we set the budget limit at assuming step 7 of the 3 status quo staff, but give the policy direction to staff to say that board offices were allowed to overfill or underfill, which is what's proposed in option 2, without the additional cost of budgeting at step 7 for 2 policy analysts. Maybe I'm not being clear, and I could write it down to be clearer, but it would be the flexible staffing with option 2, but putting it at 1 chief of staff, 1 policy analyst, and 1 administrative assistant, which would be a lesser cost than what's contemplated with option 2 in front of us.
And it's clear to me. If you're making Supervisor ask you a motion, I will second that.
If that is a motion.
I have a question.
Yes, our CEO.
So in HR, for the board specifically, can you add a note that would indicate that second position would not be able to be, would you have to add a note so that it stays in place? Because otherwise, is there a potential then that the position could go up? You know what I mean? How do you make it so that it stays at that rate?
So the actual staffing of the Board of Supervisors is delineated in our PPPR, and I should know the number off the top of my head, but that is the policy document that says what allocated positions the board members can have. And then it further goes into detail about how much or how they can do their temporary staffing. And there is a cap on their temporary staffing that can't go higher than the chief of staff. So that policy section is where we would memorialize, in my mind, that's where we would go look at to amend to accomplish what the board's direction is.
Okay, because I'm just wondering if the issue then of having that position there, if you were to stay status quo with the budget amount maxed out at 7, it still doesn't give you that capability to bring in that second person as policy analyst if you don't add language that allows you to
overfill.
Yeah.
Right. And so I just a thought is that if you're going to have a budgeted position as an executive assistant and you choose to overfill it as a policy analyst, the budget document says that you approved an executive assistant, right? So what's in the budget book will say executive assistant, but then the PPPR can say you can overfill it. Just want to make that comment that the printed document will not show that somebody is budgeted as a policy analyst. That would have to be something I think that we could amend the PPPR if that's the direction.
I'm not clear on what the motion does. It seems like we're keeping the status quo in terms of positions, but bumping up the pays to budget it at step 7. Yeah. Dwayne, please.
Yes, Supervisors, Dwayne Woods, County Administrative Office. To clarify one thing, because of what Supervisor Askew mentioned already, because we had offices that have their current allocated positions that are already at step 7, all the district offices, they're budgeted at step 7, not because we budget at step 7, but because your actuals in some district offices are at step 7, and we've equalized that across all districts. So that money is there. And so it's step 7 for a chief of staff, step 7 for one policy analyst, and step 7 for an executive assistant. So those funds are there. I would shy you away from the policy of overfill, because then as Supervisor Lopez mentioned, other departments will start to want to overfill. What you could do is you could just change the executive assistant so you have 2, like option number 2, so you have 2 policy analysts, but it's incumbent upon the supervisor to manage within the cost of that. Now, what that will do is that will cause creep over the years as those, if you hire 2 policy analysts and we see that, we will start to finance that. But it doesn't deal with the issue that was brought up about equity, where one might have somebody answering the phones as executive assistants and another one might have answering the phones as a policy analyst. Doesn't deal with that, but that's a way to structure it budget for the budget. I hope that was helpful.
Yep.
And how do I cut checks to interns?
We should have that conversation later.
Don't complicate the conversation.
We're going out wish list.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, so is there a motion? Okay, motion and second.
So, but are we talking about option 1, which we're hearing is already how much money we have? Or are we talking about option 2 as Dwayne recommended?
Well,
okay.
Being flexibility to whether it's an overfill, or whether we find some other way through HR to say, we're going to approve the position on an annual basis based on what the need is. I don't know what the right thing is there.
I believe your motion was, even though you were saying option 1 and option 2, I think it was really presenting option 2 at that point. And what Dwayne said is that you're looking at these positions budgeted at 7 with the option.
But the cost is significantly different between 1 and 2. Because the budgeted second position, policy analyst, step 7 is a lot higher than an admin assistant.
But 2 is, the option 2 is, my first comments was to clarify, is way it's written here isn't totally accurate. Option 2 would be where it would stay within the staffing. Well, I see what you're saying. So we're going with option 1 with this is the cost neutral, but would give the flexibility of having a second policy analyst, which in many ways is what I think what Dwayne was saying.
If I could, through the chair.
Yes, please.
If the board decided to go ahead and authorize bringing back and reallocating the assistants to a board supervisor policy analyst, so you have 2. Now it would be up to the board, each district, whether they wanted to underfill that position or not, but you leave the budget untouched. And then the district, if they chose to hire a policy analyst, they'd have to make sure they had the money, or if they left their staff as the assistant, then that would be fine too. But you would not change the money for this year.
Isn't that generally your motion?
I mean, if that's I guess I'm looking to say we have them all, we keep our budget the same as it is with all three status quo positions budgeted at step 7. And if the way that we have to do that in order to give the flexibility is to change our allocations to be 2 policy analysts, so the staffing would look like option 2, but the estimated costing, we would continue to budget board offices as a cost neutral, assuming step 7 of the 3 current positions. Is that clear? So so it's a mix of option 1 and option 2. It's the staffing listed on option 1 with the costing of option opposite. It's the staffing listed with option 2 with the costing listed on option 1 for this, assuming step 7 of the staffing listed on option 1. I know that's confusing and I wish we had a list of it up on the board.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You'll have to come back with language for that, or?
She'll have to come back and offer language because I think what we're trying to do is in fact option 2, but option 2 really is not listed correctly here because one of those policy analysts could either be a policy analyst or a board assist or the executive assistant, but then there's going to be that cap on that analyst. The max would be the executive assistant
level. Yeah.
2 thoughts is
For
what
the
I'm
second
hearing from
analyst.
Supervisor Askew is overfilling. And that is something that Dwayne spoke to.
Yeah.
The
He doesn't want
overfilling.
Yeah.
So the option 2, if you have 2 board of supervisors policy analysts, your budget neutral is if you bring the one board policy analyst at step 1. You can have the other one paid at step 7, but you can't have both of them
Right.
at step 7
Exactly.
unless, and you're going to incur this additional cost.
to add the note.
If I could just kind of clarify, I think what you're looking at this, you wouldn't have to hold one at 1. I mean, if you had your chief of staff at 3, it's a balance there where one policy analyst could be a 3, another one could be a 2. Depends when they come on or what, as long as it stays within the budget.
Yeah, but you're missing what we're trying to raise here, that over time, those steps are bigger steps for the panel, policy analyst, is a greater cost, that over time, it's going to create an office constraint there.
It may very well, if you keep the same staff the whole time through 8.
Yeah, and if you don't give them any pay raise.
If that happens, that's, would be a problem perhaps into there. It may not happen depending on what with staff changes. But again, that's why we're saying work with whatever one's office is.
So a couple just clarifying questions so that I'm comfortable voting on this. One, the title to me is one thing, but are we saying that it's not like you could take a admin or an analyst and take them below step 1? Right? I mean, I'm looking for some fairness. I want to make sure we're not going to tell somebody, well, yeah, that's a step 1, but I'm going to take you and offer you $40,000 a year. I don't feel that that's fair. The person should get benefits, and the person should get benefits being healthcare and a pension in terms of system. I just want to make sure that if I'm going to vote on this, that's a standard, because I don't want to reduce the standard of living for people in Monterey County who work for us.
The only mechanism that I'm aware of to pay somebody lower than the salary range is the trainee. And this, I wouldn't think you would be bringing in trainees for your positions.
Or halftime. It's a creative way to, and to me, that's not fair. Well, it's different, right?
Chair, if I might.
Yes.
Please. So my recommendation is to have us come back in a week or 2. My office will work with HR and we'll come up with some language that will hopefully clarify the situation that would go into the personnel policies and practices resolution. If I understand correctly, and I'm going to look to Mr. Woods to see if I'm speaking incorrectly here, is that what the idea is to cap the cost, but allow some flexibility in terms of the positions. So what potentially would happen is you might have a policy analyst that could rise to step 7, but the other policy analyst could not go above, say, step 3. And so pay raises for your employees would depend on the labor negotiations and the board agreeing to convey to X unit or Y unit the same benefits that might be negotiated in terms of pay raises. but there would not be the annual step, at some point, there would not be the annual step advances for those employees in those positions. I think that's what I heard. And we could work with the HR department to craft some language and come back with that would clarify the situation.
Only COLAs then.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Are we good at that? Bring that back? With,
And like get clear about how we define the flexibility, whether it's you can choose between an admin or a policy analyst, or we have to classify it as two policy analysts and someone can choose to underfill. So we'll get clarity about the best way to handle that situation.
Yeah, we'll have language to that effect.
yeah, and I'm more comfortable if we're keeping that budget neutral.
And I think the request would be, assuming that we're already budgeting at step 7 for all 3, that it would be cost neutral. If we're not already budgeting at step 7, maybe we need to do that. And I've heard mixed messages on whether we are or are not. So yes. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Should we vote on this to give direction, or I'll call for the vote?
Well, your motion was different than coming back to Les's suggestion.
So
I motion to come back with that direction so that we can take action.
That's the motion.
So
Yeah.
that'll be the motion.
Okay.
So I'll call for a vote.
Okay, well, I will second that then.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, motion carries unanimously. We look forward to this coming back. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Irma. The work continues.
The work continues. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to item number 27, new referrals. We'll start with vacation rentals interim ordinance until new rules and regulations are adopted.
This was received on, sorry, I don't have the date on here, but it was received earlier this month and we'll be working on it. It's been assigned to HCD for follow-up. So he'll be preparing a response for you. Thank you.
Okay, we go to the next one. So that was just a report for now. We'll go to item new referral responses. Receive a report and response to board referral seeking implementation of the Easy Smart Pay program that would allow Monterey County residents and businesses the option of making monthly installments for real property taxes.
Good afternoon, Chair Leo, members of the board, Mary Zeeb, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here this afternoon to provide my response to your board referral number 2023.02. And it was asking me to implement the Easy Smart Pay program in Monterey County, which would allow residents and businesses the option of making monthly payments for their real property taxes. As indicated in the report, I currently have several implementation obstacles. I have insufficient staff at this point to implement the ESP program. But once I got past that, I started to look further, and there are items of greater concern to me that need to be addressed prior to engaging with this vendor. I've been working with the vendor, and it's Easy Smart Pay, and I'll use the acronym ESP. So I've been working with ESP on these issues, and my hope is that we can implement this program in the fall. So ESP is a private bill assignment service that has partnered with the California State Association of Counties Finance Corp, CSAC Finance Corp, or Finance Corp for short. And it was created in part to provide taxpayers the ability to pay real property taxes in monthly installments rather than the traditional 2 installments in December and April. State law only allows for taxpayers to pay in December and April. And many taxpayers who have mortgages on their accounts pay as part of their monthly mortgage a portion that goes to property taxes and insurance. And when the tax due date arrives, the mortgage companies utilize what's called the County Reciprocal Tax Accounting Process, or CORTAC, another acronym, to electronically send those payments to us so they can be processed. There's other taxpayers that will open up a banking account and make monthly deposits to an interest-bearing bank account or a traditional holiday club just so they can accumulate the funds so it's not an undue hardship at the time the installments are due. But finally, there is another group of taxpayers that we heard that might wish to engage this third-party company that would charge their credit or debit card every month, accumulate the funds for them, and then remit it to us as these CORTAC payments due. And that's the kind of vendor that ESP is. So as I indicated, currently we cannot accept monthly payments for real property taxes, and providing taxpayers with that ability, that makes sense to me. And it's always been a goal for me to provide taxpayers different ways that they might be able to make payments. Now, my office does plan to implement ESP in the near future, but as I indicated earlier, we have to work through our staffing requirements and several other issues. And once the issues have been resolved, I have the full intention of implementing ESP in the county as long as everything can be sufficiently addressed. And the soonest is probably the best time to implement, which is with the mailing of the 2023-24 property tax bills. So let me discuss a little bit more in detail some of the issues I have. I mentioned we have staffing issues. I don't have sufficient filled positions in my tax division to manage a new program, quite frankly. I have 9 positions that process real property tax. And of those 9 at the time of this writing, I currently had a vacancy for the division head for property tax, 2 employees out on long-term leave, and 3 other employees that have been in their position less than 6 months. I really need appropriate positions filled and staff trained in order to successfully implement this or any new program, and I need to create a positive taxpayer experience. Again, I'm anticipating this will occur in the fall of 2023. We'll be able to mitigate the staff issues. Once I started looking past that, there were other items of concern, and there's 3 additional issues which I need to consider prior to implementation. I have been working with County Counsel's office and CSAC Finance Corp. So ESP program practice, and I believe they're implemented in 12 or 13 counties now, has been for the board to approve a resolution endorsing the use of ESP in Monterey County in lieu of a written contract. And that's normally not the way we obtain services or vendors in Monterey County. So I was uncomfortable proceeding in that fashion without additional advice from counsel. And I think having a contract could provide clarity and mitigate some other potential issues that I'm going to discuss. And I'm currently working with the Finance Corp to see about getting a contract for services so Monterey County could engage them in that fashion rather than the board endorsement. And another complication is almost a little bit bigger, and it's the fact that I actually sit on the CSAC Finance Corp Board of Directors. And as such, I need to make sure there is not a conflict of interest or a perception of favoritism engaging the services of this company, because there may be others out there that wish to do that with Monterey County. Now, I'm not aware of any, but there may be. So in consulting with the Finance Corp, they agree that this is an issue, as I am the first board member that is actively trying to engage this company in their jurisdiction. They are going to work with our counsel and their hired counsel to review the matter and see how we can address that. And having a contract for services may be one of the ways to do that. There's another consideration that Treasurer Tax Collector currently has an enterprise vendor accepting credit card payments for the Treasury, the tax collector, and many, many departments in the county. I need to take a close look at all of those separate vendor contracts for credit card services and work with county counsel to make sure that this new program agreement doesn't conflict with any other exclusivity or existing provisions that we have. So that's a little bit of a process there that we need to go through. And then finally, much smaller, is that I mentioned earlier that the mortgage companies use the process called CoreTac to get their payments to us. So they receive a file from us anywhere from twice a year to every month to get the current tax information on the individuals that they represent. They are required to pay a fee for that, just as any member of the public or anybody would be to get this information. The ESP program requires us to provide this information for free. So I want to make sure that there's not a perception that they're getting special treatment and we're not charging this one organization when everybody else is having to pay that's providing a similar service. Again, that's something I feel that could be addressed through a contractual agreement. So in conclusion, I'm always looking, like I said, for products or services that help or complement the way we can provide payment arrangements to the taxpayers of Monterey County. I think ESP is one of those services, but there's several, some of them unique issues that I need to address prior to implementation. I'm going to continue to work with council and the Finance Corp to mitigate these issues. And like I said, I expect to have ESP available to our taxpayers in the 23-24 tax year. And finally, I want to thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for daylighting this issue and this program. And I look forward to implementing another service that will benefit our taxpayers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zeeb. I've asked Alan Fernandez from the CSAC Corp to tune in onto this presentation and to also make some opening comments. We hope to have a full presentation so that Alan could come and explain how the program works in more detail. I know this is the first report out, but when this comes back, to give a full presentation to the board on how this works. I thought this was critical because right now there isn't that option if they don't have the taxes factored into an escrow account, and if it makes it much easier for a lot of working families that instead of paying a balloon payment, if their taxes are $6,000, I'm lowballing it, but if it's $6,000 a year, 2 payments of $3,000 twice a year becomes a lot. Whereas if they could put that, make payments every month of $500, then when that payment becomes due, they've already been putting that money into the bank. And so it seems what I heard out of CSAC is it's working very well in other counties, and counties are pleased with it. But I wanted Alan Fernandez to just give a quick overview of the program, and then have questions for both Alan and Ms. Zeeb.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairperson Alejo and members of the board. Alan Fernandez here on behalf of the CSAC Finance Corporation. I think my board member, Treasurer Tax Collector Mary Zeeb, did a great job with the overview and delineated the issues that we're endeavoring to work through to bring this, what we believe is a great benefit to the property tax payers in Monterey County. Just one little highlight, this week, we added a couple of other counties who have onboarded into the platform. And so now the total is up to 15 counties have now onboarded and they're part of the platform. The most recent was Mono and Contra Costa. So, we're have concluded the pilot phase. And now we're onboarding any and all counties that want to provide this service to their residents, given the limitations that Treasurer Tax Collector Zeeb had indicated of the inability for partial payment. We believe we've created a program here that provides a great benefit to taxpayers, to the counties, and is supported, as has been said, by not only CSAC, but the National Association of Counties as well. So I'll leave it there, knowing that there's a chance of a further update at a future time, but the timeline that has been outlined sounds great, and we stand ready and willing to work on the issues that have been highlighted.
Great. Alan, just in terms of staffing wise, if a county is participating in Smart Easy Pay and the residents are making payments, how does that facilitate in terms of staffing? What does that require? Does the Finance Corp, the manager of the Easy Smart Pays, do they collect that money and give it to the county? Does it provide more work? I'm just trying to figure out what's the workload or less work that it provides for counties participating.
There is some initial work that Treasurer Tax Collector Zeeb indicated that will work on. But after once implemented and onboarded, really there shouldn't be too much additional work, because ESP has its own customer success folks, as does the Finance Corp help support that. So we have quarterly calls with the counties that are in the platform, and we endeavor to have really minimal staff time and interaction after it's onboarded. But there is a little bit of work on the front end that we'll work with Mary and her team on, to ensure a smooth transition.
Great. Thank you, Alan. Let's go. Any questions from any of our board members at this time? We'll have a further presentation down the road. Supervisor Lopez.
It's been a long day. My only thought was I never thought I'd be voting on ESP. in Monterey County. I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Anyone else? Last question, Ms. Zeeb. So if, just in terms of timing of this coming back, I know I recognize your staffing challenges, and I like timeline fall seems reasonable. But if we start, I'm just thinking of when do we get the ball rolling? Because the board could say, yes, we want to go this direction, but work with a timeline that works with you and your staffing needs, versus starting in the fall. And I don't know how long that will take to implement, but to make sure that it's timely for residents to benefit, taxpayers to benefit from the program.
We're already working on it. We have been for some time. So my contacts with Alan and looking at really working through the county council issues and the legal issues, and probably for the first time putting together a contract that could be utilized by other counties in the future if we go that way. If that's the case, it doesn't even need to come back to the board. So we would be able to implement it at any time, but I'm happy to keep the board apprised as we move on down. As of the writing of the report, I had 2 people out on long-term leave. One came back Monday, so yay. And and my division head position, that employee will be onboarded tomorrow. So, we've got a lot of newness here. I've got people that need to learn and relearn some of their jobs. So I think once we get some of these other issues resolved, then the staffing that should be up to date.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, if there's no further questions, let me just ask for, if there are any public comments on this item? Seeing none, then this will come back to us at a future date. Thank you, Ms. Zeeb, for being here. Thank you, Alan Fernandez, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go into item number 29, receiving the preliminary response regarding the referral about using a vacant county property on the eastern corner portion of 855 East Laurel Drive to construct affordable housing for seniors. Roxanne Wilson's presenting on this, our county homeless service director. If not, we could push this off to the next meeting.
Do you think we should, Nick, we're gonna push
5
it,
o'clock yet.
if you're okay with that?
Calm down. We could bring it next week. We could table this item. Everybody good at that? Okay. Okay, let's go to board comments. So let's start with Supervisor Askew. None? Oh, there you go.
Yes, no, thank you. So let's see here. Where are we at? Board comments.
Yes, last item
Thank you.
on the agenda.
Thank you. I had a great time at the National Association of Counties in Washington, D.C. with Supervisor. I saw briefly, we all sort of, I think, passed through, but I spent a lot of time with our health policy team and had an opportunity to engage in quite a few discussions about just the way in which we as a country are supporting Medicaid, which in California is Medi-Cal, behavioral health initiatives, and the military health reimbursement rates, which affects Monterey County pretty significantly. So it's great opportunity and made a ton of connections. So we've got stacks of contacts to work our way back through and follow up with. I'm going to be hosting my next Wednesdays with Wendy event, which is our sort of virtual public office hour. We'll be meeting on Zoom on March 1st from 5:30 to 6:30, and we'll be talking about the upcoming county budget workshop. So if you're interested in learning about county budget issues, please join us. I'll also have Francine Rod from First Five, Jackie Atkinson from the Arts Council, Cesar Laura from Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, as well as representatives from Building Healthy Communities and Sustainable Delray Oaks, who will share their budget priorities with me, and we can all talk about it. So join us live on Zoom or Facebook. I'll also be hosting my next in-person town hall in Seaside at Soper Hall with Mayor Ian Oglesby. We'll be talking about some of the jurisdictional issues that we work on together, as well as answering questions and helping folks understand the difference between the county and the city responsibilities. That'll be on March 15th at 5:30 to 7 p.m. in Seaside. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Just quickly, just want to say that we have an organization called Community Bridges, who's going to be hosting a virtual community meeting with resources for residents impacted by the Carmel River flooding. That's going to take place Thursday, March 2nd at 5 o'clock. Again, it's virtual. We also have our Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Council meeting on Friday, March 3rd at 10 at the Big Sur Lodge. And those are the only main things. And a belated happy birthday to our beloved John Steinbeck.
That's right. Right on. Let's go to Supervisor Lopez.
I know I've got a couple of journeyman memories of after this. I think the only point I want to make is that we're still in the rain window. I know we didn't get a lot this weekend as folks perceive it, but the rivers did swell, hit the secondary channel, and the Salinas forced us to close crossings like Elm and the crossing near Davis as well. So just continue to encourage people to be alert as you look at the outgoing forecast. I'm a little concerned about what we're seeing looking out a couple weeks and what's being predicted for the month of March. So as we look at some of the damage that's still out there and the need to repair levees, I hope we can do everything possible to make sure we allow folks to protect themselves and their crops and their homes moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Church.
Yes, we had our town hall meeting a couple weeks ago in Pajaro, and had representatives from PERPMA, Water Resources Agency. Sheriff Nieto was there, and we also had Daniel Gonzalez come as to do interpretations. We had about 20 headsets that were going to be available to use. We had a turnout of over 100 people. I was just truly amazed. But what I am, particularly pleased with is that those headsets were gone just like that, and over half of the population were Spanish speakers that were there. And fortunately, we were able to arrange things so Daniel was able to give the translations for the people who were sitting in the audience with the headsets, while the others who didn't have the headsets, unfortunately, were able to be sitting close around him. So we were able to find a way to accommodate this. But this turnout was just far beyond my expectations, especially coming from the Spanish-speaking community there. And I was just totally thrilled with that. Tomorrow we're holding another meeting, but in Bolsa Knolls. We'll see how that one goes. I don't expect 100 turnout, but boy, if it happens, that would be great.
We look forward to hearing the report on that. Okay, I'm going to state of the city for the city of Salinas with Mayor Craig and the city council members today at 6 o'clock at Sherwood Hall. Certainly would invite the public to come there and hear some of the upcoming priorities for the city. I also was able to attend and speak at the Salinas Chamber of Commerce event with over 250 people at the Powell Building. It was a great turnout, and I was able to also speak there along with the mayor, with Sheriff Nieto and Congress members Zoe Lofgren and Jimmy Panetta. Last Saturday also marked the 1-year anniversary of our fallen Salinas police officer, J.D. Alvarado, and we're able to see the street name named after in his memory, and also to see a bronze bust that was the money was raised for, and it was put forward by the Salinas Police Department Foundation, and that was unveiled, and it will be placed at the entry for police officers at the police department. And last thing I wanted to mention was I know education is outside of our realm, although we all care about it very directly, but I couldn't say I couldn't be more proud of the migrant parents who spoke last Thursday. The Salinas Elementary School District is proposing to eliminate their migrant education program that has been there for over 40 years, and they want to outsource it to the County Office of Education, which they admitted that day they don't have staff. They'd have to hire and try to recruit. And then the existing staff would have to be laid off, some who have worked there for a very long time. And this is in spite of the school district passing 2 bonds in November, raising $150 million. And the only program being proposed to be outsourced like this is the migrant education program that serves our most vulnerable children and parents. But at that meeting, none of the elected officials spoke. I didn't speak. 3 city council members, 2 school members, nobody spoke except the parents and community. And they were all very articulate and very passionate and very clear about supporting their existing program, continuing in their school district, and the district migrant Parent Advisory Committee voted unanimously to tell the school board that they want to keep their existing programs. So I just wanted to really commend the leadership of those parents and those community residents who voiced support for the migrant education. In this community of Salinas, even if your child or you as a parent are not in the program, there are thousands of alumni who have benefited, parents and professionals who love this program, know how important it was in changing lives and opening opportunities for kids who have a lot more obstacles than others because of their parents being migrant workers and having to have disruptions in their educations. So I just want to commend them. I hope the school board does the right thing in keeping this program going for at least another 40, 50 years. With that, I want to then turn to the German in memory of Ron Eastwood and Darlene Acosta. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, and I am hopeful that the board will allow me to add one more, unfortunately, and that would be Nate Holiday of Holiday Seed Company, who passed tragically last week suddenly. So we talked a little earlier about Darlene, and I once again just want to thank her family for allowing her to do the work she did till the very end, supporting our communities and our youth. And then I want to turn to Ron Eastwood, who many of us knew, his wife, Carol Cuellar, who worked in the county council's office for many, many years, recently retired. And it was a special day for me because Ron had reached out to me to create a surprise. He was sick and immunocompromised and unable to be here that day. And they couldn't take flowers home, but he'd worked with Swenson and Salachi to get artificial flowers, silk flowers brought in, and I was able to present those to her on his behalf that day. Unfortunately, we lost Ron. He fought till the very end, and we just want to let his family know, the girls and Carol, that they're in our prayers. The entire community of Spreckles benefited from Ron's focus on community. Ron spent his career at MCOE and did an incredible job on behalf of students in Monterey County. But even after he retired, he was so passionate about slowing down traffic through that community. He was the one who really advocated to bring in the extremely large John Cerny paintings that bookend either side of town with the speed signs on them that let folks know how fast they're traveling. Our theory was if you get one person to tap their brake, everyone behind them has to. And so I was proud to work with him on that, but I just remember his joy when those got erected. He sent me the photos almost as soon as the last screw went in, and so we're going to miss Ron, but thank him for all of his contributions to our community. And lastly, for Nate Holiday, a lot of us know the billboard on 101 that says Holiday Seed on it. Often Nate was a staple in southern Monterey County. He lived up in actually District 5 in Pine Canyon on the north and not Pine Canyon on the south end. And we want to send our prayers to his son and his wife Cindy as they deal with services tomorrow. I know that it was a sudden passing, but he was somebody who left a huge legacy in the community. I know that every year, one of the things I really enjoy doing is going to the fair and helping to oversee the auction. And they were always there in the front. And when there was an animal not getting enough revenue to come in to cover the cost, he would quietly just lift his finger for me and help me bid that animal up to make sure that no kid went with any sort of debt. They always came out on top. And it's that kind of person who does it quietly and helps that I'm so fond of. And I'm really going to miss Nate Longbelly, as they called him. So I just want to take this opportunity to send our thoughts and condolences to his family. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, with that, we adjourn in their memory. Thank you, Supervisor Lopez, for honoring their memory, and their legacy continues. With that, we will adjourn this meeting. Good night and good luck. Thank you. Oh, read out. Sorry, one more.
No, sorry. I should have spoke up earlier. Yeah. We have no reportable items today from closed session.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, thank you very much. Now it's time to go home. Bye.